William Morrow and Harper Audio present The Last Boleyn, a novel by Karen Harper, read by Melanie Crawley. Part 1. Sweet is the rose, but grows upon a briar. Sweet is the juniper, but sharp his bough. Sweet is the eglantine, but pricketh near. Sweet is the fir bloom, but his branch is rough. Sweet is the cypress, but his rind is tough. Sweet is the nut, but bitter is his pill. Sweet is the broom flower, but yet sour enough. And sweet is moly, but his root is ill. So every sweet with sour is tempered still. That maketh it be coveted the more. For easy things that may be got at will, most sorts of men do set but little store. Why then should I account of little pain, that endless pleasure shall unto me gain? Edmund Spenser. Chapter 1. July the 16th, 1512. Hever Castle, Kent. As she searched back over the span of years to where it all began, her mind always seized upon that golden day at Hever, when she first knew there could be uncertainty, yes, and even fear and pain. They were all so young then. She but 8 years, George a year older, so baby Anne was 5 years that summer. The July day spent itself in golden green caresses for the tiny knot garden and the yew-lined lanes and grassy swards at Hever, but the reverie of that warmth and beauty always paled beneath the darker recesses of memory. Indeed, that was the first day she knew she was to be sent away and used, and that it would make her dear mother most unhappy. The first thing she would recall were Anne's squeals of delight and George's high-pitched tones of command, mingled with the yelps of the reddish-coated spaniel pups, which nearly drowned the drone of bees in the beds of roses and sweet William. The pups were but a 4-month litter from their lady mother's favourite lapdog, Glinda, but George was determined to control them and train them to be his obedient pets. "Stop that! Stop that! You shall bend to my will, you little whelps!" he shouted, with a grown-up edge of impatience to his boyish voice, as he swung smartly at them with a willow switch. They yelped sharply when the stings struck, but continued to cavort and roll about on each other, all silken floppy ears and clumsy paws. "Cease, George! They are too young to be whipped or trained," came Mary's clear voice from the vine-woven gallery where she sat, slightly apart from the scene. She felt growing annoyance from the raucous laughter and pitiful cries of the pups. "They are not hunt hounds, only lapdogs for ladies, so leave them be. Gentleness and love will train them well enough. Leave off, or I shall tell Mother or Samone." The boy turned to face her, a look of disdain clouding his fine features. He put his fists on his hips and stood straight, his eyes squinting in the sun toward her shady bower. "You shall not order me about, Mary. I am the elder, and I am the son, and I already own 3 hounds and 2 falcons, and I shall see service in the King's Court long before you. Father has promised." "Has he now?" Mary countered, for George did annoy her so of late, when he acted as though he were a lord's man or knight already, and not some country lad whose father was always gone to court. "I warrant we all may stay here with Mother at Hever, or maybe Blickling or Rochford, and never see the court at all," she continued. Usually that sort of taunt unsettled George enough to quiet him, but today she hit a different mark. He advanced several swift strides toward her, and as he came into the shade of the arbour, she was startled to see the flush of his cheek and the frown on his brow. Anne trailed in his angry wake, her face curious, her raven hair spilling from beneath her white ribboned cap. "The fair-haired Mistress Mary with Grandmother Howard's beauty. Do not think to set yourself above Anne and me that we show the butler blood for our dark locks and plainer faces. We are every bit as much a Howard too, and I shall be lord here at Hever some day, and then you shall do my bidding, or I shall wed you to a poor landed gentry knight." The vehemence surprised the girl, for though she sometimes goaded George for his imperious ways or silently smarted beneath his overbearing attitude, he seldom responded this way. It almost frightened her, and except for Anne's large dark eyes peering earnestly at her, she would have responded haughtily, "I meant nothing by it, brother, and never vowed I had more of the Howard blood than you. Our Lord has often told us we are all to be proud of our heritage of Irish butler and powerful Norfolk, for was not our grandfather the High Treasurer for our King's father?" George nodded curtly, as though he had bested her, and turned his attention back to the pups again. Now tired of their romp, they lay stretched into little splashes of shining bronze beside the marigold beds. But Anne lingered, her pale yellow gown almost touching Mary's emerald skirts. The child often gazed at her older sister. She admired Mary's golden hair and clear blue eyes and lovely face, for their beauty was noticed by all, and the tiny girl sensed the import of this more than did Mary. It meant somehow that Mary was special, was different, and though George resented this, the child Anne was quite in awe. "Why can we not go into the solar to see Father, Mary? He comes not much to see us. What has he so secret to tell Mother that Semine sent us away from the house? I wish he would come out and play with us and the pups, but I know he will not." Anne sat beside Mary on the rough wood bench, her hands folded in her lap. She looked so dainty and demure that Mary wondered anew at the quicksilver changes of temperament the girl showed. She herself felt no such feverish blood stir her moods, nor did she ever throw the noisy tantrums of which this child was capable. "Dear Annie, Semine said only that Father had an important message for Mother, and that we shall learn of his tidings later. I am certain you can manage to wait until supper, for he will no doubt stay at least until the morrow, so you may ask him then, minx." The pale child bit her lower lip, and Mary knew another question would follow. Did she never tire of her endless probings of everything? Her mind is quick, and her French and Latin may soon overtake mine, she thought. "Mary," Anne began in her childish voice, "do you believe the king looks in true life as he does in the portrait? He always seems to look sideways at me as I come down the stairs or go into solar. His hands are so big and strong, and he looks very frightening." Her eyes looked like wet black brook pebbles, and Mary reached out to touch her white cheek. "Well, little one, I have not seen His Majesty either, but Father is proud of that portrait copy by Master Van Cleve, you know, so I would guess it catches the king in truth. And I agree, Annie, the eyes and the hands do look most frightening, especially at night when the hall lies in shadow with only candle gleams." She hesitated. "Is there anything else you would ask, Annie?" Mary smiled at her little sister, and the dazzling beauty that angered George, worried their mother, and pleased her father, simply amazed the younger child. Why could she not have golden hair and sky-coloured eyes and an angel's face like those in the stained glass windows at Grandmother's chapel? I was only hoping, Mary, that he comes not back to take me to the king's court, for I should be afraid to go from Mother, and Semele, and George, and you. Even if Father were there, I should be afraid, for Father has eyes and hands like the king. Her lip quivered, and her fears, so plainly spoken, tugged on Mary's love, though she herself felt no such childish worries. No, Annie, do not be afraid. We are all too young to leave here now. George will surely go first, and though you and I are not too young to be engaged, there has been no word of this. Maybe Father comes to tell of a fine promotion above being Esquire of the King's body. Father wishes to rise far, I know. Yes, Mary, and Mother says he shall. Does she miss him as much as we, do you think? Yes, no doubt even more. But she loves it here, and has almost no desire to be at court, though I do not know why. But who would not love life at our Hever, Annie? Mary's eyes skipped swiftly across the low boxwood hedges and the carefully tended beds of riotous marigolds, snapdragons, and sweet heartsease. Father will soon ride back to the king's business, and we shall be safe with Mother and Semele. You shall see, she comforted. The child shot her a sunbeam smile and darted off, eager to follow George and the pups around the other side of the garden. Soon her lilting laugh and George's sharp tones floated through the air again, punctuated by excited yelps from the litter of spaniels. Mary grimaced as she rose, but walked away from their play. She did not want another rude encounter with George if she scolded him again. Then, too, Anne's innocent questions had unsettled her more than George's bloodless cruelty to the pups could. Her father had ridden in hard from Greenwich, and most unexpected. He did have special news for the family, that she knew, but what puzzled and bothered her the most was that he had sent the children out to play, yet had summoned Semele. Why would his words be of import to their governess, unless it concerned one of her 3 Boleyn charges? Her heart beat slightly faster as she paced the squared outer edge of the heady-scented boxwood walk toward the house. As she emerged from the gardens, the brightly painted, ornamental facade of Hever rose up before her, set like a gaudy jewel in the clear blue frame of cloudless sky. Its blonde brick walls and decorative chimneys and water-lily-studded moat rested in the meadows at the fork of the gentle river Eden. Mary knew well the heritage of the house, for it was the same proud heritage of her family, and she and George and Annie had been taught to rehearse it well. Built by great-grandsire Geoffrey Boleyn, Lord Mayor of London, who married the proud daughter of Lord Who, she recited, half aloud. Once a mere hunt lodge, but now the family seat of his grandson, Lord Thomas Boleyn of King Henry's great court, and his lady, Elizabeth Boleyn. She went in step to her chant toward the house from which she and the other Boleyn children had been temporarily banished. She crossed the now useless drawbridge and went beneath the rusty, pointed teeth of the raised portcullis. As a younger child of Anne's age, she had pictured that entry as the mouth of a terrible dragon whose jaws might snap shut in an instant and devour a fair maiden beneath. Long ago she had darted through, fearful that the iron jaws would trap or crush her, but she was much too old for such foolhardiness now. The cobbled courtyard lay silent, and the shiny leaded windows of the hall and solar glinted in the afternoon sun, and gave no hint of what dark secrets might be proudly announced within. She would await the parental summons in her bedchamber, away from the howls of pups or George's taunts or even Annie's childish questions. Maybe Semele would be in the nursery now and could tell her of the special news, for did not Semele treasure the happiness of her 3 charges above all? One oak door to the hall stood agape. The warm, fresh air of the day was a blessing in the frequently shut-up house. A sunbeam-dusted shaft of light poured onto the worn oak floor inside the entry as the girl stepped inside and looked guardedly about. The low hum of her parents' voices drifted from the solar, still lifted in earnest conversation. She continued to the great banister and put one slippered foot on the first stair, but halted in the huge square of sunlight as her mother's raised voice pierced the silence.
"My dear Lord Thomas, I grant it is an honour, and I am proud of your appointment as ambassador to the Archduchess of Savoy, but the other matter is out of the question."
Her clear voice stopped, and Mary sought to picture her lovely mother's angry face. She had always seen her in control of herself, always calm and gentle. Surely father would not insist he take George abroad with him on this new business.
"Settle your feathers, my beautiful little mother hen,"
came her father's voice, with its familiar edge of authority.
"I have already obtained the placement. I have great plans for all three, and believe me, the opportunity is fortuitous. We dare not pass up this chance for the advancement and polish needed. Where else could the golden egg fall right in our laps and without cost to us? I had thought, of course, when the king's sister should be sent abroad to marry, the time would come, but this is even sooner than I had hoped."
Mesmerized by the voices, Mary edged closer to the huge door of the solar, set slightly ajar to seize the fresh air. Guiltily, she stared back at the piercing eyes of her king, whose portrait hung in the dimness of the hall, not washed by the sunlight which slanted on her trembling body. Yes, indeed, little Anne was right. The king's eyes seemed to accuse and frighten. Suddenly, her heart lurched, and her mind grasped each single word of her mother's quaking voice.
"I pray you, my lord, let this honour go until she is at least in her 10th year. She is but a mere 8 years, and not a child fully raised yet."
Mary's slender frame leaned for support against the carved linen fold panelling of the hall. She crumpled wadded balls of her green skirts in tight fists. They spoke of her, and to be sent to... where is Savoy?
"Margaret of Austria and regent to the Netherlands, Elizabeth, imagine it. It is the highest rung of the ladder for now, and when she is educated there, it will be a finishing school second only to the French court itself. When she returns, where else is there for her but among Queen Catherine's ladies, in his Grace's very eyes? Yes, where else?"
came Elizabeth Boleyn's low voice, and Mary was hurt and shocked by the anger of it. Mary could hear her father pacing now, as he often did when he thought out a problem or gave orders. His footsteps approached the door and turned back. She wanted to flee, but her knees shook and her feet were rooted to the floor.
"Not all women as beautiful as you, Elizabeth, choose to live their lives away from the power and heat of the sun, however lovely their country homes like Hever. There is sun here, my lord, and beauty, and peace of mind. Do not bother to argue, Elizabeth, for you know my meaning and my mind. Thomas Boleyn of merchant stock. Yes, let them laugh now, for they shall all be left behind as we mount the pinnacle of the realm, tied to his Grace's goodwill."
Her mother's quiet voice went on, and Mary marvelled that she should dare to answer her lord back, for none of them ever dared to argue or deny him.
"The farther we all climb, my lord, the farther we may fall. I have seen this king at close range, even as you have, and I tell you, He shall never be denied, or the denier suffers. He never forgives, and I fear—"
"Enough, lady. We have had all this discourse before, and to what end? Great Henry would have made you his mistress, the lovely blonde Howard beauty, Elizabeth, the Boleyn bride, but you would have none of the honour. 'Sblood, madam, 'tis a miracle of cleverness and flattery we recovered from the blow at all. We would have been much farther on the road than this if you had accepted.' And it would have been only honour to you, my lord. It would not have caused you a moment's stir that your wife was ridden abed by Prince Henry, and maybe got his seed to give her babes, and they of no true Boleyn blood to make your name." She had spoken the tirade quietly, but desperate sobs threatened to well up at each word. Mary's eyes filled with tears at her tone, rather than at the full impact of the meaning. "Yes, of course I would have suffered, but it was the future king, lady, the present king. Well, it is 10 years gone, but I promise you I shall never let such a chance go by the wayside again." There was a long silence, and Mary put her foot out to flee. "Brussels is so far, Thomas. She is so young, so innocent." Innocent? Mary pondered the fear and shock she had felt in the last few minutes, her thoughts mingling with the excitement of her new importance and the thrill of the distant unknown. She turned toward the staircase, but retreated back behind the door at her mother's voice, suddenly so close. "I shall fetch Mary, since Semonet has been sent to pack for her. The children are out by the knot garden." Her mother brushed by on the other side of the door. "And tell her nothing of it, lady," came her father's sharp voice after her. "I would tell her myself, so she will understand the good fortune of it." Elizabeth Boleyn's slender form never turned back as she raised her head and departed from the hall to search for Mary. How beautiful her mother's face and carriage! How lovely her golden hair, now threaded with fine silver in the sunlight! Mary decided to follow her and meet her as she returned. She would never know what her daughter had heard, or of her sadness. Should she say she was glad to go, so Mother would be comforted, or would it hurt her to think her daughter would so easily leave her now, or ever? Mary stepped quietly to the door and, hesitating, peered carefully into the courtyard to see that her mother had departed. It was quite empty and peaceful. Beige cobbles, brick, honey-coloured walls, all awash with sun. How she would fear to depart, hate to depart. "Mary," came her father's voice, nearly in her ear. She jumped. "Your lady mother said you were about the grounds. Where have you been?" He stood over her, tall and handsome and assured. His dark beard was precisely cut, and his velvet-clad shoulders looked dazzling blood-red in the sun. His dark eyes regarded her carefully as he bent his head slightly. "Have you been about the hall long?" "No, Father. I was outside with George and Anne, but they went off and, well, I finally came in." "You've just missed your mother, but I have a wonderful surprise for you. I would tell you alone." His slender, strong fingers fastened firmly on one of her shoulders, and he gestured toward the open solar door with his other jewelled hand. She walked unsteadily, suddenly wary, her excitement mixed with childish misgivings. She could feel King Henry's side-glancing eyes pursue her into the solar. She was most unused to private audiences with her father, for he was not often at Hever. How much she loved him and wanted to please him, even as he sought to please his king.
He pointed to the scrollwork stool beneath the lead-paned windows, where Mother often sat doing needlework. He took a step, as if to pace, and then abruptly sat in the master's chair and cleared his throat. It suddenly struck her funny that this great lord of the king might be afraid to inform her of the decision that his wife Elizabeth had protested. "You are very beautiful, my Mary. Your perfect oval face, your golden hair, the promise of your slender body. You are all I could ask in a lovely and obedient daughter." "I am glad, my lord. Semele declares I look as mother used to when you came new married from court to Hever." "Perhaps Semele remembers much it is better not to tell, Mary." "Yes, you will favour your mother greatly as you grow to womanhood, though I pray you have a more carefully moulded character, and may prove more pliable to your lord's wishes. Will you indeed prove so, my little golden Mary?" He leaned close and patted her hand as he spoke. Again, as over and over in the few hours she spent in his presence, Mary fell instantly in love with him, beyond the bounds of a daughter's ties, for he was not a father she knew, this handsome, tall king's man. He never looked on her with smiles like this, nor spoke to her privately, nor touched her trembling hand.
"Yes, my lord father, I would wish to please you always."
Her voice was a mere whisper, and her curved mouth a wan ghost of a smile. "Then we are off for the royal court of Margaret, Archduchess of Austria, Mary. I as royal ambassador, and you to be with her maids of honour, and learn the fine arts of beautiful and accomplished ladies. You shall have pretty dresses, and meet lovely people, and perfect your French. You would like that adventure, would you not, my dear?" The girl raised her blonde head, and her clear blue eyes filled with tears as they met his intent, piercing ones.
"Will it be much like Hever, father?"
"No, better. All more important and splendid and wonderful. Exciting people, great castles, lovely fountains and gardens. The Archduchess shall be very pleased with your beauty and manners." Her voice quavered as she thought of her mother's loving face and nasty, dear George and Annie and Semele and the quiet horse she loved to ride at Hever.
"Will you be near, father?"
"Yes, as King's ambassador, there whenever you would see me, child."
"Then I know I shall be happy to be there with you," she said, in simple trust. He rose swiftly and patted her slender shoulder. "Here, Mary," he added quickly, reaching toward the table behind her. "Now that you are set out in the fine world, I fetched you a Tudor rose from the King's Gardens at Greenwich. You shall some day belong to the English court, my girl, so remember this when you are steeped in the luxurious beauties of the Belgian court." She was touched by this act, so unlike anything her aloof, clever father had done before. Surely she would be close to him now, since they would be far away together. The rose was a lovely velvet red, despite its slight droop from being carried so far from its garden. "It is a wonderful rose, father," she said, but as she reached for its stem, she recoiled from the tiny stab of a thorn. She squeezed her finger, and a crimson drop of blood formed.
"You must learn to beware of the hidden thorns, foolish girl," he chided. "Come, take your rose and up to Semele. She has been packing your things this past hour. We leave Hever tomorrow at dawn and sail from Dover on Monday. Begone, girl." Mary rose gracefully, and, gingerly holding the flower, curtsied solemnly. Then she heard herself ask,
"And what did my lady mother say of this honour?"
He faced her squarely and looked down into her clear blue eyes. "She is absolutely thrilled that you have this wonderful opportunity," he said. "She only hopes you will be true to the aristocratic Butler and Howard blood that flows in your proud Boleyn veins. Now, begone." The girl spun swiftly in a rustle of skirts and a whirl of golden hair. She did not want her father, or anyone, to see the new learned doubt and pain stamped on her brow and hidden in her eyes. Chapter 2. November the 4th, 1514. Les Tournelles, Paris. For the first time in 2 years, ever since the bright facade of Hever had dropped behind the massive oaks and beeches already obscuring the dwindling forms of her mother and Semonnet, George and Annie, Mary sobbed wretchedly. She had not cried one whit when her Lord Father had left her in the opulent but austere world of Archduchess Margaret's vast court, nor when she felt the suffocating pangs of homesickness those first endless months, nor even when the Archduchess had been sadly touched to part with her at the English Lord Ambassador's sudden insistence. Even departing England again hurriedly, this time with the lovely Princess Mary Tudor, King Henry's own beloved sister, the little Mary Boleyn had not shed a tear. What good were weak and foolish sobbings when no one would listen and nothing would be changed? Indeed, she was of full 10 years now and was thrilled to serve so beauteous and kind a lady as the Tudor Rose herself, sent from her home. But Princess Mary was now Queen of France, her marriage a binding seal between the two powerful nations, her body a human link between her brother England and her husband France. But Mary Boleyn cried now, finally, her sobs so swift upon each other that she could scarce breathe. King Louis XII, the English Mary's elderly husband, had ordered all the English ladies of his bride's entourage dispatched from France forthwith. Father would be chagrined, yes, angered, but she could face that well enough, for it was no doing of her own that his master plan to have her reared at the French court and near the king's own dear sister had gone awry. The pain was rather for the slender and radiant La Reine Marie, for the sweet lady would be as good as deserted in a foreign court, with an old and sickly husband king and her dangerous nephew, Francois, the king's wily heir, hungry for his throne. The sharp, wrenching pain was for herself, too. What would father do with her now? She adored the gentle French queen, and was as loath to be torn from her as she was once from her own mother. Mary Boleyn, la petite Anglaise, as King Louis himself had called her, had much company in her emotional agonies as she sat on a richly tapestried chair in the Queen's privy chamber. Sniffles, red eyes, and irregular half-choked sobs came from Elizabeth Grey and Margaret and Jane Dorset and the red-haired Rose Dacre, even Lady Guildford, whom the laughing maids had smugly dubbed their mother protector, wiped her swollen eyes continually as she gave curt orders for the packing to the hovering French maids. "Come, all of you, dry your eyes and regain your composure before our sweet queen returns. Would you have the parting be more painful for her than it already has been? For she has pleaded beyond propriety and beneath her dignity to have a stay." She turned her silver head toward the maids. We, put all the busks and hoops together, it matters not, and perhaps," Lady Guildford continued in one breath, suddenly addressing her English charges again, "perhaps his Grace shall protest this effrontery to his stubborn cousin King Louis." Like the other older girls, Mary rose and tried to assume a calm demeanour. She shook out her lavender velvet skirts and dashed some of Jane Dorset's rice powder on her flushed cheeks. She might be the youngest by far, and a mere maid compared to the others, but she tried with all her strength to emulate the court lady's carriage, manners, and style. Even her soft, clinging lavender gown over the pale yellow kirtle echoed the ornate French fashions the English maids of Queen Mary all strove for. The tight inner sleeve of yellow satin was embroidered and slashed to reveal her soft, lacy chemise, which also peeked out from above the oval neckline, and her velvet slippers and folded back outer sleeves perfectly matched her gown. And certainly she would do much more than copy styles to please the lovely and sad Queen Mary. The bustle of the packing ceased suddenly as the gold and ivory doors to the chamber swept open and the Queen swished in, buoyed by immense pink silk skirts and puffs of Chantilly lace. For warmth and elegance, the Queen's dress bore a 5-foot pink silk train, and loops of ermine and jewelled girdle dripped from her narrow waist. Her angular headpiece picked up the ermine trim of her belt, and her soft-edged pink slippers were studded with amethysts and emeralds. How calm, how radiant and beautiful she looked, as always, the newly awed Mary thought. If she could only be like her some day, so beloved of her ladies and her family. How her brother, the magnificent King Henry VIII of England, had beamed when he hugged her goodbye and kissed her cheek with the fine words, "God be with you, my beloved sister Mary." And she had grasped his great beringed hand, held it to her cheek, and whispered in a voice so gentle few had heard except the lady herself, her royal brother, and the dainty golden-haired maid who held her furred cloak. "You will not forget your promise, my lord, not even if I be gone for years," Mary Tudor had begged her brother Henry. The king had answered bluntly, with a swift sideways look, not even regarding his sister's sad upturned face, it seemed to the Boleyn girl. "No, of course I shall not forget, lady," he had said, and turned away. But that once treasured memory of meeting the glorious Henry, King of England, while her father hovered solicitously behind her, was tarnished now by these events. And through it all, their beautifully complexioned, raven-haired queen was trying to be brave. "Alas, my dears, my husband the king says he wishes me to be a French queen to him, and not surrounded by those who would cushion me from French ways. For now," she put her graceful hand on Lady Guildford's trembling arm, "we must obey. Perhaps when he is assured of how honest and true a French queen he has, though English Tudor blood flows proud in her veins, he will relent." "When your dear brother our Lord King hears of this cruelty, he shall have words for his Majesty indeed," flared the quick-witted Rose Dacre. "I shall tell him of it straight away upon our return, madam." "We must remain calm, Rose, and surely my brother will know of this problem before you could tell him. I pray he will always remember his promised duties to his loyal sister." She smiled a wan, but to Mary, a dazzling smile. The Queen caught Mary's serious face, and their eyes held. "His Grace did relent one tiny bit, Mistress Boleyn, for indeed he said he never meant that you must leave, since you are but a maid, and sent to his court partly for a French education. His Majesty said he never meant la petite blonde Boleyn was to be dispatched." She held out her hand to the girl, and Mary walked the few steps radiantly aglow, despite the surprised stares of the other English ladies. "Madame, I am so pleased to be allowed to stay." She curtsied, then straightened. "Would that the others dearer to you might remain, but I shall do all I can to keep your company." The graceful answer pleased the Queen and seemed to soothe the others who clustered about her for a solemn farewell. There would be no grievous departure scenes in public to kindle court gossip, and the wicked snickers of which the mannered elite of the realm were fully capable. Mary Boleyn's goods were hastily unpacked, and with long last glances and curtsies and clinging of hands, Mary found herself, for the first time, alone with her adored Mary Tudor, the lonely new Queen of France. It seemed most natural to the Queen, and most wonderful to the young Mary, that they were frequently together in the next few months, after the English ladies were banished. The feasts, the dancing, the masques went on without ceasing, although the elderly and ailing King Louis was often too weak to enjoy them. The young Queen immersed herself in the royal revelries to the growing delight of most of the courtiers, who would have been obliged to feel they should diminish their frivolities because their king was temporarily indisposed. Always nearby lurked the charming, clever, and handsome Dauphin François, only 20, but ageless in wit and watchfulness. The young Queen found him engaging and quite irresistible, so the young Mary Boleyn thought. To her 10-year-old eyes, he sparkled with glamour, magnetism, and fascination. And the sensitive young English companion to the French Queen, who observed much but participated little because she was yet a child, idolized her laughing mistress. Yet, though the Queen seemed often among the courtiers, she was never really part of them. Indeed, the fair Reine Marie seemed to wish that time would fly on swifter wings. Often, when they were alone, closeted in the Queen's privy chamber, her Grace would talk on and on of England and her dearest bluff brother Hal, from days before he ascended the throne, and of the most wonderful and jovial people of the Tudor court. "I feel I could readily name them all now, madam," Mary admitted to her Queen one night, as they sat late over warmed wine and a gilded chessboard, to which they paid scant attention as their talk skipped from point to point. "I feel as though I truly know our Queen Catherine and His Grace, and even his dearest companions, as well as, say, Sir Charles Brandon, the delightful Duke of Suffolk." Mary Boleyn laughed her lovely, lilting laugh at the thought of her father's surprise when she could show him she recognized all the important people of the court before his busy hands could even point them out. Then she stopped, suddenly unsure, for the Queen had paled visibly and was grasping an ivory-gilded chess piece in a white-knuckled fist. "Charles Brandon? Delightful. Why do you term him that, Mary?" Her unsteady voice sounded not angry, as Mary had feared, but strangely puzzled and hurt. "I meant nothing by it, Your Grace. It is a word you have used to describe him, and I only thought to—" "Did I now? Delightful. Ah, indeed, he is that, ma petite." She smiled warmly, but her gaze seemed clouded and distant. She sees him even now in her mind's eye, Mary realized, in wonderment. "What else have I said of my brother King's dearest, truest friend, my Mary?" she queried, her voice now playful. Mary remembered well all the phrases of praise and happily recounted events, but she felt quickly shy of repeating her Queen's words. The sure knowledge came swiftly to her naive mind that this woman could have loved elsewhere than her old husband, the French king. Her marriage was, of course, arranged, and she had long before that been years promised to Charles of Castile, but she knew him not. Just because she was a princess and meant for a special marriage bond, could she not have given her heart elsewhere? Would not her own dear brother's best companion be often about, and then— Perhaps I have often said too much to be remembered or related, Mary. Her perfect teeth showed white, and her dark eyes sparkled. She leaned forward across the wide chessboard, her jewelled crucifix trailing its heavy pearl-studded chain over the marble noisily. She reached her pale hand across to cover Mary's smaller one. God forgive me, Mary, but Charles Brandon is the dearest man in the world to me, next, of course, to my brother and my lawful husband. Tears sprang to her eyes and hovered on her thick lashes. Her grasp on Mary's hand tightened. It helps me to have said it, Mary. I pray you will keep my secret. Only 3 others know of it, His Grace and I and the Duke himself. Her gentle voice trailed off, and she loosed her grip on Mary's hand, seemingly surprised she held it so hard. You see, Mary, my Lord King Henry has solemnly vowed that, should I ever be widowed in my willing service to England as King Louis's queen, that I, yes, I alone, may select my next husband. The words were quiet, but fervent. Mary sat wide-eyed and intent, the impact of being privy to such high dealings crashing with the Queen's passionate words on her ears and heart. Indeed, that is most generous and wondrous kind, Your Grace. The girl was at a loss for proper words of comfort. His Majesty, my dear brother, generous and wondrous kind, ma chérie. A musical chuckle floated to Mary across the chessboard. Well, maybe, but there is no way to be certain, you see, for it suited him well to give me that promise at the time, and if it suits him not, should I wish to collect on the strange bargain, the rhetorical question is, my Mary, will he even remember it? Will he honour it if I am needed to wed elsewhere? I tremble with the thrill of the possibility, but with the fear of it too. She held out her hand, palm up, fingers extended toward the girl, and indeed she did tremble, and the carved queen piece quivered in the dancing candle gleams. Her eyes seemed to focus on Mary's earnest, lovely face. You must understand the way of it, Mary. You may thank the Queen of Heaven, the first Mary of all Marys, that you are born to your Lord Father Sir Thomas Boleyn, ambitious and clever though he is, and not to a blooded king. Mary's mouth formed an oval of surprise before she could hide her feelings, and her blue eyes widened honestly. Though she had been taught to cleverly mask her feelings at the court of the Archduchess, as well as at this witty French court, she remained somehow too naive and trusting to master the art. Mary, hearken now. It is this way in our world. With one graceful swoop of her silken arm, the Queen cleared their chessboard, scattering the pieces noisily onto the parquet tabletop. Forget the pretended chess rules, Mary. This is how the game is truly played. This great king can do anything he wills at any time it suits him. She slammed her elaborately carved king piece down in the centre of the board with such vehemence that the girl jumped. And here, Mary, all the little pawns to be spent at his whim to win his daily games at court or at Parliament or between kingdoms or whatever. She pressed a little handful of the gaily painted and gilded marble pawns haphazardly about the loftier king piece. Of course, the king is surrounded by a few knights, men who deem themselves great, not quaint horses as these. But though few knights realise it, they are only pawns. And you, and even I, Mary, we are pawns to go here or there as the king piece wills it. Her nimble fingers flicked the tiny pawns about randomly. Finally, Mary found her voice, despite this sudden strange behaviour of her adored companion. But, madam, you indeed are this great queen piece, and surely not a pawn. No, Mary, I warn that you must learn the actual rules if you are even to survive at royal courts, be they in France or Belgium or fair England or far-off Araby. Her lilting laughter filled the room again. Kings may make certain pawns queens, but be assured they are pawns yet, and their only power comes in realizing this, yes, and in accepting it, as I do. She slumped back, seemingly bereft of the mingled passions that had stirred her uncharacteristic outbreak, her raven locks dark against the crimson velvet of the chairback, her eyes still narrowed in thought, her face flushed, her full breasts rising and falling steadily. She stared, fixedly, at the bewildered girl. "I meant not such a tirade, Mary, and you must know you have nothing to do with my desperation. I usually control it under my smiles and nods and pleasant chatter. It is another lesson you must learn, petite Marie Boleyn."
"Yes, my queen, I am learning, and I'm grateful to my Lord Father that I may learn at your court and from your own lips."
"It is not my court, Mary. Far from it. But, you see, I am most fond of you, and would be sad to lose you, now more than ever since you have seen the real Mary Tudor and her heart's secret, and act as though you love her still."
"Yes, my queen, truly."
"Then, my dear, I hope I may keep you near me, whatever befalls, as it soon may."
"I would stay by your side always."
"But you are only of 10 years, Mary, and always is a good deal longer than that. I fear and pray I may not be queen here long."
"Madam,
Hush, Mary, and vow never to speak of my fears and thoughts that you have shared here tonight, to no one, especially not your father, however much you adore him, and never to the charming Dauphin. He, too, waits and watches, Mary." Puzzlement creased Mary's brow again, but she hesitated not a moment.
"I vow it, my queen."
The slender Queen of France nodded and rose, her hands on the corners of the huge chessboard. Mary knew she was drained of energy and emotion, and she stood waiting patiently to be dismissed. But the Queen leaned close to her again, and her quiet words came at Mary like steel-tipped arrows. "You must understand, you are an entirely vulnerable pawn, Mary. You are so lovely, and will be more so as you mature. As I have told you, you will be the image of your beautiful Howard mother when she first came to my father's court on her new husband's arm. All looked on her and adored her, all, Mary. For she even stood high in favour with my brother Prince Harry before he wed the dowager widow, Spanish Catherine." She stopped her words, uneasy at their import for her young charge, but the blonde girl faced her squarely and did not flinch. "Your father is ambitious, and would be even more powerful in the king's shadow than he is now, so remember to keep your own heart hidden and intact. Maybe you shall find some ploy to choose where you would bestow your love some day, even as I pray I have." Her lithe hand briefly rested against her maid's pale cheek. "But while I can, my English Mary, I shall protect and guide you. I will do that while I yet can." Mary nodded and smiled, her golden curls bobbing gently in affirmation. As she curtsied to the Queen and took a few steps backward to summon the royal attendants, her mistress's voice came again. "And Mary, we shall each keep one of these little painted pawns as a sign of our knowledge and our secret." The girl stretched out her perspiring palm, and the Queen pressed into it a marble green and white gilded chess piece. See, my Mary, a mirror piece of mine, even to the emerald and white of Tudor colours. Tudor pawns, indeed. Again, her swift, silvered laughter filled the tiny privy chamber and Mary's amazed ears as she departed the room. Chapter 3. December the 29th, 1514. Hotel de Cluny, Paris. The sick and old King Louis XII had been dead for a week. He had dropped off to eternal sleep as easily as a rotting apple drops to the ground from the still vigorous tree. The fruit remaining on the tree was ripe and healthy, and the whole vast orchard of fertile France tensed with anticipation. The first long-expected cries of "Le roi est mort" soon became the vibrant shouts of "Vive le roi François," as the lusty 20-year-old nephew of the dead king ascended. François's wily mother, Louise of Savoy, already assembled her son's new counsellors, and his clever and passionate sister Marguerite sent him a barrage of instructions and suggestions. All necessary steps were taken by the new monarch to ensure and strengthen his long-awaited and often doubted succession. Most importantly, the 18-year-old English-bred queen, who had gone from La Nouvelle Reine Marie to La Reine Blanche in the brief transition, was under royal orders of close confinement in the tiny old medieval palace of Cluny. The grieving young widow, the Dowager Queen, was not in any danger, but was rather being protected and sheltered by her step-nephew, the new king. But, although she was not in danger, all knew she could become a danger, and so the custom was fulfilled. She was to be kept under lock and key for 6 weeks to assure the new king that no child of the dead monarch would come from her body to supplant François on his long-desired throne. La Reine Blanche Marie would remain at Cluny until François and his rapacious family were certain she was not pregnant, though François knew well that old Louis had been long since past his vigorous manhood. Still, the former queen was young and vibrant and charming. Had not he himself even wished to seduce her and put away his fat and pious wife, Claude? Perhaps there had been other men about her also, and he must be absolutely sure. Then she must be married off as soon as possible to Savoy or some well-attached French count. She must be kept in France and not returned to her brother, who would no doubt use her again for a marriage advantageous to the English. She must not go to placate François's rival for the title of Holy Roman Emperor, the young Charles of Castile, to whom she had once been promised. Then, too, she was so lovely, so desirable, so ripe for plucking. He would have her about his court for his own uses. The widow herself was in a state of twisted tensions. She was shocked that it was all over so quickly. A few swift months of brocaded processions and twittering courtiers, his withered old hands on her body, and it was over. She had written in secret desperation to Cardinal Wolsey through the new French ambassador, Thomas Boleyn, and more circumspectly to her beloved brother, for her correspondence would be carefully probed by François's new appointees. She lay awake long into the chill French nights, her heart, thoughts, and prayers pounding in the silence, hoping beyond hope that her dear brother would keep his promise, and that she might return to London and wed with her Suffolk. She paced the richly carpeted stone floors, muffled in her white mourning wrap, and peered long, watching for dawn in the grey east beyond the imprisoning square courtyard of Cluny. Grotesque gargoyles bent angularly from above her window, their demonic faces haunting her waking dreams and her racing fears. Then, more often than not, the dear little Boleyn, whom she insisted be kept with her and be allowed to sleep in her chamber, would stir and ask if she were well or if she might comfort her somehow. "You do comfort me, ma chérie, just by being near at this most difficult time. My body aches for sleep, but my thoughts will not allow it. No one can truly understand, and that is well. It is enough you are with me. Sleep now, Mary."
"But, Your Grace, you are so dear to me, and perhaps I can understand just a little."
The girl's long blonde locks were all the exhausted woman could discern in the grey dimness of the room. She advanced, still tightly encased in her ivory wrap, and sat wearily on the foot of her maid's narrow bed. She spoke in a low whisper. "This place shall be the end of me, Mary, if I do not receive word soon. 6 weeks to live in this place, and but one gone already. I shall turn to the grey, cold stone around me. Does the English court not even know what has happened? Forgive me, Mary," she said more quietly at last. "I know your father has conveyed all my pleas."
"Of course he has, Madame, and soon a message will be here."
"Did he tell you it would be here soon, ma chérie?"
I have not seen him, Your Grace, any more than usual. He is so busy as the new French ambassador, you see."
Her quiet voice hung suspended in the silence, and both were soon lost in their own lonely thoughts.
"I know you think often of him, of your brother, the king, and of the Duke, my lady. It is only 7 days. Someone will come soon."
"Yes, indeed, but the one who comes soon is my loving nephew, François, le grand roi. And this visit will be not for pretended condolences, but to force me to marry his mignonne or submit to some other which his mother or sister have suggested. How shall I gainsay him then, Mary, without my brother's might? I fear, Mary, I fear." They instinctively clasped fingers in the darkness, and Mary wished so desperately to offer her older friend a thread of hope, however slender.
"Surely my father will be calling again soon, and you can at least ask his advice, Your Grace?"
"No, sweet Mary, I would not hurt you for all the gold in France, but his advice would be that other charge I fear to obey. Marry, wherever your royal brother could best use you for England, he would say. Well, never, never again." Her fingers tightened so suddenly that they crushed Mary's hand painfully. "I shall tread this course between the Scylla of Francois's intent and the ugly Charybdis that my brother should make me wed abroad again. Never!" She released the girl's hand and rose, a shrouded figure in the gloom. To Mary, her queen looked oddly ghost-like in white, the French colour for mourning. Mary felt the tingling blood rush back into her fingers. She wished to argue with her fair Tudor princess that surely her father could be trusted as the king's great ambassador, and that Henry, too, was a fine Christian king, and would keep his promise to her, for she had heard him say so herself. But she knew well that her mistress did not trust these men when it came to her desperate love for the Duke of Suffolk, and she held her tongue. "I am able to sleep now, I believe, la petite blonde Anglaise. I shall not have the new king find me gaunt with grey lines on my cheeks and brows, and pray God this wretched toothache shall abate before I must face him." Her graceful form glided away from Mary,
toward the great canopied bed, which already bore the fawn and white colours and the salamander badge of the new King Francois I. "I shall tell the king that you are to remain for our interview on the morrow, Mary. It will lend me comfort, and surely he will not begrudge me my only English maid. Sleep well, Mary." "And God watch over us both, your grace," came the whispered voice of Mary Boleyn to the silent grey chamber. Even the sunlight of December looks chilling, thought Mary Boleyn as she gazed at the slate sky over the stony balustrades of Cluny. At least she could bundle up and walk the old Roman ruins in the frozen gardens again today. "If this Hotel de Cluny were on the river, we would freeze indeed, your grace," she observed to her mistress as she sat stiffly in her carved oak chair awaiting the new king. Her heavily brocaded skirts with their stuffed folds looked like carved marble, but Mary knew she was no cold statue. She could see Mary Tudor's quick breathing move the tight-fitted ivory silk bodice under the folds of tulle and white crepe draped gracefully from her shoulders. Jewels winked steadily from both layers of brocade sleeves where they were slashed for decoration, and heavy girdle and rosary chains drooped to the carpeted floor by the tips of her velvet slippers. Mary Boleyn herself felt cold and colourless in her heavy white velvet and brocade gown, which clung to her yet slender form, which promised the full curves of a woman's body. How still the room was, until her dear queen and friend spoke again. "I fear we might freeze anyway, Mary, in our hearts at least, if we do not escape this place soon. He knows full well I am not with child. How I long to burn this colourless brocade and silk and tulle and crepe before his eyes and dance laughing at his consecration at Rheims." Her vehemence frightened Mary, and she felt the knot in the pit of her stomach tighten. "You are only tired, your grace. There will be good news, and soon. How is your toothache?" "Worse, Mary, worse and worse. This oil of peppermint and camphor helps not at all. But then I pain all over, so who is to tell its cause or remedy?" She laughed strangely, and Mary was grateful for the knock on the door. She moved carefully back against the wall to appear as unobtrusive as possible in this confrontation of her powerful betters. Her white skirts rustled surprisingly loudly. The door glided open as if of its own volition, and he was there, larger and grander than Mary had ever seen him at banquet or masque or gaming. His massive shoulders stretched the white velvet taut, and his sleek black head with the fine chiselled features towered near the ceiling as she stared, mesmerised. In that stunning instant she tried not to gape, but his agile legs and hips below his short white velvet ermine-edged cloak fascinated her as he swept past and approached her waiting mistress. White embroidery, lace, delicate tuckings and elaborate ribbings rioted across the white of his short doublet, breech and tight stockings, despite the fact that he, like them, was clothed entirely in white. He radiated warmth and vitality. His muscular legs were revealed in each sinewy twist and turn by the gold filigree material of his garters. He swept off his ermine cap, flowing with pure white heron plumes, and his golden belt, dagger, and the decorated codpiece that covered his manhood, all emanated a richness and heat that neither Englishwoman felt in her mourning whites. Mary Boleyn drew in her breath swiftly in the tiny silence of the room before anyone spoke.
If her dear mistress, Mary Tudor, felt anything of the impact this Valois king had on her, this interview would be interesting indeed. Francois bent gracefully to kiss both of the pale woman's cheeks, and his embrace seemed to linger. "Ma chérie Marie, how is it with you, my most beautiful queen?" "I am queen no longer, your grace, as well you know, but I thank you. I am well." "But so pale, ma charmante. Would that Francois could bring sweet roses to those fair lips and white cheeks." His voice seemed of deepest velvet as the cloak he wore, and his caressing tone so intimate and personal that Mary felt a rush of embarrassment, even as she saw her mistress blush hot under his intense scrutiny. "Your Majesty, I request that my English maid be permitted to stay. She is most dear to me." His sleek head rotated smoothly, and the fierce, dark eyes were on Mary. Unlike anything she had ever experienced, they seemed to sweep over her in a moment, probing, piercing. She remembered to curtsy. "La petite blonde Anglais Boleyn. Oui, I remember. She grows into a Venus, does she not?" The sensual mouth under the long, aquiline nose had formed the remark smoothly, and Mary's heart nearly fell to her feet. To be so complimented by the King of France. But then, she thought, he is merely being charming. What a little fool is the Petit Boleyn, she told herself firmly. The new king and old queen sat together near the window under the huge tapestry of Orpheus and Eurydice, trying to escape from the black reaches of Hades. Mary perched nervously on a gilt chair in the corner and tried to pretend she took no notice of their passionate interview. "You must have no fear for yourself, Mary," Francois's resonant voice assured her. "I shall see you are well cared for always." There was a tiny silence, and the Queen's voice shook when she answered simply, "Merci, my king." "You know you will draw 80,000 francs yearly, and have the revenues of Saint-Ange. You shall want for nothing. And I wish to have you loved and protected by a husband as well as by your adoring king to remain here, ever with us." Mary Tudor's sharp intake of breath shredded the tiny calm. Although his eyes took on a new wariness, Francois du Roy held the pale woman's hand tight in his own and plunged on. "My dear, the Duke of Savoy is from my own blessed mother's family. He is honourable and true, and he shall adore you." The Queen shook her head violently, so her raven curls bobbed free of her white lace angular headpiece. She could not find the voice to answer, and Mary desired to run to her and throw her arms about her shoulders in comfort. But it was the muscular arm of the King of France which was about Mary Tudor's quaking body. "Non, chérie, you favour him not? Then one you know more intimately, and who has loved you always, the Duke of Lorraine. So blonde, so tall and handsome. You have laughed often with him before." The widowed queen stared now at her clenched hand in her white lap, while Francois seemed to hold the other captive. Her youthful body sagged in exhaustion and dejection, and she heaved with silent sobs, but no tears came. Mary Boleyn felt rooted in terror to her chair. "You shall have the great monies of Blois, too, and live like a queen indeed. Marie, ma chérie, which do you choose?" The rush of tears came then, and Mary thought she could hear each as it pelted onto her ivory satin dress, making a tiny silvery print on the material. Still, the distraught woman sat staring at her hand. Mary feared for them both. The king sat like a statue, and then rose suddenly over the sobbing woman and shook her shoulders. "S'il vous plaît, Marie, Marie!" His body tensed like some marvellous great horse before it vaults. Then Mary Boleyn could remain silent no longer, whatever befell her. "Please, Your Grace," she breathed, striding to her mistress in a rush of silken skirts. "She has not slept well, and her teeth ache, and she is so in need of a strong friend." She knelt at her queen's side, as though oblivious to the frustrated king before them, and caressed her shivering shoulder with one slender hand, and held her tear-speckled fists in her other. "Your Grace, all will be well. Surely this great king can aid you if he knows your true heart. For have you not said he is the greatest chevalier in the kingdom? He is a true Christian king, and will be most kind, my lady." Mary Tudor looked up from her lap, her eyes wide and almost unseeing. For one tiny second, Mary feared her anger at her maid's daring to urge her queen to share her heart with one she feared could ruin her only chance for happiness. Then the queen's dark eyes focused on Mary's blue earnest ones, and the tension seemed to flow out of her body. "Would that I were free to wed you myself, ma Marie," came Francois's voice so close to Mary's ear she almost bolted. "Then your fears would not be so great." Will he believe that my mistress loves him only, and therefore she will not wed with his courtiers? Mary wondered. But who would not love this godlike man? "I do love and honour you, my Francois, but not just as you would have it. I would, no doubt, have loved you fully, but for the duty we have owed to others, and my admiration for your Majesty." Mary Tudor rose suddenly, as though to distance herself from the stunned young king. She stood behind her chair, facing him, her cheeks still glistening with tears. Her maid still knelt by her empty chair, and Francois stood with his legs slightly apart and his hands at his sides, waiting. "My dearest lord, before I ever beheld your fine face or was ever promised to King Louis, I loved another. I loved him honourably from afar, and I love him deeply, still, with a true heart, and would love him from afar no longer. Indeed, my brother king did promise once that if I were ever widowed, I might choose my second husband with his blessing." Mary felt Francois tense beside her. She could feel muscle and sinew stiffen, and she feared for them both again. Mary Tudor calmly stood her ground. "And who is this most fortunate of men?" he queried. She hesitated, and then spoke his name in a rush of words and feelings. "The King of England's dearest friend, Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk." The name hung between them, both proud young people, both wanting their own way. Mary Boleyn held her breath, and it suddenly occurred to her that her father might be angered that she dared to so mix in above her place, and support his king's sister in her affaire du cœur. "Then, my sweet love, your brother, King of France, shall aid you to your heart's desire." Francois shouted a laugh and circled the chair to pull the astounded woman roughly to him. Indeed, we shall have you wed here on his arrival, for has not my cousin King wished and promised you your happiness too? He spoke over her dark head tucked perfectly under his chin. Mary Boleyn felt suddenly ashamed that at this joyful minute all she could do was wonder how it felt to be held so tight to that powerful body. Suffolk comes soon with condolences from London, I am told, so we shall see to it. Leave all to me. Mary pulled her head away and gazed up into his animated face. He comes here, and soon. Oui, ma Marie. Then we shall change your widow's weeds to secret bridal. After it all, we shall tell the world, and I shall stand by you both. Fear nothing. Shall I fear not even my brother's anger, my king? No, least of all that. He has given you his promised word. Does he not wish joy for his lovely Tudor rose and his dearest boon companion? I will write him, explaining all, and should he not accept at first, you shall live yet here in France, at the festive court of Francois. His dark satyr's eyes danced, and it occurred to Mary Boleyn that he much resembled a tiny painting from her grandmother's home at Rochford, where the devil awaited a group of lost souls at the gates of hell. Shall she not be a beautiful bride, Demoiselle Boleyn? His white teeth showed when he smiled so, and Mary was entranced. Oui, mon grand roi, she managed. Then I shall see to it that your life shall be filled with joy, my lovely sister Mary. Mary Boleyn rose to stand, gazing in awe at the radiant pair. She smiled brilliantly at her new king, believing that all would now be well. Chapter 4. February the 20th, 1515. Hotel de Tournelle, Paris. The rich Gothic city of Paris was awash with silk banners and crimson bunting. Ribbons and painted standards dripped from narrow windows, and silver and white drapes swung from poles spanning each narrow street along the royal entryway. Each window was packed with common folk, and the elite of the realm peered from hackney or carriage. Every neck craned, every eye squinted into the chill, wintry sun. Every heart thrilled at the triumphal entry of the newly consecrated King Francois I into the city. Every soul believed that today was the beginning of an exciting new era for France. The fabulous event marked the end of official mourning for the dead Louis, who had gone to sleep with his sceptred ancestors beneath the aged stone floor of Saint-Denis Cathedral. This day was the end of his young widow Mary's traditional mourning. Mary Tudor and her little English companion gladly breathed the free air of Paris. But their new-found freedom from their royal quarantine was not what delighted their hearts and spun their lovely heads with joy so intense they were almost giddy. Nor was it the drums or trumpets or French fervour for their new monarch. Charles Brandon, the King of England's own dear friend, stood with the English women on the narrow carved balcony at the palace, and Francois had accomplished all he had promised. Mary Tudor and her beloved Duke of Suffolk had been secretly wed for 2 days. "Your Grace, I can see the silver canopy over his horse," Mary Boleyn shouted, quite forgetting her properly trained modulated voice in her pure excitement. "Oh, look, his horse will not even stay under it and prances about. How fine he rides!" "Yes, my Mary, he has been a fine soldier and horseman much longer than a king." The new Duchess of Suffolk put her graceful jewelled hand on Mary's shoulder, and the fox trim of her furred sleeve tickled Mary's cheek. "All kings ride so, I warrant," came the Duke's voice on the other side of his bride's bobbing head. "Henry Tudor is the finest horseman I have ever had the honour to ride beside." The mere mention of King Henry seemed to throw a pall of silence on the three. Mary darted a quick glance at the handsome couple. Surely they were made in heaven for each other, both so fair of skin, dark eyes and hair, so regal, so desperately wrapped in each other's love. Certainly the great Henry would see this and wish all happiness to his dear friend and his cherished sister. "I wish the terrible silence from my Lord King and Wolsey would cease." Her mistress's voice floated to her ears, nearly drowned by the blare below them in the street. Speaking of silence of any sort struck Mary as ludicrous, for the trumpets, drums, and shouts beneath their vantage point had become a roar like the crested sea in an autumn storm at Dover. "Can he not remember his vow to me, and the love he bears us both?" she shouted, leaning nearer to her tall husband so he could hear. "Thank the dear Lord we have strong allies in Francois and his queen." The Duke's eyes narrowed, their deep fires set off by his dense black hair and beard. "Time and our love are in our favour, my pet, and as for the new French king as our ally, well, indeed, he is his own ally in these dealings." The words were spoken almost as a warning, and Mary Boleyn, though puzzled at their import, turned her attention to the writhing masses of people below. The king was in full view now, attired completely in white and silver. His ivory stallion was nearly lost beneath the gilded trappings and sumptuous saddle. Mary cheered and bounced with the crowds as Francois saluted. He seemed adrift in a sea of brocades and banners, and finally disappeared into the palace below their view. She wished fervently that he were returning victorious to her, blonde Mary from England, and that her beauty and clever, stylish ways would bind him to her forever. What a queen she would be for him, and her father would be so proud. She would invite Mother and Annie for her coronation and dance with Francois before all of their admiring smiles. But what foolishness, she lectured herself, for she was only 10 and a poor English maid, and one he would probably never look on again. She would return to London with her dear mistress, the English king's sister, and only dream of this wonderful moment in the years to come. And what would her Lord Father say if he knew such strange thoughts haunted her dreams? "Mary, Mistress Mary!" The Duke was gesturing to her, for he and his radiant Duchess had already stepped back inside their rooms now that Francois had ended his triumphal return. "Stop your dreaming, nymph, and come in from the chill air." She hastened to obey, for she sought always to please this virile great man whom her princess so adored. He was a close friend to King Henry, and no wonder he was so loved by the fiery Tudors. Could she herself only find a lord so charming and loving as the Duke or Francois du Roi? Mary helped her mistress remove her cloak and noted the rosy blush on her fair cheeks. Though it was still the dead of winter, Mary Tudor bloomed with health and beauty. "My own secret Tudor rose," Lord Suffolk often called her. Surely that glow was the look of love, Mary marvelled. The lovers sat intimately on a pink brocaded settee, and Mary, who delighted in serving them since her mistress wished their privacy from French servants, poured them goblets of crimson burgundy. The new bride's low-cut emerald velvet gown made a splash of colour as the two sat bathed in February sun. "Thank you, sweet little Boleyn," came Lord Suffolk's rich voice, though he needed not thank her for such tender duties. "Forgive me, lass, but I find it a wonder that such warmth and trustful innocence radiates from the daughter of that fox of all politicians, Thomas Boleyn." He saw confused hurt in the girl's eyes, so he added more gently, "Men who serve the king must be clever and wily, Mary. I say nothing against your sire. He serves his king as best he sees it." He took a slow sip of wine, his eyes still on the attentive girl. Her slim body, so daintily attired in the rosy-hued velvet gown, with the deep oval neckline, bent slightly forward as she hung on his words. Along the soft linen chemise which spilled from her wrists and rimmed the bodice, tiny embroidered bees and flowers and butterflies flitted and bloomed. How fresh and spring-like and lovely, the Duke thought. Somehow, this little innocent with the guileless face had indeed managed to be a comfort to a much older, more sophisticated woman whom he had now made his dear wife. "Your father may be here with words from Greenwich Palace and King Henry for us soon, little Mary Boleyn," he said to comfort her and break the silence of his stare. "Do you see him often now he serves his grace, King Francois, here in Paris?" Mary's blue eyes fell to his strong fingers, curled about his goblet stem, as the old, haunting loneliness descended on her again. "No, my lord. He is so busy on King's business, and I so busy in serving my beloved princess, that we seldom have time to see each other here in France." She raised her eyes to the warm gaze of her mistress, hoping for the comfort and understanding support she had often found there, but Mary Tudor smiled warmly upon her husband, as though she had not heard. "Being about the business of the realm keeps us all from doing what we would most love to do, Mary Boleyn. We must all be brave about it. I can see why you are a true companion friend to my dear wife." The girl smiled at him gratefully. She had found comfort where she had sought none. It was only then that Charles Brandon, English gentleman and as fine a connoisseur of women as he was of horses, felt the full impact of the maid's youthful beauty and her magnetic pull beneath the naive face. Her mature looks to come would serve her well at the English court when they were allowed to return, if they were allowed to return. "Mary, please fetch my enamelled jewel box. I wish to show my lord some of my royal regalia." Mary Tudor laughed musically as though there were some clever joke spoken, but Lord Suffolk only narrowed his eyes over his glass of burgundy. Mary knew well the three-tiered white, deep blue and gold box to which her mistress referred. Too, she knew well the jewels nestled there on peacock blue velvet, for she had often plucked one out for her queen's toilet, or seen her ponder over them lately. Poor dead King Louis had popped them at his youthful queen as though they were bonbons or mere baubles. Once, when her grace bathed, Mary held up a massive strand of pearls across her own newly developing breasts, covered with golden brocade, and held sapphires next to her sky-blue eyes, and imagined that... "Thank you, Mary. Leave the door ajar so you can summon us at once, should the ambassador, your father, arrive." Their dark heads bent together over the cache of jewels as Mary curtsied and departed the chamber. She slept now in a small anteroom, since they had moved in state to Francois's palace, and Mary Tudor bedded with her new husband. She picked some needlework from the chair and gazed at it guiltily for a moment before tossing it on her narrow bed. She was much too busy lately for such placid work. What a bore it was anyway, unless one could chat or trade juicy palace gossip to help forget the endless threading and pulling and knotting. Mary settled her rose-hued velvet skirts carefully as she sat, for her mistress had ordered her this new gown and another for after royal mourning, and she intended not to have it wrinkled should she see her father when he came today. Came here, but not to see her. She readily forgave him his busy life, but by the saints, she missed him and suffered that he never sent for her, visited, or even sent a gift. Just notes dashed off, notes to properly serve the king's sister and be grateful for her fortunate station at the court and be worthy of the Boleyn and Butler and Howard blood that flowed in her veins. Flowed! Rather beat passionately, if he only knew. Beat and coursed and cried for her mistress, and now that she was happy, for her, for Mary Boleyn herself. She pushed her head back suddenly, wilfully, against the carved high chair back. But she adored her father so, and would, above all else, make him proud of her. The low voices of Mary and Charles Brandon floated clearly to her in the silent room. Were they indeed arguing over a mirror? The mirror of Naples, no doubt, that huge teardrop-cut diamond on a pendant that sparkled like fire when it hung between Mary Tudor's two full breasts above the deep oval velvet or brocade of a bodice. "It is yours as widowed queen, is it not? They will never ask for it. The cardinal says such would help to change his grace's ill temper at us for the marriage without his permission. My pet, it is a very small price to pay, and Ambassador Boleyn would be the safest channel." Mary Tudor murmured low words of reply, but her usual lilting voice was more muffled than her lord's. They must be planning to send a gift of the Queen's jewel to King Henry then, and her mistress hesitated to part with it. For the favour of the great King Henry, it seems a small price, mused Mary Boleyn. 3 piercing raps suddenly resounded from the door in the next chamber, and the girl hurried to answer it. She hoped she looked pretty and dignified and proper. It was her dear father, standing tensely, his fist poised to knock again, an anxious page boy with a lighted link behind him in the gloom of the passageway. "Father, I'm so pleased to see you." How desperately she wanted to throw her arms about his furred shoulders, but she stood stock still as he pushed the door open wide and entered. "The Princess and Lord Suffolk are here, Mary?" His swift, sidelong glance took in the whole room instantly. "Yes, father. There, father, within." "Awaiting me?" "Yes." "Close the door, girl, and announce me. Also, Mary, do not leave. I would see you afterwards. You and I have business to settle." Her heart leapt. Business to settle? It was obvious he was angered. At her. But he had told her to serve the princess well, and maybe now she would return with the Tudor rose to the English court. Surely that had been his ultimate goal for her. Automatically, she closed the heavy door and slipped past her silent father into her Grace's bedchamber. To her astonishment, her mistress had been crying, and the Duke was endeavouring to comfort her. He looked up nervously, and his dark eyes squinted at the girl standing in the dusk beyond the sunny pool where they sat. "Your Grace, the English ambassador, my Lord Boleyn, wishes to see you. He awaits." Charles Brandon jumped to his feet, and Mary Tudor wiped her cheeks with her fingers. From somewhere, as Mary had seen her do time and again, the proud woman covered herself with composure and nodded. "We will see him now, Mary." She curtsied and backed from the room, nearly bumping into the angular form of her father, his arms folded across his cloaked chest, his hat now held in one hand. "Her Grace will see you now, my lord." He nodded and entered, closing the door firmly. How suddenly familiar it all seemed, seeing him and being so formal and having to wait while he talked behind closed doors to others, like that long-ago day at Hever, when he told Mother he was sending Mary away. Tears came to her eyes unbidden, and she felt weak and tired and very alone. Mary Tudor truly needed her no longer, not like she had. She was glad that her Grace was happy and in love, so why should she cry? Father was angry, and she feared his displeasure. Dreaming of Hever and Mother always hurt, and how much she wanted someone wonderful and grand like the handsome French king to love her. She fought for control of herself. She was never like her mistress and the others when it came time to hide emotions. She still had much to learn before she could ever face the royal court of the English king. She peered at her azure eyes in her tiny silvered mirror and wiped her cheeks, carefully pinching them for colour. Slowly, she dusted her face with powder, re-smoothed her coif, twined her side curls about her index finger, and let them pop back into place. She paced and tried to make her mind a blessed blank, but her thoughts darted about the room and tried to pierce the thick wooden door behind which the great Henry's lovely sister faced the great Henry's ambassador. Surely he would be meek before the king's dear sister. Then he was there. His face was impassive, but his eyes gave away his tension and his anger. "Sit, Mary. I will be brief." "Please, Father, stay for a while," she thought. But she sat, gracefully, correctly. "It is difficult to say how long the Princess Mary and the Duke will be staying here in France. When they leave, it may not be to return to the English court. And so she has released you from your service to her, and you will join Queen Claude's household here as a maid of honour to continue your schooling in French and court ways." Mary's face showed her dismay clearly, and she clenched her hands as though she would implore him. "But, my lord, she said she needs me and wishes me to remain with them." "With them, Mary?" His voice spewed venom, and her eyes widened in terror as though he had hit her. Then he lowered his tone and bent menacingly close. "My foolish girl, there may not be them unless the king's blood greatly abates. The fool Suffolk has committed a treasonous act in this illegal marriage. He dares to come so near the throne in marriage, an effrontery to his Lord King and to his once best and trusted friend, our sovereign king." "But King Henry promised her she might choose her husband should King Louis die," Mary interposed weakly. "Ha! His Grace promised one day, perhaps, but that is not the way the wind blows now. She is important state business, and she has ruined it all." "She is only a woman in love, my lord." "She is also a fool, and will pay dearly, starting with this." He extended his clenched fist, and there lay the jewel of Naples in his square palm. How dull and heavy it looked against his flesh, she thought irrationally. "I will not have you go down with her, child. I thought she was the one for you to serve." He swallowed audibly and pocketed the great gem. "I was mistaken." "The new King of France favours the marriage, my lord. Surely he will help to turn his Majesty's mind." He reached for Mary's shoulders, and his fingers hurt. Stupid girl. He was only too pleased to have a valuable marriage pawn out of the way of a dangerous English alliance. He would have turned bigamist himself to keep Mary Tudor from a marriage to Charles of Castile. The fond and friendly Francois helped them only to their own destruction. Tears ran in jagged paths down Mary's cheeks and fell off her chin. Each time she blinked, she felt the droplets plaster her thick lashes. Tiny involuntary sobs racked her throat. Her father took his hard hands away and stepped back a pace. "You have been trapped and used, child, and I will not have that. You are too important to my plans. I only hope the king never hears you were privy to their marriage plans and never told me, and I pray he never blames me for not having stopped them, though I could hardly have stopped the wily fox Francois from his meddling." Francois and Claude and their household progressed toward Amboise, he went on. "It's on the Loire where they will establish their court. You are going with them on the morrow." He looked sideways at her small oaken garderobe. "You must pack immediately." "They stay not here at Tournelle?" she heard herself ask. "Paris is noisome and too near the Church's powers. It is another wise move. Needless to say, Princess Mary and the Duke remain here until they can work out their difficulties one way or the other." "You are helping them?" "I help only my king, child." He turned to go, and she stood, desperate for kinder words, for a gentle look. "And of course, the Boleyns," he added at the door. "Dry your eyes, Mary. We are blessed that the new queen will take on 2 young English girls. She is pious, and the people love her, though much as with our own king, Francois loves elsewhere." "You said 2 English girls, father?" "Your sister Anne joins you this summer. I go home to fetch her when I take this bauble to his grace. I expect you will know to take good care of Anne. She is witty and clever already, though her looks will never match your Howard beauty." "At least I shall have Annie's company," thought Mary, as he swung the door wide and the dozing link boy jumped to attention in the hall behind. "But Annie is only 8. And Annie is mother's baby." "Anne is young, my lord, younger than I when I went to Archduchess Margaret's court. Now mother will have empty gardens at Hever," she thought. "Younger, but perhaps with more sense, Mary. Remember, everything the 2 of you do can and will reflect on me and the Boleyns. Make me, and your mother, proud, Mary. Bid farewell quickly to the Princess Mary. I will keep in touch." The door closed. Mary sank, drained, on her narrow bed. At least she would have Annie to get to know again, to help, to mother, to love. He did not even remove his cloak while he was here, she thought bitterly. She began to sob. Chapter 5. June the 22nd, 1517. Château d'Amboise. The ponderous, lumbering medieval castle of Amboise was a miracle of rebirth. The massive stone walls had sprouted arabesques of arches, and charming pinnacles pointed their creamy fingers into the tall blue skies of the sheltering Loire Valley. Rich parquet floors and spacious windows graced the once gloomy chambers, and spans of fragrant foliage edged the formal gardens of Persian roses and gentle, scented lavender. From fountains arched tiny rivulets of clear water, and Italian tapestries and paintings caressed the papered walls in gallery and chamber. Francois's chateau stood proudly at the glowing dawn of the French Renaissance. In the 3 years since the decrepit Louis XII and his ancient order had passed away, all of France had flourished under the promised hope of the new king's ascension. On Francois's badge stood the mythical salamander, which could survive fire, and so far Francois had been true to his motto, I nourish and I quench. In the past 2 years, the young king had marched south, conquering the Swiss and making a triumphal entry into Milan. He had been honoured by the Pope, had breathed the learned, artistic air of Renaissance Italy, and had returned victorious to Marseille, stuffed with new plans, laden with Italian styles, and accompanied by the 64-year-old Leonardo da Vinci. Francois's power and patronage gave great impetus to the new France. He both extinguished the settling ashes of the Middle Ages and nourished the glowing kindling of the Renaissance. Transformation had touched Mary Boleyn's life, too, for she was a part of the upheavals and shifting times. Uprooted from her disgraced mistress and guardian, the young widowed French queen, she had joined the 300 ladies-in-waiting to the pious, ever-pregnant Queen Claude. She had delighted at the Queen's belated coronation this past season and rejoiced with the realm when an heir was finally born this year after 2 darling but dynastically useless daughters. And finally, though she never fully understood why it had taken so long when her father had promised it 3 whole years ago, her 11-year-old sister, Anne, had joined her at Francois's fashionable court. "But Mary," Anne had complained more than once since she had arrived a week ago, "why must we always be in chapel or studying Latin texts? Even the needlework is, well, so religious." Mary sighed, for Anne voiced the exact sentiments of most of Claude's sheltered demoiselles d'honneur. "Her Grace is a good and pious woman, Annie, and we are her charges. She will not always keep us from the other court. We are too many for her to watch, and some of us shall be noticed, sooner or later. You will see." "The other court of du roi Francois." "Oui, ma Marie, but I am only of 11 years, and I doubt I shall see much beauté or galanterie. C'est grand dommage." Mary put down her petty point on the marble sill and gazed fondly on the lovely valley with its rim of blue-green forests and its carefully etched ribbons of grapevines. But today, Mary mused, she and Annie could actually be a part of that lovely naturally hued scene, for Anne wore golden satin slashed to reveal a daffodil yellow brocaded kirtle underneath her full skirts, and she herself was in the palest of green watered silk with silvery threaded trim along the low oval bodice, double slashed sleeves and waistline lacings. Yet, sitting quietly like this, did not Annie's golds and yellows make her dark eyes dance even more, whereas her own gentle greens just made her meld into the scene unnoticed? "You shall go far some day, Annie. Your Latin is perfect, your French is beautiful, and you are so witty and clever already. And look at me, 14 and still a reclusive English maid, much alone, save for you, Annie." "I wish you would no longer call me that, Marie. It sounds so very childish, as though I still toddled at Seminet's knee in leading strings. I wish to make well in the adult world now, and father says he knows my wits and charm will take me far some day." Mary felt strangely stung by the girl's words, and she knew her face showed it. She had never quite mastered the etiquette of the disdainful mask to cover hurt or sorrow. She kept her graceful neck arched toward the window and her wet eyes on the abundant green Loire and the gentle hills. Of course, Anne, and father is always right. As I said, you shall reach far at court, whether it be Francois or our own kings. Of that I am certain. If I only had your face, though, Marie, and were not so thin and pale and raven-haired. And she lowered her pleasant, girlish voice until it was barely audible, and Mary leaned closer. If it were not for my foolish hand. Mary glanced to Anne's lap, where the offending fingers curled carefully under the mesh of her newly begun embroidery. As always, she had secreted the tiny stub of the sixth unwanted finger which sprang from her slender, small finger of her left hand. No one notices it, Anne. You cover it so beautifully with your tapered sleeves. If anyone should ever laugh, I know I should hate them instantly. And somehow I would find a way to make them suffer, too. Her thin, dark brows knit and her eyes narrowed. She has much of George's temper in her and must learn to bridle it, thought Mary hopelessly. Why do we not feel closer, as I thought we would when she arrived? Surely time together here will change that. Marie, Anne, we are allowed to go now if we wish. I knew we could escape post-noon duties if we just bided our time. I knew it. The gleeful messenger was Jeanne Dulac, who Mary admired tremendously for her red-haired beauty and her popularity with many handsome courtiers. The thrilling message was that they were free for several hours to see the glorious tilt match in the gardens with the king and his beautiful friends. They did not even stop to return their needlework to their rooms or to get a proper head cover, for the hour was late and no doubt the festivities had already begun. Mary would see Francois again, Francois du Roi, her secret, passionate fantasy since his magnetic eyes had rested on her momentarily 3 years ago, and he had termed her a young Venus. How wonderful, how distant he was, and those that surrounded him, how blessed. Now, Anne, you shall see those great ones of whom we have told, and the wonders of the court, Mary promised breathlessly as they descended the great curving porphyry staircase and traversed the long gallery which linked the chateau to the formal gardens. Francois had cleared a huge expanse for the tilt-yard, and frequently, in the warmer months, came the seductive sounds of trumpets and cheers. Oui, you shall see the other court, the one any red-blooded Frenchman would prefer to our shadowed world of the saintly Reine-Claude. Jeanne put in as they slowed their pace, aware that they were in public now, despite the deserted state of the formal gardens in the golden sun. Deserted except for the white-haired, bearded old Italian master, whom Francois now patronized. He sat with his profile to them, his sketch-pad poised on his lap, while he gazed at a distant vista. The premier peintre, architecte et mécanicien des rois, to use his proper title, explained the lovely Jeanne as though she were lecturing guests. The king says his Da Vinci paints the valley here and dreams he is home in Florence. The king himself told you that? Asked Mary in awe. Well, I heard him say it to Françoise de Foix only the other day, Marie. Jeanne returned nonchalantly. She turned to Mary's little sister. Françoise du Foix is the king's present maîtresse en titre, ma petite Anne, Jeanne added. Indeed, I have told Anne of her and of them all, Jeanne, though she has not had the chance to see them before today, Mary said. I understand the English king must hide his mistresses from the court. Is it true? It seems all rather uncivilized, Jeanne commented. Mary was grateful she need not answer, for they were at the brightly festooned galleries, and the joust was already in progress. The crowd roared its approval sporadically, and the blare of marshals' voices broke in to announce names and titles and outcomes of each bout. Fawn and white bunting puffed, then fell in the warming breeze as the girls peered over the heads of those not perched in the elevated seats to catch sight of the present fray.
"It is Bonnivet himself,"
whispered the excited Jean.
"I can tell by his armour and crested plume." "The dearest friend to the king,"
recited Anne, for the clever girl had indeed learned her catechism of honoured names and titles from her sister in the week she had been at Amboise. "And all know he adores and wishes to seduce the king's sister, Madame du Alençon, who loves her own husband not at all," added Jeanne, as though anxious to impress with her knowledge of inner-circle scandal. "Come, there must be some seats in the pavilion where we can see better." The English girls followed her carefully, wending their way through the rainbow silks and slippered feet along the rows of cushioned benches. They wedged themselves in among a cluster of other unattached flowering mignons of the vast court, and thrilled and applauded with their neighbours. To Mary's deep disappointment, Francois himself had jousted first, and they had missed his splendid victory over his picked opponent of the day, Lautrec, the brother of his mistress. Both Mary and Jean sought to educate the wide-eyed Anne as to who were the most important people, but many were too distant across the field in the facing royal gallery, and some sat well ahead of them, their fine coiffures or plumed hats the only way of identifying them.
"That fine and beautiful lady there, the lively one now chatting with the king's own mother, is she not Françoise Dufoy, his mistress?"
asked the girl excitedly. "Non, indeed, ma petite," cut in Jeanne's voice as Mary began to answer. "That is the king's beloved sister, Marguerite, his mignon, he calls her. The jewelled lady seated over there is Françoise, for she is not a favourite with the king's mother and sister, though he listens well to them in all else. To be Françoise Dufoy or any other lady he gazes on with love, thought Mary solemnly. How wonderful. Better that than to be his queen, fat and white-faced and always swollen with child, and only bedded when another nursery cradle was to be filled. Everyone knew Françoise Dufoy was his third official mistress, but she was so stunning and so gay. Surely this affair would last on and on. "I said, Marie, René de Brosse stares with lovesick eyes at you, as he did in the gardens last week." Jeanne elbowed her gently and looked in the opposite direction.
"Do not look that way now, silly, or he will know you have noticed."
Mary felt herself blush slightly, but with difficulty she kept her expression unconcerned. "I favour him not, Jean Dulac. I swear he is but 15 and he still has pimples. I would much rather have his older brother, Guillaume, take note of me." Jean's silver laugh floated to Mary's ears. "Guillaume, my Anglais charmant, is 2 years wed, though that has stopped few dalliances of other men. With that bridegroom the Wardesi is faithful to her still."
"Marie, he is making his way over here.
You are right. He is very awkward," Jeanne went on. She patted her beautifully wrapped reddish tresses. "Shall Anne and I start on ahead? I would introduce her to my sister, Louise." Mary rose with them stubbornly. She did not like the way Jeanne assumed charge of her little sister, nor did she care to be deserted with the gangly René.
"Do not be such a goose, Marie,"
scolded Jean. "You are a ravishing maid. All the ladies say so. And it would do your reputation and experience no harm to be escorted by a courtier from a fine family, pimples or no. Maybe you can convince him to introduce you to his brother." Her green eyes tilted up as she smiled at Mary. "Oh, do, Mary. I shall be fine with ma bon ami Jean," added Anne, as they turned and threaded their way through the courtiers. Mary felt like a stranded boat on a rainbow sea of silks only momentarily, for René soon approached and doffed his lavender-plumed hat. His gangly body was encased in pale purple silk, and even the slightly padded, ornate doublet and the deep-cut, white velvet-lined second sleeves could not make his thin shoulders look masculine, nor could the bulky, tied and jewelled garters on his lean legs develop his calves or the swells a man's legs should have. Her eyes darted behind him for anyone she might know. Then she smiled and nodded and listened as he took her arm and guided her from the stands. She had not even set eyes on Francois, so the day was nearly ruined anyway. What could a walk with René add or detract to the once beautiful day now? "How does Queen Claude after the birth of the Dauphin?" the tall lad was asking. He bent solicitously close for her answer. "Somewhat weak and sickly still, monsieur," she responded, wishing he did not lean so near as he brushed against her. She was suddenly angry with herself that they had left the tournament early. She could still hear the clash of lance on shield and the solemn announcements of pursuivants clearly behind them. "You no doubt miss the Dowager English Queen Mary, whom you served before," he chatted on. "At least she has returned to her homeland now. Did you know she had to bribe her brother and stole some of her queen's jewels to do it? And when she reached Calais to sail home, she had to hide from an angry mob. The French royalty do not make such foolish marriage vows. She is fortunate the English roi forgave her." "Please, René," Mary cut in, "say nothing unkind of her. I do miss her greatly. She was dear to me." "Ah, of course, ma Marie. And do you know when you blush, you are exquisite. Your hair looks so golden, so adorable, uncovered, and your eyes and face are that of a Diana," he said, putting out his hand against a tall, trimmed privet hedge to stop her slow progress. "I have worshipped your beauty from across the room too long." His voice broke. Now, she thought warily, this is a swiftly different tack. He has learned fancy court flattery well. "I thank you for your kindness, Monsieur René." She hesitated, on the brink of either fleeing or giggling as he moved the other hand slowly, tentatively, to her narrow waist. "Could you not learn to address me as Mon René, chérie?" Before she could step back or raise a halting hand to his chest, he dipped suddenly and crushed her lips with his. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she thought instantly that it was quite impossible to even fantasize that she could so intrigue a charming, dashing man like Francois with this whelp wrapped around her. She pushed hard against his chest, but he did not budge. Instead, he tightened his grip, pulling her full breasts against his narrow silken chest. She turned her head stiffly away and was surprised to hear the shrill pitch of her voice. "René! Non, s'il vous plaît!" She twisted away. They went slightly off balance and bounced against the sharp pricker hedge. She shrieked in fright and pain as he bent to kiss her throat and pulled jerkily at the low square décolletage of her dress.
"My precious Diana, I can do much for you here at court," he was saying brokenly. He sounded quite breathless. He was from a powerful family. Perhaps her father would be angry if he ever heard she had offended Ad de Brosse, and that silly Jean would no doubt gossip and laugh.
"No, no!"
she shouted, despite her fears, as his long fingers plunged into her dress and brushed a taut nipple. Did he think her such an English simpleton as to lie with him here in broad daylight in the King's gardens?
"Pardon, jeune monsieur,"
came a strange, crackling voice, and a huge, thin hand descended on Renée's shoulder, pressed close against her own, now bare shoulder. René raised his head, his eyes wide, his mouth open.
"The demoiselle does not wish your attentions now, monsieur, and it takes a wise warrior to know when to retreat, see?"
Mary saw it was the old white-haired artist from Italy, whom King Francois so favoured. Pray God the king himself was not about to witness this shameful display.
"Signor da Vinci,"
René responded, taking his hands from Mary so suddenly that she almost tilted into the privet hedge again. The old man steadied her elbow, and she quickly shrugged her bare shoulder to pull up her dishevelled dress.
"Perhaps mid-afternoon is a poor time for romance, especially in near view of the King's tournament, eh? You are Monsieur de Brosse, are you not?"
"Oui, Signor da Vinci." René looked suddenly like a huge, whipped puppy. That he unhanded her so quickly and did not show anger at Monsieur da Vinci was no doubt because the whole court knew well how the king cultivated and honoured the old man. It was said they often spent hours together just talking.
"Another time would be better than Monsieur de Brosse. I shall be honoured to walk your lady back to the chateau."
Obviously disconcerted, but at a loss for a reply, René bowed and leaned to scoop his hat from the even-cut turf.
"Mademoiselle Boleyn,"
he said curtly, and disappeared around the hedge.
"I have not rescued a maiden in distress for years, Mademoiselle Boleyn,"
Signor da Vinci said, quietly, musically, and she marvelled at the way he almost sang his French.
"You are the English ambassador's daughter, are you not?"
he intoned.
"Oui, Signor da Vinci. Merci beaucoup for your aid. The attentions were quite unwanted."
"Ah, si. We will say no more of that. I was just trying to see how the crags across the valley touch the tiny cliff clinging down on either side when I heard you. The Loire is much like the far reaches of the Arno, you see."
They strolled easily around the hedgerow, and there was the lovely fountain and opening view where the girls had seen him earlier. He had not moved all afternoon.
"I live at Clou, in a spacious house His Majesty granted me. But the visitors here are much more pleasant, well, more like home."
His eyes went past her, far over her shoulder, and clouded beneath his bushy, snowy eyebrows.
"Florence, signor?" "Si, Firenze. But now, this shall be my home."
He sighed
and motioned for her to sit next to him on the marble fountain ledge. Pleased, she did so, carefully, as he picked up his discarded notebook and stick of brownish charcoal. "Is this," he nodded his head toward the valley, "French and Italian view only, or could it be your England?" She gazed slowly over the misty haze of easy hills and azure sky and plunging valley. "I have seen no English view like this, Signor, but England has its lovely rivers and beautiful hunt parks, and English gardens are wonderful." Her voice trailed off. "You see one now? A lovely garden in the eye of your heart. And you could tell me every tiny petal in it, every butterfly and sunny splash, could you not? Knowing how to see, that is the most important gift from God. Sapere, vedere." His left hand nearly skimmed over his paper now, but it seemed he seldom lowered his eyes from the stony pinnacles beyond. She watched, breathless, yet wanting to ask him what he discussed for long hours with his patron, Francois, and what he thought of the wonderful man. He finished then and bent his head over his notebook. His huge nose seemed to point directly at the charcoal misty cliffs and forests and towns he had drawn so effortlessly. He writes backwards, she thought, as he labelled the sketch, but assumed it was merely that the Italian looked so strange. He turned to her and seemed to stare for long minutes, but she felt totally at ease. "Has Chloé sketched you?" he questioned finally. "No, Signor. He is the court artist." "And are you not of the court, Mademoiselle Boleyn?" "No, Signor. Only one of Queen Claude's maids of honour." "Ah, that other peaceful and moral court," he said, and rose. "I move more in the worldly court of kings' projects," he continued in lilting French. "I draw canals for Romatin, I sketch scenery for court masks, I keep my notebooks. I remember other kings and projects and notebooks. But enough of an old man's whimsies." Mary noticed other people now meandering back across the formal gardens from the tilt-yard. If only Francois himself would come along and hail his artist, and then, "I shall sketch you some day," he was saying. "You could be a Florentine beauty, you know, fair and blonde and azure-eyed. You show your most inner thoughts in your eyes, when it is an unfashionable thing to do. But how touching and how feminine. Like La Gioconda." He smiled, and his eyes were misty again. "I shall not forget you. I shall see you again, Mademoiselle Boleyn." He folded his notebook pertly under his brown silk arm and bowed slowly. "Remember my motto, fairest lady. At court, knowing how to see can be one's very survival. Adieu." He turned and walked slowly across the terraced lawn before she could reply, and she realized she had foolishly raised her hand to wave at his retreating back. Knowing how to see, yes, indeed. And knowing how to avoid that whelp René de Brosse, and keep Jeanne from sniggering, and Annie from prying. Chapter 6. December the 13th, 1518. Paris. The first 2 days of the visit of the King of England's ambassadors to Paris were the most thrilling of Mary Boleyn's life. Her father was always rushing about the proximity of the Palais de Tournelle, where Francois and Claude resided during the visit. Then, too, the ceremonies and festivities forced the newly pregnant Queen to dispense with her usual strict and solemn schedule so that Mary would be able to see the wonderful Francois at close range. Most marvellous of all, Mary had been selected as one of the 20 ladies-in-waiting to accompany the Queen as honour attendant. As the laughing, buoyant Francois had put it, "The lovely demoiselle should be a very special scenery for this glorious fête." Even on the first day of the official visit by King Henry VIII's 30 hand-picked ambassadors and their privy advisers, Mary had been present to see the royal greeting. Francois was determined to match, indeed to surpass, the glittering reception his envoy, Bonnivet, had received last autumn at Hampton Court from Cardinal Wolsey and his dear cousin, Henry. And now that the 1-year-old French Dauphin was married by proxy to the 2-year-old daughter of King Henry and his Spanish Queen Catherine of Aragon, Anglo-French relations were much improved, and Francois would allow no stinginess of gala hospitality. All of the maidens who toted the ermine-edged trains of the king's mother, sister, and wife were fair and blonde, chosen from the 300 ladies of the Queen. On the morrow, they were all to be dressed in gentle golds and beiges and creamy-hued silks to complement Master Leonardo da Vinci's spectacular painted setting for the great celebration at the Palais du Bastille. But today, at the Bastille, a more circumspect and regal pomp was the order of the day. Mary, in contrast to her expensive and frivolous dress for tomorrow, had chosen a gown of mauve-coloured silk and delicately sculpted brocade today. The smooth lilac bodice was taut to push her well-developed breasts fashionably up above the neckline rimmed with seed pearls, and the gently rustling skirts shifted from mauve to violet hues as she walked. The full outer sleeves were lined with soft but inexpensive rabbit fur, and the fitted inner sleeves dripped a narrow cuff of open-weave Belgian lace. Mary nearly floated on a cloud of tremulous joy as she and the other maids arrived at the lumbering grey-stoned Bastille, with the heavy trains of the king's ladies. The French royal party would follow soon after to take up their official stances. Then, on a fine-tuned cue, the English envoys would approach, with their formal bobbing of heads and wax-sealed documents of greeting. But several of the peripheral English advisers were in evidence already, ascertaining propriety, scanning the vast expanse of the public audience hall, or scuttling about from the French marshals to the self-important Ambassador Boleyn and his privy staff. To Mary's delight, there was a pause in the bustlings, and her father, looking resplendent in his ermine and velvet, his heavy chest crossed by a massive golden chain, motioned her to him. He stood behind a somewhat shaky portable desk, with seals and wax and a disarray of paper, giving orders, questioning men who darted here and there at his will. As Mary neared him, carefully avoiding the vast length of purple velvet carpet on which the English party would approach the enthroned Francois, he ordered the desk cleared and removed. Only one young man, taller and broader-shouldered than the rest, remained in low conversation, so Mary paused a few steps distant, poised, excited. The young man listened earnestly to Lord Boleyn, his strong brown head cocked, his muscular silken legs slightly apart, and still he was as tall as her father. She had never noted that man before. He was either French, on her father's staff, or maybe newly come from London. Anyway, he was in the way, for she seldom spoke with her father alone, and never when he was in such a fine mood. She tapped her silken slipper in growing impatience. Then they both stopped and glanced at her, and her father extended his beringed hand. "You look lovely, Mary. Being the English ambassador's daughter has helped you to be here today, though you will look the part. Whose attendant are you to be?"
"The Queen's, my lord, though the King's mother and sister have as many bearers."
Fine. He turned away and gestured to an aide, who advanced swiftly. He seemed to forget that she stood there at all, and that he had not even seen her for 3 months. It was then she noticed the other man again, and realized he had never looked away from her, nor stopped his deliberate, slow perusal of her face, her figure, her mauve-hued brocaded dress. He seemed to study her quite unabashed. Her first impulse was to turn heel on such a rude scrutiny, but she still hoped to speak further with her father, and somehow she was curious about this tall man, though his frank, roving gaze unsettled her. He wore rich browns to match his hair, but his raiment did not look as fussy or costly as she was used to seeing at the grand and glorious court at Francois. He had a rugged face with high cheekbones, and not the chiselled features of a Francois or René de Brosse. His brows were raven dark and rakish, his jaw square and strong. His nose was well-formed enough, although it appeared he had broken it at least once, probably in some brawl or joust, she thought. She hated to admit it, but the man stood with an angular grace of easy stance and masculine charm. His mouth, which quirked up in apparent amusement or pleasure at her emboldened stare, was wry, and somehow very interesting. Then he grinned brazenly, and she looked away to feel the colour mount to her breasts, pushed up above the neckline of mauve silk and seed pearls to her neck, her cheeks. "Tell the fool to see to it in the anteroom before the gendarmes form up," came her father's exasperated words into her consciousness. "S'blood, I shall see to it myself." He spun and was gone in a swirl of jade-green cloak, the distraught messenger trailing after him. Mary was embarrassed to find herself standing only 4 feet from the staring tall man, and no one in shouting distance in the whole vast purple-bedecked hall. "What good fortune," came the man's low voice in an English accent. "I beg your pardon, sir," she returned as icily as possible, and stood her ground as he took a presumptuous step forward. "That the Lord Ambassador leaves me here as escort to his so lovely daughter, Mary Boleyn." He said her name somehow differently, and it intrigued her. "He hardly left you as escort, sir." She hesitated, not wanting to leave, despite his rank impudence. "I must return to my duties." He fell in easily beside her as she walked slowly along the edge of the velvet runway. "Please allow me to introduce myself, Lady Mary. I am here on my first visit to France, and my French is rough at best. It pleases me to find so charming a lady with whom I can converse in my own tongue. The French women seem to flit about a great deal, but I prefer a fair and honest English maid any time." How did we get on this tack so suddenly? Mary wondered, keeping her eyes lowered. His huge feet almost brushed the hems of her skirts as they walked. "You have become shy, Mary Boleyn. but a moment ago I was certain your fiery glance could match my own." She lifted her head jerkily to face him and met those deep, brown, probing eyes again. He seemed young, yet somehow worldly.
"Are you someone's English secretary, sir?"
she parried, hoping the point of her barb would sting. But he just gave a shouted laugh, and she desperately hoped that the other girls and her father could not see them or hear his rudeness. "I am a ward and often companion to our great King Henry, Mary, whom we all serve even when we are safely ensconced in the cloistered court of Queen Claude." His teeth shone very white when he smiled. It suddenly annoyed her that he could have sun colour on his face in December when most Englishmen were silken pale.
"Indeed, sir, I meant not to offend.
But you did mean to offend, Golden Mary. Touché." He chuckled again at her, and she disliked him more than ever. How dare he jibe at her and read her thoughts? She had taken quite enough of his ill-timed wit, King Henry's courtier or not. "Your clear blue eyes give you away, Mary," he was saying, apparently with all seriousness, as she turned in a rustle of mauve brocade. She did not look back, even when his last words floated to her alert ears. "William Stafford at your service always, Mademoiselle Mary Boleyn."
It annoyed her that the impromptu interview had unsettled her so, and especially that William Stafford had seen her father dash off as though he cared not at all for his daughter. Still, her father had complimented her appearance, and she knew he felt proud that she was a part of this important international occasion. She soon forgot the annoyance at being ignored by her father and teased by William Stafford in the pomp and glory of the afternoon. The king looked more godlike than ever, and she could watch his aquiline profile clearly over the Queen's plump shoulder from the screened platform in the corner of the stage. He sat enshrined on a royal dais, his silver cloak lined with heron's feathers, setting off his muscular body encased in golden silk. He nodded and raised his hand in salute to the Englishmen who displayed their official papers and recited the English king's salutations in deep-voiced Latin. When it was over, Francois, his advisers, and his trinity of bedecked and bejewelled women descended from the stage and retreated down the lengthy purple velvet path edged with 200 gendarmes, gilt battle-axes held perpendicularly before their grim faces. Mary shuddered with excitement. Her eyes darted proudly to see her father's alert gaze as she swept by, poised on the left rim of Queen Claude's heavy train. But she fought to control a grimace when she caught the intense stare of that rude William Stafford, only one aisle beyond King Henry's royal ambassadors. The second day of the English visit continued in a marvellous fantasy of beauty, glory, and grandeur. After an elaborate formal mass at Notre Dame early in the day, the crystal afternoon air resounded with the trumpet blares, crashes, and rumbling clinks of a formal joust. Though Mary and the other maids of honour had not been able to attend the gay tournament, the loss was easy to bear, for they spent the afternoon in final fittings of their lovely Florentine gowns and in rehearsal for their roles at the evening banquet. "It is the most beautiful gown I have ever had," Mary admitted to Eugenie, fair, blonde, and blue-eyed like herself. "The Queen said Signor da Vinci sketched each costume separately to blend with his mask scenery. I cannot wait to see it all." "It will be magnificent," responded the petite Eugenie as she stretched her silken arms luxuriously over her head. "I detest standing about for measurings and tuckings and... You know, Marie, we shall have to carry these gowns with us and dress at the Bastille. It would never do to offer du roi a sweetmeat with a wrinkled skirt." She laughed and turned away, and Mary's excited eyes took in the tumble of gentle-hued colours about the vast room, blonde beauties all, with their silk garments of creams and whites, pale yellows and golds, punctuated only by the more homely colours of the dressmakers, who cleared their cluttered gear to depart. She wished desperately that the king himself might come to check on his chosen maids, and that his eyes would rest on her again, as they had so long ago. She sighed and shrugged out of her dress. She was one of only 3 maids dressed entirely in gold and white, the full satin skirts flounced and gathered with tiny silken rosebuds. They had told her that Signor da Vinci had labelled the drawing of this dress for the English maid Boleyn. She smiled at the compliment. The master had not forgotten the girl he had rescued in the gardens at Amboise more than a year ago. The sparrow-like seamstress stuffed the dress's sleeves with cotton batting and darted off with the garment held high. Mary drifted with the others in the direction of the special hairdressers assembled for the event. She soon found, to her great delight, that the mastermind of this elaborate spectacle had sent numerous sketches of hairstyles for the setters to emulate on the maids, and one fine-lined drawing was of a clearly recognisable face, while the others merely had the shapes of heads under the curled or upswept tresses. Mary gazed on the sketch in wonder. "It is my face, indeed," she breathed. "It seems, Mademoiselle Boleyn, the premier peintre du roi has decreed this very look for you," smiled her hair-setter. "Sit, sit. I hope my art will not disappoint Monsieur da Vinci." The afternoon swept around Mary's excited spinning head on wings. Their carriages approached the massy Palais du Bastille an hour before the royal party, ambassadors, and the 250 chosen revellers would arrive. The street leading to the Bastille gateway seemed more a tunnel through a deep forest, for fragrant boxwood, laurel, and festoons of flowers decorated the shops and towering narrow houses. They were ushered into a hallway adjacent to the courtyard where the banquet, dancing, and masks would later take place. When they had been attired, they were scrutinised by the pointed stare of their steward and left on their own, with warnings not to peek out when the royal persons arrived, and not to sit or lean. They stood about in beige and yellow clusters, chatting, anticipating, and giggling nervously. But then their steward was back, and with him strode the master of Francois's Fête du Royal, Signor Leonardo da Vinci. He looked fragile and more stooped, Mary thought, but somehow dynamic force emanated from his face and gestures. The girls hushed at once. "Perfecto, perfecto," the old man chanted, nodding his masses of snowy hair in rhythm with his voice. "Olympian nymphs, all with a Diana and a Venus too." Mary stood to his left, and he approached her slowly. His eyes seemed very red and tired. She curtsied. "Stand straight, my Diana, stand straight. See, the lines of the dress and the hair are perfect. I knew they would set off your face the way I had seen it in my mind." He clasped his blue-veined hands tightly in approval, and she smiled at him in sincere appreciation and affection. He lowered his voice and turned his back on the hovering steward. "Would you like to see the rest of the frame for my creation, La Boleyn?" "Oh, yes, Signor da Vinci. Would it be possible?" She almost bounced from excitement, but restrained herself properly. "But of course, cannot the artist share his vision with those he created?" He gestured toward the doorway,
Ignoring the perturbed steward, who obviously wished none of his costumed wards out of his realm of control. The double doors to the central courtyard stood ajar, and Mary sucked in her breath as they entered. It was magic. In the broad daylight of chill December, he had made the gardens at Hever or Amboise. Above them stretched a clear starlit night, with the golden star planets trembling overhead in a velvet blue heaven. Tears flooded her eyes at the wonder of it. The master's cracking, gentle voice disturbed her speechless reverie. "Though you say nothing, I know you understand. It is always in your eyes, charmant Boleyn." "It is magnificent, truly magnificent." "It is only waxed canvas, painted with stars and hung with golden balls and set off with hundreds of candles and torches. But somehow it seems more, eh?" He smiled, and his thick moustache lifted. "I did a much vaster one for Ludovico Sforza in Milano years ago, you know." He raised his fragile left hand and pointed. "The Queen and the Queen Mother will sit in the low galleries, and the King and his beloved sister Marguerite there in the centre." His eyes took in a richly brocaded platform draped with flowers, boxwood, and ivy. Du Roi insisted on his shield and colours of tawny and white on the walls and as the carpet. Well, it is still the Evans of Florence or Milano, François Salamander, or not. All is ready. I had best return you to your jailer." He smiled again. "Though I have been much busy, and have not seen you for a time, Mademoiselle Boleyn, I knew how you would carry your new year on your fair face. I have sketched to you since we have been together, often as a chaste Diana, and once as La Madonna." Mary's steps faltered. "The Blessed Virgin, Signor?" "Si. Do not be surprised, or deem it only an honour. You see, that Mary showed pain in her eyes, too, and even at his birth, and adoration, she could never hide the pain to come. Adieu, mi Boleyn." He bowed slightly and drifted back toward his creation. Before she could thank him or say farewell or ask him what he meant, and the anxious steward immediately shooed her back into his skittish brood. Too soon the hours flew by, and they held their breath at the blare of trumpets and the shouts and bustling of the heralds and servers as each of the 9 courses went to the tables of the feasters. The lilt of fife and viol came and went, as did the dancers and singers. Then the 20 maids grew silent, for they knew their time had come. Bearers appeared with flower-strewn trays of confections and sweetmeats, which the golden nymphs would offer to the guests, royal and honoured, French and English. Mary marvelled briefly at the orange and lemon blossoms of December which lined her tray. They stood in order, breathless. The doors swung inward. They smiled and tripped in gaily among the clustered tables, each a golden glory in the vibrant glow of 600 candles. The guests murmured to each other or sighed audibly, their sight again dazzled and newly surfeited, as their palates had been with delicacies and fine wines. They chose their confections gingerly, and their admiring glances did not waver from the exquisite Florentine living creations of Master da Vinci. Only after the sudden impact of their entry did individual sights sort themselves out for the excited girls.
Mary's eyes again took in the incandescent magnificence of the overhanging heavens. Queen Claude and Louis de Savoy were ablaze with winking jewels. Mary could not pick out her father among the Englishmen, though she scanned the jumbled faces as best she could, but François du Roy stood clearly before her gaze as she smiled and nodded and inclined her laden tray to the eager hands of guests on both sides. François was the sun at the very core of the artificial universe he circulated on his own course among his seated guests. He glowed in white satin, embroidered with tiny dials and astronomers' instruments and mathematicians' compasses, all in gold, no doubt also the wonderful work of the master Da Vinci. Mary tried to watch the king often, lifting her eyes whenever she moved from person to person or swung her tray from side to side.
"Thomas Bullen's daughter, so I hear,"
a robust Englishman announced to his surrounding friends. Mary smiled radiantly at him and replied, "Though I am raised at the French court, I am true English at heart, my lord." Several applauded and commented heartily to one another. She could not see her father to share this fine moment, and she felt it would seem foolish to ask the men where he sat. To her dismay, she did take in the avid gaze of the tall, brown-haired William Stafford, who sat but one person beyond the man she served now. How she would like to bypass him deliberately, or give him a pert remark to wipe that wide-eyed smile from his lips. But she dared not, in full view of so many. As she turned toward the spot where she would be forced to offer him his choice, several of the Englishmen about her rose suddenly, and she spun slightly, hoping to relocate the king. She nearly dropped her gilded tray, for he was so close that her flared nostrils took in his musky scent, and the white and gold shining satin of his doublet nearly blinded her. The room seemed to tilt as she curtsied. "A goddess in gold and white to match her king." He spoke lightly in his peerless French. His eyes pierced her satins and her skirts, and her heart beat terribly fast. She could not answer. One slanting eyebrow arched even higher over his narrow, dark gaze. She began to tremble, and fortunately he suddenly looked aside at the observant group of Englishmen.
"And now you can understand more fully the glories of my France,"
he boasted to them. His eyes sparkled and his teeth gleamed in the rampant candlelight. He extended his jewelled hand and, in full view of the avid hall, stroked her blushing cheek with the backs of his slender fingers. He towered over her far into the painted heavens, and the tiny instant of time seemed to hang eternally in the stillness.
"But indeed, your grace, this golden nymph is one of the glories of fair England," came a voice in halting French. "This is Mary, Ambassador Boleyn's eldest daughter?"
There were a few random, stifled laughs, but most, trained at court, held back to see François's reaction.
"Then I am certainly anxious for more complete French and English relations, my lords," he chortled,
and the surrounding groups exploded in appreciative and relieved guffaws. Mary went scarlet, and her eyes darted from face to face, torn by fears of what her father might think of such sport. Her gaze caught and held with William Stafford's. He did not laugh with the others, but looked most annoyed. François gently pulled her tray from her hands and set it on the edge of an ivory tablecloth. He boldly tucked her right hand under his arm and held it close to his warm, muscular, satin-covered ribs.
"I think, gentlemen, The English ambassador's daughter should be a more important part of this grand alliance of nations. Besides, she matches her French king better than any other lady here tonight. Our pure white and gold seem destined to make us a pair." He laughed again and kept her at his side as he strolled and chatted and drank in their adulation. But Mary, stunned and thrilled as she was, took in other realities. Under Signor da Vinci's gold and deep blue heavens, Queen Claude's condescending glance, his sister Marguerite's amused smile, and Françoise Dufour's bitter glare. Finally, when she saw her father's proud grin and curt nod, she relaxed somewhat, but she could not seem to escape the disapproving face of the impudent Sir William Stafford. And, too, she kept wondering what Leonardo da Vinci could read in her eyes if she had seen him again as she paraded under his painted waxen sky. Chapter 7. January the 10th, 1519. Château d'Amboise. The familiar, stifling silence had fallen on the Queen's court again. For the 5th time in 4 years, the 21-year-old Claude was sickly and swollen with royal child. Again, her young and vibrant maids whispered begrudgingly in the hallways and took care to smother their giggles and gossip. All too soon, the 20 fortune-favoured maids who had attended the lavish French and English ceremonies in Paris ran out of marvellous tales to relate, and life fell back into its ponderous pattern of prayers and readings and study and needlework. But, for once, the enforced duties in the hush of Queen Claude's wing of rooms at Amboise seemed a welcome shelter to Mary Boleyn. Claude's chambers were a precious haven before the storms of decisions and rolling emotions which surely must follow if she would be caught in the shoals of François' power outside the Queen's influence. Jacqueline, Jeanne and Eugenie and her own dear Anne might murmur and complain under their breaths at the tightening new restrictions, but Mary was secretly glad for the respite. It was true that the news of her glorious walk with the king at his banquet in the Bastille had done wonders for her reputation and power among the other maids. Anne had made her tell the story over and over, though she had not told any of her listeners of the ill-bred William Stafford, nor of François' lingering kiss on her lips as he departed to rejoin his imperious sister, nor of his quiet, deep-throated promise that he would see her again soon, and in private. It was that very thought that terrified her. She was not so unschooled in court ways to be naive as to his intent. She read his piercing gaze and felt his fingers brush her tight gold bodice as he bid her swift adieu. How she treasured each gilded moment with him, and how greatly she feared a future near him. Her girlish fantasies of François quite eluded her now. She seemed frozen, unable to summon up the marvellous dreams she had paraded back and forth across the stage of her imagination since that magic time he had gazed upon her long ago in Princess Mary Tudor's chilly room at Cluny. This was different. It was a flesh and blood François, and she could no longer control his longings and his chivalric manners by a mere turn of her mind's eye. She feared for her reputation, and that her father and Queen Claude would disown her if she shamed them with the king. But then, was it not an honour, too,
to be so chosen? She shuddered again, though she sat full in the warmth of the vast hearth in the Queen's anteroom. "Are you cold, Mary? It is stifling in here in general, I think." Anne's nimble fingers halted, poised above her small tapestry loom, her needle trailing a thin shaft of crimson yarn. "No, Anne, I am fine." "Your patience to sit about has certainly improved since your journey to Paris," Anne responded, narrowing her dark almond-shaped eyes slightly. "You used to be happy to escape these dreary chambers once in a while." She lowered her voice even more. "I think the sullen mood of her Grace's pregnancies has mushed your spirit, Marie Boleyn." "Do not tease, Anne. It is gloomy outside today anyway. If you need the diversion of a stroll or a high adventure in the frozen gardens, Jeanne will be only too willing to go with you. I shall remain within summons to Her Majesty. Besides, the Queen Mother and Madame Alençon will be here soon, and they always provide diversion. Really, they are as much at the heart of the realm as is the king." "Do you think much about seeing him again, Mary? How exciting that the great king truly knows you and favours you and recognises you. Does not the sense of power thrill you?" "His Grace was only being kind, Anne. I told you that we happened to be dressed much alike, and I caught his eye. That is all."
"Coward!" Anne teased and laughed. "I shall ask our father what he thought of it next I see him."
"Feel free to leave me, little sister, if you care more for your own interpretations." Mary rose swiftly, and some of her flaxen threads spilled from her full-skirted lap. "My sweet sister Marie does indeed show the temper of which she used to accuse George and me," said Anne, widening her gaze in gentle mockery as Mary bent to scoop her threads from the footstool and floor. She felt miffed, mostly at herself, and she instinctively sought the refuge of the Queen's rooms, through the open doors where she knew neither Anne nor the others would willingly follow. The fire in the Queen's chamber burned quite low, and her priest had evidently just departed. Queen Claude leaned back on a chaise couch, her prayer book open in her lap, a lady-in-waiting on both sides of her, like silent sentinels. Her bulk was already great. Mary had noticed that with each close-spaced pregnancy she carried the child lower and seemed to swell sooner. The Queen's eyes slowly moved to Mary, like dark coals on her white face. Her left eye always seemed to squint, and this disconcerted her ladies. "Marie, entrez." Mary curtsied and sat on the tiny prie-dieu near the Queen's feet. "What is happening in the outside world today, mademoiselle?" "I have not been abroad, Your Grace," Mary answered simply. "But out of the windows, are the skies still grey, Marie?" "Oui, Your Grace." Then what use is it for me to try to let some light in here before my dear husband's mother and my dearest Marguerite arrive? I have been lying here summoning my strength for the interview." She spoke almost to herself. "They bring such vitality, you know, and I seem to have none of my own lately." She ordered the shutters be spread inward anyway, and the room was diffused with a hazy grey light. She stood, shakily, and murmured to no one in particular, "And my poor François, how he chafes at the bit in such weather. François must always be active and have diversions. And this terrible business of who will be the next Holy Roman Emperor. I pray hourly for it to fall to my husband." As though she had foreseen their approach, the Queen turned to the door as Louise de Savoy and Marguerite entered in a rush. Marguerite wore a flame-coloured velvet gown, edged and lined everywhere with either golden satin or whitest ermine with black flecks in the fur, whereas the more subdued Louise's heavier body was swathed in richest burgundies, weighted with gold thread, jewelled girdle and heavy pearls. Each woman took Claude's hand solicitously. Mary and the other ladies stepped back to the wall, for the Queen never liked to be without several attendants. The royal ladies clustered together before the hearth. Though the Queen sat down again and tried to hold herself erect, her back was like a bent bow, but the other two reminded Mary of taut strings ready to send out a brace of sharp arrows.
"My poor daughter Claude," began Louise du Savoy in her guttural voice. "How does this future prince you carry?"
"He stirs about and turns me blue along my belly, mother." The Queen answered her mother-in-law, and Mary marvelled at her meekness with these two. In both Marguerite and the Queen Mother, Mary could see the long-nosed, dark-eyed Francois. In each, the coiled spring of wound power beneath the surface. "And how does my husband lately?" the Queen was asking. "He is much burdened by his rightful inheritance of the cloak of Holy Roman Emperor." Oui, greatly burdened," Marguerite responded in her quick, sing-song French. "But if anyone can help to sway those wretched Germans who hold the important votes, it is the King's envoy, Bonnivet. The Pope is already ours, madame, but that she-wolf Margaret of Austria hates our house. I would strangle her for her meddling, if I could get my hands on her." Mary's head snapped up at the mention of her first royal guardian, the kindly Archduchess Margaret. It puzzled her that the dear old woman could hate Francois. She must remember to ask father some day, if he would have time to explain. The money is another problem, madame," Marguerite continued, her head bobbing vivaciously to punctuate her words. "Millions of francs, and still the bankers quibble with the King of France." Claude's voice came pale and listless after Marguerite's. "I am grateful that my dear lord's family can sustain him in these court matters. I am often from the realm of his influence."
"That is as it should be, dear daughter," Louise du Savoy responded. "Your support for your lord is made manifest here, in the loving care of his children. This is as it should be," she repeated slowly.
"I do prefer it to other courtly duties. For what need is there of that when Du Roi has you and his Marguerite?" Louise du Savoy nodded silently, as though that closed the matter, but Marguerite began again. "Francois is much unsettled lately since you asked, sister. The English stance worries him, and you may be pleased to know he has had a falling out with his lady, the haughty Françoise Dufoy. It is long overdue that he sees that woman's true colour."
"Marguerite, please. I hardly think our dear Claude wishes to hear court gossip in her condition."
"You detest that woman too, mother, and always have," Marguerite answered, tossing her dark tresses. "The snow goddess has carried on once too often with Bonnivet, and she shall reap her own harvest now." She laughed quickly, sharply. "Maybe it is partly the cause of Bonnivet's appointment as legate in Germany, far from the lady's wiles."
"Hush, mignon," scolded the older woman. "Your preoccupation with Guillaume de Bonnivet much questions your own interest in the man."
She frowned and shook her head. Yes, remembered Mary suddenly, it is often rumoured the Lady Marguerite has long favoured Bonnivet, though she is wed to Alençon. "Anyway," put in the unquenchable Marguerite, glancing down her nose at her annoyed mother, Our Roi du Soleil is bored and unsettled, and it is hardly whether to tilt at jousts or chase the deer or boar afield.
Claude listened impassively, and though Mary could not see her face clearly, she pictured her white stare and blurry gaze gone awry.
"We must be going, dear Claude," Louise de Savoy said in the awkward silence. "I would like to stop by the Royal Nursery wing on our way."
"Of course," said Claude properly, rising slowly with them. "All was well yesterday when I saw them, and the Dauphin can nearly speak in sentences. They told me his first words were du roi. It is appropriate, is it not?"
"Indeed, my daughter,"
her mother-in-law said over her velvet shoulder as they approached the door. Marguerite's falcon eyes caught Mary standing nearest the door. "Boulin's daughter?" she asked, half to herself, "but not in gold and pure white today." She laughed and was gone with her awesome mother trailing in her sweet-scented wake. Mary fervently hoped the Queen would not think the remark meant she had done anything wrong, for she had remarked kindly to Mary how lovely she and her dear husband had looked together at the feast. But Claude had sunk down in her vast cushions again and seemed to doze almost immediately. Mary sat at her feet for a soundless time, then rose to leave. Claude's voice floated to her again. "Do not let Madame du Alençon tease, nor the Queen Mother frighten you, Petite Boulin. But have a care not to cross them either." Mary turned, and her silken skirts rustled loudly in the quiet room. "Merci, Your Grace." But Queen Claude leaned as though she drowsed heavily, her bulky form outlined before the low-burning hearth. Mary soon found she was foolish to think she could hide from facing the restive king by hovering close to the Queen's well-guarded chamber. The arm of Du Roi, she learned that same day, could reach anywhere. "Mary, Monsieur du Fragonard is here in the Blue Room to see you alone," came Jean's excited words. She lowered her voice cautiously as she leaned closer. "No doubt he bears a message from His Grace, Marie, for Fragonard is most intimate to royal business, in private matters." Mary could feel her heart beat a distinct thud, thud. "Then I must speak to Monsieur Fragonard," she said, only. Jean trailed along down the narrow hallway to the reception room, one in a series of formal receiving chambers which the sequestered Claude seldom used. Jean lingered at the door while Mary rapped and entered. Monsieur Fragonard had silver hair, and his doublet and hose were of shimmery grey satin. He bowed, elaborately and unnecessarily low. "Mademoiselle Marie Boleyn." He seemed to breathe her name rather than speak it. "May we sit together for a moment? I have a message for you from Du Roi." He smiled smoothly, and she sat where he indicated. "A message for your ears only." He leaned one lace-cuffed hand on his silver-headed walking stick. "Our king is still charmed by the memory of your warmth and beauty from your too brief time together in Paris last month. You, no doubt, think fondly of him, too?" There was a tiny silence while her mind darted wildly about for a way to draw back from the looming precipice. "Fool," she told herself. "Was this not what you have dreamed of for these last 4 years?" "Oui, monsieur. Of course I think fondly of Du Roi. I would explain to you as a friend, mademoiselle, that the king is very busy lately and bears much upon his shoulders. It would be a joyous duty to lighten his burden and give him pleasant conversation and diversion, would it not?
All would wish to serve the king, monsieur. He searched her face carefully.
Oui. Then I must inform you that his grace requests the privilege of your company, Mademoiselle Boleyn.
He stood and meticulously pulled his lace shirt through the silver slashings of his doublet. "When, monsieur?" Mary asked as she rose.
"Now? Can you not leave your duties now?
The hour is long before supper or the Queen's evening prayers."
"May I accompany you?"
He pulled the door open, and Mary half expected to see Jeanne du Lac poised on the threshold, but the adjoining rooms and hall were quite deserted. Mary took shallow breaths to steady herself. She was distinctly aware of each step she took along the gallery leading to the king's wing of the palace. At least it was broad daylight, and not a summons in the night she had dreaded would mean that he had other plans for her than conversation. Monsieur Fragonard's silver walking stick made regular tap-taps on the inlaid floor to punctuate her breaths and heartbeats.
"Here, mademoiselle," he said finally. "This is a private way to his grace's afternoon study."
He pushed open the narrow door, and they came face to face with a tall gendarme, his sword at his side. Her guide merely bobbed his head to the soldier, and they went on through 2 tiny rooms lined with books and containing several low tables, each laden with strange globes, mechanisms, or clocks.
"Adieu for now, Mademoiselle Boleyn."
His words came suddenly as they faced another closed narrow door. He rapped 3 times, bowed, and retreated the way they had come.
Mary shuddered as he left,
not as much from excitement or fear as from a strange repulsion toward her so proper a guide. Somehow he reminded her of a graceful silver snake. The door swung open, and Francois stood, bathed in the light of the room behind him. He squinted to see her better. She had not expected him to be so close. He was dressed very informally, with dark purple satin breech and hose, and an open brown velvet doublet over his white silk embroidered shirt. Only his velvet square-toed slippers, heavily filigreed in gold thread, and his very large embroidered codpiece seemed blatant and ornate. Stunned, she began to sweep him a curtsy, but he seized her hands and pulled her gently into the room.
"My Marie, my beautiful golden Marie,"
he mused aloud to himself as he held her hands at her sides and scrutinized her. "I am hardly your golden Marie today, your grace." She glanced down ruefully at her everyday dress of green-watered silk with the tiny rim of lace edging the swell of her breasts above the low-cut oval bodice. "But your summons came so quickly that I came as I am."
"What more could a man wish, chérie? At any rate, I sent you a request, not a summons. If I summon you some day, you shall know the difference. Did Fragonard say otherwise?"
"No, your grace. He was most kind."
"Green suits you too, Marie. Indeed, everything does. Green is most pleasant in these wretched, chilly months when there is little riding and hunting. Only business, worry, and lectures from one's advisers or family."
He smiled and released her hands, and Mary relaxed. How wonderful she felt, how important to be near him. Surely, since she was Lord Boleyn's daughter and under the Queen's protection, he would not expect her to lose her reputation. He was much older, and kings never had liaisons with unmarried ladies that she had heard of. She smiled warmly at him. "Now I remember," he said quietly, "why I think of you as golden, Marie, no matter what dress you wear." He took a quick step toward her, and then turned. "Will you have some wine with your friend François, Marie?" Awed by his informal manner, she took the stemmed goblet willingly and looked up, unafraid, into his dark eyes. Then the familiar awkwardness leaned on her heart again. He did not speak, but studied her carefully, and the tiny flames in his eyes warned her of potential disaster. She turned sideways from his hot stare and surveyed the room. Its walls were dark wood, in layered panelling and edged with gilt. A fire crackled merrily behind a carved screen. There were books, a huge compass, maps, stuffed, brocaded armchairs, and a narrow lounge bed along one wall. There was only one window, but the thin winter sun slanted across the carpet and warmed the chamber. "Come, Marie." She looked back at him, startled. "Come, see the view from one of my favorite windows. I can see far down the valley from here, and the Loire is like the green ribbon in your hair." He leaned against the rich panelling and turned his head to gaze far out across the recessed window ledge. She joined him, setting her half-finished wine-glass on the table, realizing too late that it was something she could have held between them as they stood so close. He pulled her against his side in a brotherly way and put one arm lightly around her shoulders. He pointed to the tiny village on the opposite cliff face. "I shall tell you a secret, ma chérie. One night last summer, Bonivet and I and a few others disguised ourselves and rode through the streets, throwing eggs at windows and whatever people we saw." He laughed, and she could feel his ribs and shoulders move as he did. "A tiny hamlet, but with as fresh a supply of wine and women as any." He squeezed her shoulder as he chuckled, then loosed her again, merely resting his now heavy arm on her. "Now what the devil was the name of that little place? We shall have to do that again sometime if we live through this blasted, boring winter." "I watched your Master da Vinci draw that view once, from the gardens, Your Grace." "Did you, sweet? Signor Leonardo is ill, and maybe shall not last the winter either. A genius. He and I appreciate each other." "It is said you have often spent hours together, talking of everything, sire." She felt a stabbing sorrow for the old man's illness. "It is said, sweet? Then it is one of the only true rumors about the king to fly around the halls of the palace lately. Shall we give them all something new to speak of, to pass the dreary months until spring? Golden Marie?" He turned her to him, and his eyes went to her lips. Foolishly, she blurted out, "The Queen Mother and your sister, Madame du Alençon, visited the Queen today." His eyes did not waver, and he leaned into her, pressing her between him and the wall. "Fine, then they will be busy, and not bother their François all the rest of this so lovely afternoon." He bent his head and took her lips gently for a lingering moment, and then with hot intensity. She kept her eyes tight shut and tried desperately to stem the trembling in her knees. She could not think of anything but the feel of his velvet chest, and the hard muscles of his thighs and his probing tongue, but she must think, she must. His hands dropped to her narrow waist, and one came slowly, treacherously up to her shoulder, sliding, tugging at the oval bodice. He shifted his weight, and his lips caressed her neck and kissed her throat. His thick, dark hair tickled her chin. He raised his head. "From the first moment I saw you, chérie, I knew we were meant to be together. You are so lovely. Your eyes, your lips, your hair. My Venus. Your king would be most blessed should you allow him to gaze on you, like Venus, undraped." She opened her mouth to give him whatever answer she could find, but he stopped her lips with a fiery, open-mouthed kiss. She wanted to say no, but she wanted him more. His warm gaze, his flattery, his praise. She knew in her head he offered her words to seduce, but she could not stem the desire for a man's touch, especially this king. His fingers slid down between her full breasts, and to her own amazement, she arched up against him. His other hand descended between her back and the wall and cupped itself firmly against her derriere through the voluminous folds of her skirts. Her eyes shot open. She could feel the sudden stab of his codpiece against her thigh as he leaned into her. A man's deepest affections, she desired, but this was no love-struck René de Brosse in the hedges. This was Francois of France. Fear welled up suddenly. "Please, your grace, please no." He gazed down at her, and one dark brow arched. "Afraid, chérie? I should have called you my Diana, and not my Venus. Is it not true, little virgin?" She tried to pull gently away, but she was trapped by his strong body. "You are still a virgin, are you not, Marie?" "Yes, my king." "Then I shall be very gentle for now. Where better to learn the arts of love but from your king?" He half swept, half carried her to the narrow bed with its one huge padded bolster. She thought he would lay her down, but he put her on her feet, turned her away, and began to unlace the back of her gown. "I have thought much of you since the English banquet at the Bastille, my beauty. Everyone saw what a splendid pair we were. I so dark, and you so radiant fair." "And what of your mistress Françoise?" a strange voice in her head demanded. "I will be for your pleasure on only this afternoon, and then you will return to her." "Let me, Marie," he said, low. In one tug, he pulled her dress and chemise from her. She tried to step back, but nearly tripped in the folds of her skirts as his hands held her waist firmly. "You must trust me, my beauty, trust me. Close your eyes and trust your François." He pushed her back on the bed and began to shed his garments. She wished that he would just caress and care for her, love her, and not have to do this. But surely it would be worth whatever came to have his love. He leaned close over her, then lay beside her. Everything went faster. The room spun. Her body seemed not her own. She tried to cling to what was calm and real, but could only cling to him. Dizzy, swept away, at the last moment, she wished she could run far away. "Ah," he said, when it was all over, and he finally lifted his weight from her. "I have not had a virgin since Claude." Laughing as he rose, he retrieved his breeks and donned them. She suddenly felt cold, alone, deserted. She watched, wide-eyed, as he tucked in his wrinkled shirt. "No, lie still, sweet," he ordered when she made a move to rise. "I will send someone to care for you and get you dressed." He patted her bare flank, then leaned over her again until they heard a sharp knock on the door. He stood as Mary sat bolt upright. Panicked, she reached off the bed for the petticoat to cover herself. Francois strode to the door and held up his hand to her for silence. "What is it?" "Your Grace, you bid us inform you if the Master Leonardo's condition worsened. Pardon, sire, but he hovers at death's door and would see your Grace." "I will go immediately. Wait there. No, go fetch me the wench Isabel first." "I wish I could keep Master da Vinci here longer," he said, almost to himself, as he jammed his feet into his shoes. "I have need of him." He threw on his dark velvet cloak. "I meant not to leave you so suddenly, Marie," he said as he reached for the door latch. "But Isabel will tend to you, and Monsieur Fragonard will see you safely back to your quarters. He awaits there." He motioned toward the other door through which she had entered. "Have Isabel tidy your coif," he said, sounding impatient now. Yet he approached her, sitting with her petticoat covering her from breasts to knees. He yanked it away, and his eyes went thoroughly over her again. "Remember me, Marie. I wish I were coming back for more sweets as soon as Isabel tends to you. I will send for you soon, Golden Marie." He turned away, yanked the door open, and was gone. For a moment, she lay back, staring, stunned, at the painted ceiling, then scrambled up and draped the petticoat over herself again. Poor Signor da Vinci lay dying. What would the kind old man think of this if he knew? And Jeanne, Annie, Claude, the whole court. Dearest saints in heaven. What would father say? Isabel knocked once and entered with towels and water, her eyes uncurious, her hands quick and sure. As she helped her dress, fear raged in Mary's thoughts. If the pious queen found out, she would disown her. Father would be ashamed and angry. But if she were to anger Francois with her refusals, what then? Before it all came out, she had to tell her father. If he discovered it later, it would be as his anger against Mary Tudor when she went behind his back to wed the Duke. Or would Francois stand against her father for her? Gowned and coiffed, she nodded her thanks to Isabel and pulled open the door to face the stealthy Fragonard. "I shall see you back now, Mademoiselle Boleyn, and if there is any favor I might do for you on behalf of the king, please let—" "There is one I would appreciate, monsieur." "Ask it then." "Would you see that a brief letter to my father, Ambassador Boleyn, is delivered? I have not seen him for weeks, and my sister and I miss his company."
"I would be delighted to serve one who so sweetly serves our great roi,"
he said, and pushed open the door of her chamber with his silver-headed stick. Chapter 8. July the 3rd, 1519. Château du Fontainebleau. A thin finger of pale sunlight parted the heavy velvet drapes and pointed crookedly across the bed. The rhythm of the king's deep breathing was unbroken, and Mary marvelled that they had slept the night through. She had never before stayed long abed with Francois after his love-making, but many things were different now. How forced his laughter had been these last few months, how jerky his once fluid motions, how brittle his temper. Court pressures and the fear he would not be chosen the next Holy Roman Emperor rode him cruelly, even as he rode her.
Her mind drifted to her increasing cowardice in facing him after that initial seduction in January at Amboise. The trembling she felt with him had not been only because of what he did to her body, but because her body, despite her shame and fear, seemed to respond beyond the reins of her own control. She had actually gone so far as to hide from Fragonard one day in late February when she heard his voice in the hall and his silver cane rapping on the bedroom door of the small room she now shared only with Anne, who was in attendance on Queen Claude at that hour. She had heard his metallic voice speak to someone when she did not respond, and then, blessedly, his footsteps had departed. No less than 10 minutes later, as she had sat, smug and relieved, that today she would not turn to melted honey in the king's arms, no matter what he asked of her, the door had banged open, and the king himself had filled its fragile frame. "Marie, what luck that you have returned. I do not like for my dear Fragonard to report to me without my precious when I sent for her. But, of course, she was there waiting, Fragonard," I told him. "Of course she was awaiting my call for her with bated breath, and only fell asleep, eh?" He grinned at how huge her blue eyes had gone in her pale face, and how poorly she hid all the thoughts and passions that passed behind that pretty face of hers. He shouldered the door shut behind him and moved with cat-like grace into the room while she scooted off the far side of the bed in a flurry of sky-blue skirts. "Your Grace, but you never come here to the ladies' rooms. Fragonard—" He had laughed, low in his throat, obviously pleased at her fluster and embarrassment. "Marie, naughty little girl, you cannot lie to your king, but you shall lie with him. And now, here, I grow impatient with these flutterings." He shot the bolt on the door behind him, stripped off his black and red-striped doublet and the ruffled white lace shirt under it in one pull. "But your guards in the hall, sire," she floundered, her eyes on him as he peeled off his black velvet breeches and his stockings held by elaborately embroidered and bejewelled garters. "They are down by Claude's chambers, ma chérie, and the whole silly court is a twitter over much more than whom I choose to bed during this wretched political mess. But if our being caught worries you, I shall oblige. I shall leave my rings on for a quick exit, and you shall— well, let us make it quick if you are so shy, my love." Her face and throat went hot clear down to the low square-cut neckline of her simple blue velvet day gown. She knew it amused him to torment her before he took her. At that, her ire rose, and she fought to calm her panic that he knew she had avoided Fragonard. She turned to face him squarely with her chin up. But as he stalked her around the end of her and Annie's canopied bed, his muscular form, like the paintings of satyrs she had seen, awed her anew. He chuckled, and his eyes glinted. She resented that he amused himself at the expense of her poise and her cherished, foolish dreams that he loved her. "Your Grace, please, a maid's room is hardly a setting for du roi of France. But my little filly, you know your François likes different places. Variety, the sweet variety of life." He laughed, then lunged at her. The onslaught of his hands and demanding mouth made a mockery of seduction. "No," she said. He raised his handsome, sleek head so close to hers. Passion blurred his features. "Oh, oui, Marie," he said as he pushed her back upon her bed. "Oui, and oui, whenever I would have it so. Whenever I sent for you. You will come running next time. Will you not?"
He'd punished her that day, but was this not all punishment, in truth? Now in his bed, some 5 months later, at the vast hunt lodge of Fontainebleau, she shed no tears for the foolish Mary Boleyn. Instead, she turned her head and glared at the sleeping man. Carefully, she pulled her rampant tresses from under his extended left arm. He groaned, and she froze as the sleeping man muttered incoherently. She smiled to know that even kings had fears and nightmares, even as she and Annie. The last few months had skimmed by, first with the thrill and danger of the king's avid attentions, and then with apprehension as he grew restive with her and sampled other bonbons at his court, bouncing back to Françoise Dufour's luxurious bed whenever his appetite waned. The bitter shredding of each girlish fancy, that he adored her only, that she could keep this handsome king forever, that he would be her knight protector, had given her months of agony. François du Roy enjoyed his Marie when the whim took him, but she was no more dear to him than one fine palfrey from a whole stable, or one blooded hound from his pedigree pack. Sometimes she thought that she could have withstood all the disenchantment, except when he expected her to amuse one of his cronies. Then she was certain she could die from shame. Once she had heard them snickering as they compared the secret charms of their pretty pack of jeunes filles. In that crashing second, something sweet and vital inside her withered, and her long-tended love for François du Roy died. Knowing how to see clearly could be one's very survival at court, Signor da Vinci had told her long ago. Yet she had not seen François clearly until she had shared his bed, and she could not see how to draw back safely now. She thanked the Blessed Virgin her Lord Father knew not about the others besides the king. When she had sent to him for advice and help, he had encouraged her to share the glorious king's bed, for was not such service an honour? She prayed fervently again her father would never know how François had once paid a gambling debt with her. She shuddered at the thought. The winner had been Lautrec, Françoise Dufour's crafty brother, and the memory of his use of her was enough to make her draw far within herself. She pulled farther away from François, rolled on her side, curling up her knees like a child, her back to him. An honour to be possessed by the King of France, father had said. A monarch almost as grand as King Henry. Her reputation would be much enhanced, both here and at home, he'd promised. But Mary could too often picture her mother's tears if she heard, Semonet's clucking in disapproval, William Stafford's accusing look, and Signor da Vinci's warning of the pain she showed in her eyes. Queen Claude knew, Mary was sure, but her kindness never wavered. Better to be sick, ugly Claude than pretty, healthy, and so ensnared. Dear heavens, some day she would escape. Somehow she would go home and show this man who consumed her body and crushed her pride that she favoured him not. If only she could be like the lady in the small portrait by Master da Vinci, which François had hung in whatever bedchamber he inhabited. It hung here now. The lovely lady whose eyes and lips only hinted at her inward heart. La Gioconda, François called her. Mary sat to study the painting, but the sunlight had not yet reached it, and it still hung in dim obscurity.
The king could never shatter La Gioconda's calm as he crashed through the deep forests after stag, or danced wild galliards, or skewered his nymphs.
"Awake, Golden Marie," came his deep voice behind her. He ran his warm hand lazily down her bare spine. Gooseflesh rose on her arms. She turned slowly to face him. His eyes were languorous, heavy-lidded. "You were not leaving, were you, ma chérie, ma petite Anglaise? So different from that witch Françoise." At that thought, his voice rose, and he exploded from the bed. "Damn her selfish little soul being unfaithful to me with Bonnivet. Guillaume Bonnivet, one of my closest friends." Mary had known nothing of that. Is that why he had been especially cruel lately? He swore a string of oaths and pulled on a white silk shirt, then stepped into his breeches. Mary sat huddled on the bed, wrapped in the sheet like a protective cocoon. "After I had punished her enough with others, nearly a fortnight," he raged on, "I decided she had been tormented by the royal wrath long enough. But that, sweet Marie, is why I decided to send Bonnivet as my envoy to wheedle or buy the damned legates electing the new Holy Roman Emperor. I must be hearing any time now, for the election was 4 days ago." He combed his flat, shining hair as he talked, and then jerked open the door and strode into the anteroom where she could hear a low drone of voices. Mary swiftly pulled the sheet up and tugged it out at the foot of the bed to drape a robe. Why had he left the door ajar? Someone might come in and see her like this. The chamber had only one entry, so she would need to wait until Francois and his entourage vacated the anteroom for their mad pursuit of boar or stag. Padding barefoot to stand behind the door, she had her chemise and petticoats on, when the low buzz of men's voices, punctuated by an occasional staccato of laughter, ceased utterly. Puzzled, she peeked around the door and stood listening intently. "News from Bonnivet in Frankfurt?" Francois's voice sounded almost tremulous before he shouted, "Damn it, coward! Arise and speak to your king! Francois awaits!" Pray God the news is not bad, Mary thought, crushing her crumpled dress to her chest. If they should all have to live in the shadow of his terrible temper, then— "Your Grace, your most humble servant, Bonnivet, begs me to inform you that the electors have betrayed their promises to you, and— the man's muffled voice broke. "The electors have chosen young Charles of Castile, sire." A tiny silence trembled in the room while all held their breaths, awestruck. There was a sharp crack and a thud, and Mary jumped backwards as though she had been struck. "And why is Bonnivet not here to tell his king of his failure himself?" Francois was screaming. "Well?" "Monsieur Bonnivet is much ill and most wretched from his exertions in his king's favour, your Grace, and was forced to take the cure at his estates on the road back." Francois's high-pitched laughter shredded the air. "Damn Bonnivet! And that she-wolf Margaret! Damn them all! Charles! A bloody bastard Charles! Get out of here, all of you, now! I said we were hunting boar, and by hell's gates we shall." "Francois, my dear, came a new voice in the anteroom, and Mary knew it was the Queen Mother. "The news, then, is bad, with all your rich deservings, my love. Here, dearest, come and talk. There are other roads to ultimate power for one so deserving, one chosen by God to rule, my love." What a blow, mother. Damn Bonivet.
Francois suddenly sounded like a small boy being comforted. Mary darted back from her listening post as their voices came nearer. They entered the bedchamber. Louise du Savoy had her arm about the king's drooped shoulders, and they sat on the edge of the mussed bed together, oblivious to the nervous, half-clad Mary. Francois's head was bent over his knees, and his voice was on the edge of sobs.
All ruined, mother. 3 million lire, all for nothing. No, Francois, we shall rebuild. Only now we must go another way to keep from war with Charles's Spain.
He put his head in his spread hands. It was then that Louise de Savoy's surprised eyes took in the frozen Mary, but she only motioned her to silence and went on smoothly.
You have already proved your greatness as a soldier king, my dear. Now you shall prove your greatness as a statesman king. We shall bargain with England and your dear brother, King Henry VIII, for alliance against Charles. You shall convince them you bargain from strength, not weakness, my dearest love.
She stroked his head gently, rhythmically, and Mary marvelled at her control over the volatile king. Finally, he raised his head.
The English, oui, a grand alliance between 2 powerful kings and their nations. I shall meet with him. Oui, I shall command him to come here. Not command, my son. Request, even implore, for strength can come from counterfeit gentleness. Oui.
Francois stood suddenly, almost brushing off his mother's clinging hands.
It shall be done, mother. No wonder Francois is a powerful king, for he has a veritable she-wolf for a mother, eh?
He laughed jaggedly, and his eyes caught Mary's. She feared his wrath then, for she had beheld his weakness.
Be dressed, petite Anglaise, for Francois du Roi kills a boar single-handed in the courtyard today. Kills a great slithering boar, and anything else that gets in his way.
Louise du Savoy's low voice cut in.
My dear, you will not risk such foolhardiness, only to kill a boar. Unhorsed? Oui, mother. I have vowed it. It pleases me, and I do it. Francois, you should realize. And so, Marie?
Francois interrupted his mother's plea.
Be dressed quickly and join the gallery. Mother, come, for you shall be proud.
He strode toward the door, then spun around sharply.
Though Marie Boleyn serves her purpose well, I almost wish I could see the sour, busy Ambassador Boleyn standing in her place, mother. I could put him to good use today. For now, I need more English than one shy maid.
His brittle laughter floated back to the embarrassed Mary as she hastily shook out her full skirts and stepped into them. But Louise du Savoy swept from the room without another word or glance, and Mary was left alone under the portrait of the lady with the smiling eyes. Francois had arranged the amusement for the day, but the mood of the courtiers at Fontainebleau was anything but festive. Mary noted tight little groups whispering as though they were waiting for the other royal fist to strike after the initial outbreak. Francois darted about, ordering his guards to move the barriers or change the wooden poles which blocked the grand staircase from the arena, in which he would confront the pawing, grunting boar they could all see freshly penned by his trappers. Courtiers jostled each other at the narrow windows for a good view. Latecomers and ladies stood on the staircase behind the barricades for the best position.
Mary, newly changed and coiffed, joined Jeanne du Lac there.
"Need I even ask where you have been, Marie?" Jeanne asked icily with a raised brow. "Françoise Dufoy was quite incensed when she realized you were with him all night, you know. She worries her hold is slipping, and she does keep track of us."
Mary could feel a hot blush spread on her cheeks, but she changed the subject. "Is the word well spread of Charles's victory as the new emperor?"
"Oui, and I hear Du Roy took it violently, even slapped the poor messenger from Bonnivet."
She laughed in her silvery tones. "It is true, Jeanne. I was there."
"Well, will you tell me all of it?"
There was a little silence.
"Françoise declares you only interest him because you are different. English, I guess."
"And because of her mock sweetness," came Françoise's catty voice behind them suddenly. "Any man needs a little rest from an exciting gourmet diet at times." Her clear green eyes bored into Mary's as though she were daring her to answer. "Indeed, Madame du Chateaubriand," Mary responded slowly, turning back to the wide-eyed Jeanne. "That is what his grace indicates too, yet he finds it tiresome to have to knock and announce himself so that others can quickly vacate the place where he himself would rest." Françoise's feline eyes narrowed, and she spun sharply away. Jean nearly sputtered in disbelief that the sweet-tempered Marie had so bested the confident Françoise. "Marie, tell me what happened," she begged as they settled themselves behind the other ladies. "To what do you refer? Tell me." "Later, Jean. I meant not to be so vicious. I fear I just wished to strike out and, well, she was there." A gasp of anticipation rose from the gathering as the boar was pushed and shoved by 4 trappers into the crude arena. François appeared, clothed for hunting as she had seen him this morning. He swept past the clusters of ladies and vaulted the barrier at the foot of the steps bravely, his single sword held aloft. Everyone else cheered mightily, though Mary kept her chagrined silence. It came to her that she knew how the boar felt, ensnared, terrified, about to be skewered for the king's pleasure. How François had laughed at her shame and fears that time in Queen Claude's room when he had summoned her while Claude and most of her ladies were at chapel. How he had seemed to revel in her outright terror they would be discovered in the Queen's bed, which he admitted he never visited any more until it was time to get poor Claude with child again. If one of the ladies had come in to see the English Mary Boleyn with the French king astride her naked hips, or if the king's mother or sister or Claude or worst of all her own father had seen that. She shrugged and shook her head, not realizing Jeanne studied her intently. How she had suffered from the knowledge that François did not value her except as an occasional amusement. How her hatred for him grew. Fantasies that he would love her as she had once loved him shattered, all shattered now, and in the place of girlhood dreams grew a woman's realization of a world where hurt and pain were not only possible, but certain. "He is so brave and magnificent," Jeanne said, loudly, to no one in particular. The boar pawed the cobbles of the courtyard, then charged at the king, who leapt from his path, laughing wildly. François jabbed at it once as it made a raucous pass. The sword drew a crimson puddle of blood on its bristled back. Wide-eyed in fear, It smashed the barricade before the steps and vaulted the low rubble of the crude wooden poles. Horrified, the ladies on the steps screamed and scattered as the boar smashed its way up the staircase. It slavered and wheezed and shoved past. Mary crushed against Jean in panic. Its terrified rush left a black smear of blood on Mary's flying skirts. She heard herself scream as Francois and 6 armed courtiers charged past after the boar, now loose in the long gallery of the chateau. Mary trembled with fear and disgust as other people inquired of her well-being. Then they scurried after their king, and Jean pulled Mary along in their wake. "You can tell the king it kicked you, and he will be most guilty and solicitous for days, Mary. Look at the path of his blood." Mary stood silently at the back of the courtiers crowding the doorway to the lovely salon, now transformed into a trampled battleground between king and victim. Perhaps Francois will be injured or killed, Mary thought suddenly, and then crossed herself hastily for the wicked idea. The beast ran in circles now, and nearly vaulted out of corners when Francois had almost trapped him. "Stay back, the king warned between gasps as he chased the terrified boar. "This is king's business alone." The curved tusks of the animal ripped a velvet drape as it charged, and its flying hooves spun him madly on the thick carpet and polished floors. The king's third thrust went true. The hilt of Francois's sword drove into the stretched throat of the beast, and it sank to its knees, impaling itself further. It shuddered and heaved over on its side, one tusk digging into the plush carpet. Francois approached dramatically. He withdrew the bloodied sword and plunged it deep into the heart, where it stayed, its silver hilt bobbing merrily above the slaughtered boar. A tremendous cheer went up for the begrimed, sweating hero. His dark eyes gleamed, and his breath came swiftly through parted teeth. All were in awe of his nerve and prowess, but Mary felt suddenly sick, queasy and weak at her knees. She leaned against Jean for support. "Does the blood sicken you, Mary? I thought English men were marvellous hunters too. Here, Mary, sit here, and it will pass." Jean helped Mary to a carved bench in the huge entryway of the chateau, then scurried back to the room where Francois was soaking in the adulation of his mignon. Mary leaned her head back against the carved panelling and kept her eyes tight shut until the feeling passed. How foolish. She had seen animals trapped and slaughtered before, and it would be a popular pastime at King Henry's court when she went home. Home. Home was Hever, not London. Sometimes she thought she would never go home to Hever. If only her father would wed her to some English lord who would be kinder than Francois, someone truly affectionate and protecting. Her gaze drifted out the front doors over the ruined barricade and sought the deep blue-green of Fontainebleau's vast forests. Jean scuttled back and broke her reverie. "They're coming this way, Marie. We are to have a banquet and dancing tonight and eat the very boar we saw killed." Mary stood as courtiers trooped back through the entry and down the steps to survey the fated barricade. Several bent to touch her bloodied skirts and to praise the bravery and finesse of their king again. Then Francois swept by laughing, his beaming sister Marguerite on his arm, and a frantic Françoise Dufoy following behind. He stopped when he saw Mary's white face and offered her his other hand. "Marie, they tell me the boar bloodied your dress as he charged past with the king in hot pursuit. He did not harm you." "No,
Thank you for your kindness, Your Grace." The sweet words turned to dust on her lips, but she had said them. "Fine. I would not wish to begin better relations with your country by harming one of their most charming treasures, eh?" As Mary took his arm, the king's eye caught Francoise's face. "And you, madame, may go find your damned Bonivet and warm his bed. I'm certain he shall have need of such solicitation after his miserable failure in Germany." Francoise's jade eyes showed no pain or anger as far as Mary could tell. She swept her king a low curtsy, still holding her proud head erect, so that her full breasts were almost completely visible, above her low-cut neckline. "Better to send me to far Muscovy and let me freeze to death, Your Grace. Though in shame or disfavour, I would dwell near the sun." She smiled brilliantly at her king, and Mary could feel him waver. "Well then," he returned, "see that you do not get so close that your lovely dress becomes singed by the sun, or that your fair skin feels its full heat." "I would welcome it, Your Majesty, even if it meant I would be burned." Francois laughed in delight and responded gaily, "Well, come along, all of you. We have much activity left today." Though Mary held the king's arm on the opposite side of Marguerite, Françoise Dufour's full, swaying skirts nearly pushed her away as she chatted and laughed alongside her king. Chapter 9. June the 6th, 1520. Picardy. They were to call it the Field of the Cloth of Gold, a magnificent meeting of sovereigns and nations on the smooth grassy plain between Guines and Ardres. Mary and Anne Boleyn were thrilled to have been given over to the care of their father for the 3-week spectacle. They were among their own countrymen, although Anne thought them crude and coarse in manners next to French courtiers. Most importantly, father had promised they would be presented to King Henry. Mary was elated to be temporarily free of Francois's fickle whims for her presence, and what wonderful diversion the feasting, jousting, and elaborate entertainments would be, a far cry from Queen Claude's stuffy court. "Unfortunately," she sighed, "there is only one cloud in the sky." William Stafford was serving as liaison between her father and the English king, and she was going to have to put up with his annoying presence. "Why have you attached yourself to this particular duty?" she asked Stafford coldly as soon as she had the opportunity. She intended to settle him in his place as quickly as possible, so he would not bother her over the days to come. She had learned to set René de Brosse back by copying some of Jean's and Françoise Dufour's cattiness, and she meant to be rid of the ever-watchful Master Stafford immediately. "I have not attached myself, Mistress Boleyn. It is only slugs and snails and sticky courtiers which do that. I have been attached by his grace, though a more pleasant and scenic assignment I could not have imagined." He had his hands linked behind his back and his muscular legs spread as he regarded her with amusement. "Do you not consider yourself a sticky courtier, sir?" "I serve his grace at court not by design, Mary. He keeps me about him at his choosing. For his safety, he believes. I would be a well-content Midlands farmer had I control of my life. But I will tell you of all that another time." He turned away to gather the ambassador's papers as he heard Thomas Bullen's strident voice in the next room. "A farmer?
She was much puzzled by such foolishness from a man who obviously had the king's eye, and she was angry with herself that she felt intrigued by what he said when she had fully intended to dispense with him completely. She turned and smiled vibrantly at her father, who bustled in with several men in his wake, followed by her vivacious 13-year-old sister.
"Father says we may go to survey the royal arrangements, Marie. Everything is prepared for the arrival of Francois du Roi and Henry Rex on the morrow. We are even to enter King Henry's beautiful palace."
"Settle down, both of you, and get riding gear if you wish to go," came father's voice over Anne's. "Stafford, I am glad to see you are prompt. His Grace calls you Staff, I believe?" "Yes, my lord." "Then I shall too. I recall you were an able privy aide 2 years ago in Paris. I can use you well here. Keep close as we survey preparations and keep an eye on the girls, will you?" "With greatest pleasure, my lord." Mary was chagrined to see that last impudent remark amuse her father, who was usually so stern, but everyone seemed to be in a fine mood on this day. She hurried to get her riding gloves and a large-brimmed hat to shade her face on this hot, sunny day. Their inspection party was not so intimate as Mary had visualized as they clattered 15 strong out of old Queen's Castle and followed the narrow road down toward the sloping plain.
She and Anne rode lovely palfreys brought last week from England.
"There are some 4,500 courtiers or servants arrived at Calais to accompany His Majesty, including 2,000 horses," William Stafford said at her side as they cantered along.
"Tell us all about it, and the court, and His Grace, if you please,"
Anne said, riding on Stafford's other flank. He laughed. "Well, Mistress Anne, I fear we have not the time for all of that now, as we are nearly arrived, but I would consider it an honour to converse at length with you later."
"We would be grateful, sir."
Mary thought of a scathing remark, but held her tongue. They halted, in awe at the view spread before them. Striped tents, hundreds of them, looking like fluted seashells, sprang from the plain. A huge gilded tent which glittered in the sun, pointed skyward. There were tournament fields and brightly painted tilt rails and flags. Flags fluttered everywhere. The entire panorama was dominated by the English king's newly finished Palace of Illusions. "It is marvellous," breathed Mary. "Indeed, but I would expect as much from 11,000 Dutch workmen, Wolsey's brain, and millions of treasury pounds," William Stafford commented. They rode down toward the fabulous palace, and Stafford helped the two ladies dismount. Mary gazed up at the shiny glass windows, the battlemented walls, and the 4 huge towers with mock arrow slits. 4 golden lions topped the gatehouse pillars, and Tudor pennants danced aloft in the gentle breeze.
"They say it was all built in England and then shipped over in parts," Mary put in, "but it looks like stone."
"How things look are often not what they are, Mary," William Stafford said, close in her ear. "It is only a beautiful sham. Painted canvas over stout English timber. But stout English underpinnings may serve it well." She ignored his cryptic comments and looked about for her father. He had already disappeared inside with his entourage, and she was annoyed to see that Anne must have tagged after them. "Should you not go inside, Master Stafford?" "Shall we do so, Mistress Mary? And would you not call me Staff? You said the king and your friends call you that, and, well, I am neither. I would be your friend, Mary Boleyn." She looked straight up into his eyes, and the impact nearly devastated her poise. The look was direct and piercing, yet So different from the wily scrutinies or lecherous looks to which she had become accustomed. Her legs felt like water, and she turned away to break the spell.
"The fountains are lovely," she said, finally. "Bacchus and Cupid aloft."
Bacchus for good times and Cupid to show love between the English and the French. A tenuous love affair at best. Cardinal Wolsey has temporarily jumped off his secure seat on the fence between Francois I and the new Roman Emperor Charles, but it will not last. I prefer English to English marriages myself.
"You are somewhat of a cynic, Master Stafford," Mary chided.
The fountains, by the way, spout white wine, Malmsey and claret. The French masses will love the English king for that alone, whatever peace comes from this meeting. They have ordered the common folk to keep at a distance of 6 miles or face arrest, but they will swarm here. You see, Mary, I am a realist, and not a cynic at all. They walked under the oval gatehouse entry and across a tiled floor.
"They will think we are dawdling," Mary remarked, and walked faster.
I would stay closer to my father. At her words, William Stafford sat, deliberately, on a long banquet bench by the huge trestle table in the centre of the great hall. You may be certain he will never be far away the next few weeks, Mary, for he will want to be in charge whenever you are near his grace.
She stopped and turned toward him, annoyed that he could make simple statements sound so ominous.
Before you scold me, Mary, I shall give you something to be angry about, but I hope you will think on my words and know they come from concern and not malice.
"I have heard quite enough of your comments, Master Stafford."
Her voice sounded tremulous, even though she sought to put him off with cold scorn.
Damn them all for traipsing on ahead and leaving her here alone with this man. "I must find the others," she said, and turned to flee, but he was quicker than she. He darted off the bench and had her firmly by the arms before she had gone 4 strides. "Loose me!"
"You will listen, Mary. Are you afraid of what you might hear?"
"I shall call the others."
"Do so, and then all may hear my warnings of your relationships to Francois and selected others." Her heart stopped at his last word, and she began to tremble inside. Your reputation has preceded you, beautiful Mary, and may be unfair, but you must realize the quagmire ahead. She ceased trying to pull away, and he led her back to the bench.
"I will listen. What do you have to say?"
You realize, I am sure, the French court knows you have been one of Francois's several latest young mistresses, in addition to his about-to-be-discarded deux fois.
Mary looked intently at her folded hands in her lap. "Yes, I know. Secrets are hard to keep when they involve the king."
What French court gossips know, English court gossips soon know also, Mary.
She looked up, startled. "But Amboise is so far away from London."
The way at court, any nation's court, is to know all the business of one's own king and other kings. Pope Leo X in the Vatican probably knows how many times Francois bedded you.
Her face went white and a shudder ran through her body. Mother could even know, but at least she was never at the English court. How could she ever face the English king now? "But father said," she began, and then stopped, realizing what William Stafford might think of her father if he knew she had been urged to continue her affair with the king.
I knew it. I guessed it.
His words were angry, and he hit his knee hard with his fist. "He no doubt counselled you that it was in your best interest," he hissed.
She could not lift her face to him, but she wanted to defend her father,
How dare he question his betters? But she could not afford to anger him further, since he knew so much already. "You mentioned others, William." Her use of his first name seemed to soften his rugged features. "I pray you will not mention the others to my father," she went on. "I had no control over what the king expected of me with his friends. He gave me no choice. But please, do not tell my father." "I promise I will not, Mary. I need not, for he has known, no doubt, longer than I have, or has King Henry." She cried aloud as though she had been hit in the stomach. "You are lying! The others... Father could not have known about the others. I never heard it about the court from anyone else." "Then you have not only been treading on quicksand, Mary, but you have had your beautiful blonde head in it." "He could not know. He said nothing." Her voice rose, and, angered beyond further words at his lies, she raised her hand and slapped his face with all her strength. The crack resounded in the lofty room, and she shrank back from him on the bench. A red mark slowly suffused his cheek. He reached calmly for her wrists with his huge hands, and pulled her closer to him on the bench. She went stiff, but her skirts made her slide to him across the polished wood. "Did striking me help the pain, Mary?" His voice was gentle, and she longed to collapse against him, to sob her shame on his shoulder. "I am not finished. Hate me if you will, but listen carefully. King Henry, my master, whom I serve closely every day, will find you most entrancing when your father dangles you before him. What red-blooded man would not? He knows of your reputation, but contrary to what you are thinking, it intrigues him. It titillates his sometimes jaded senses and bored mind." She stared into William Stafford's dark eyes, mesmerized. How could he speak of his king this way? "And when he sees you, sweet, your naive beauty, your youth and blonde innocence, he will be quite ensnared. If your father should try to bring you home to England, and I predict he will, it will be a fine path to escape the trap into which you have fallen. But go home with your eyes wide open, not to let such entrapment happen again." He reached for her shoulders and shook her slightly. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I think so. I would wish to go home." "Home, Mary, but home to what? That is the danger. The time is ripe for the great Henry to think he loves you. He is long tired of Spanish Catherine, who gives him dead sons. His mistress, Bessie Blount, blonde and fair as yourself, bore him a son last year, and his interest in her is also dead. Tread carefully, sweet Mary, with both eyes open, and do not trust the king or your father." "Then whom am I to trust?" she challenged him. She lifted her head as she heard their fellow visitors approaching, her father's voice distinct among the others. William Stafford pulled her to her feet. "I would tell you to trust me, Mary Bullen, but I do not savour another slap when I have you aroused. Still, I promise you that you will pay dearly some day for whatever slaps or scratches or sharp words you give me. You will pay, sweet Mary, but in a time and manner of my choosing." She blushed and sputtered, but the others were in the room now, and she turned away to compose herself. "Mary, there is a secret passageway should the king need to escape from the gallery, clear to Guines Castle. They dug it underground," Anne blurted as she hurried to Mary. "There you are, Stafford.
her father was saying. "We're going to swing around by Francois's golden tent on our return. Sblood, I wish the fountain spurted wine already. It is a damned hot day. Have you seen enough of the King's Palace of Illusions, Mary?"
"Yes, father," she spoke at last. "Quite enough for now." They returned to the tethered horses, and, much to her dismay, William Stafford helped her mount. "Did you hear that, Mary?" he whispered in her ear. "It is rightly called the Palace of Illusions." "I heard clearly enough, Master Stafford." "Then heed what you have heard," he added, and turned away to smoothly mount his own waiting steed. Mary knew the moment she surveyed the glittering room she would never forget the sight. The clothes and coiffures were not as grand as those of the French, but she was in the dazzling midst of the Tudor court, and her exiled English blood moved her beyond belief. If only father had brought her mother, she thought, her life would be complete for this one lovely moment. Mary wore a blue satin gown with side slashings and one of the deepest square necklines she had ever dared. Her golden tresses were swept back and piled layer upon layer above her fair brow, and at her throat she wore a single huge pearl drop which had once been her grandmother's. Anne, too, looked vibrant in crimson and white, her pale skin setting off her dark, eager eyes, her long sleeves characteristically dripping extra lace to hide the tiny deformity of her left hand. Father ushered them into the opulent, buzzing crowd which awaited the arrival of the king. Mary recognised few faces in the velvet-gilded swarm, except her Uncle Norfolk and her cousin, Sir Francis Bryan, who kissed her cheek lingeringly and complimented them all. Despite William Stafford's cruel words earlier in the day at Ardres, Mary was pleased to have her father hovering so close, and she summoned the courage to ask him her pressing question. "What, Mary?" he responded as she began to speak, his head swivelling slowly, his eyes far past her as he surveyed the assembly. "I asked if I shall be going home soon, my Lord Father." "Why did you think that, girl?" "I am older now than many of the girls, and I just wondered." "It is possible. I shall think about it tonight or soon." "I should love to go home to Hever, Father." "Hever is hardly what I had in mind for you, Mary. After your fine opportunities in the French court, I hardly—" His eyes darted to the back of the room in the sudden hush. "The king comes," he whispered. Mary strained to see. Trumpet blasts split the close air, heads turned, and people bowed in a surging wave as the Tudors entered and moved toward their chairs. Thomas Boleyn had positioned his little brood well, for soon Mary could see the tall, dark husband of Mary Tudor, and then the red-blonde, smiling giant, the king himself. They curtsied low and did not rise again until the royal family had seated themselves. Instantly, Mary saw her dear friend and guardian of earlier days, the king's beautiful sister, and her eyes filled with joyous tears. Her brother king had forgiven her, and she and her beloved Charles Brandon looked radiant side by side. But Mary's adoring gaze was mostly for the king. It was hard to believe her father had served this great master for so long. She had only seen him once, when she had held the Princess Mary's cloak and heard him promise her that if the French king died, she might wed elsewhere of her own choosing. She had quite forgotten he was so well proportioned. His golden red beard set off his ruddy complexion and slate-blue eyes, a blonde giant to overcome his rival, the dark satyr king, she thought proudly.
The English monarch wore silver and white silks and massy golden chains draped across his powerful chest, and shoulders in perfect balance to the brawny thighs and calf muscles bulging the silk of his hose and emphasized by gilded and jewelled garters. The flagrant, massive codpiece over the king's manhood was covered with a matching gold with jewels to offset his gold and jewel-edged collar, as if to call special attention to his powerful face and loins. It was only when father urged them forward that she noted the Queen, pale and heavy in dark green, with a large crucifix leaning on her ample bosom. Another Claude, Mary thought, stunned by the yawning gap in vitality between this dynamic king and his quiet queen. Even as the three Boleyns approached the dais, they caught the king's eye, and he motioned his ambassador forward, his jewelled fingers sparkling in the light.
"Thomas, where in Christendom is Wolsey? He should have been here for this reception."
His voice seemed to rise and fall in each sentence. Mary stood slightly behind her father, and Anne stood apart from them both, watching. "Your Grace, I saw him in early afternoon, and he yet had much to do at Ardres. He will be back soon, I am sure, with final arrangements."
"He had better be. These are his doing, all of it, and I will not be arriving in the morn before my brother Francois does. I will not be there standing about and waiting for the arrival of the French."
"Even the finest details have received our close attention, Your Grace, and may I say your marvellous Palace of Illusions far outshines Francois's silken tent."
"Well, I mean to show them all the power and greatness of England. And what say our young English beauties, though raised at the French court? These are your daughters, are they not, my clever ambassador? A pox on you to hide such delights from our eyes."
His narrowed gaze glittered over them swiftly, and Mary was relieved to feel no romantic lure. William Stafford was quite mistaken, she thought, as King Henry turned to introduce them to his wife.
"My dear, Bullen's lovely flowers, bred and raised behind your moated walls at Hever, eh?"
Henry and his ambassador laughed.
"They have been educated for some years at the court of Francois, Catherine."
The king plunged on, his eyes still on Mary.
"A fine finishing school, no doubt."
Mary paled at his final words, and it was suddenly Anne who answered smoothly.
"We enjoy the French court, but of course we miss our home at Hever and all of our beautiful England, Your Grace."
Queen Catherine's lips broke into a warm smile. "I remember your lovely mother at court when I was not yet wed to his Grace," she said in accented English. "Looking at your blonde daughter, my Lord Boleyn is quite like having the years rolled back. Do you not agree, my lord? She is so fair."
"Yes, yes, my Catherine, but the years have gone by, and here stands quite another lady, fresh and on the brink of a great experience, eh, Thomas?"
"Sire?"
"Surely your Mary is old enough now to return to her home. She seems ripe for marriage. Is she betrothed?"
"No, Your Grace."
"Then we shall make her a good English marriage before some French fop gobbles her up, Thomas. Catherine could use a lady-in-waiting from a fine family such as your own."
Thomas Boleyn bent low in gratitude, and the Queen kept silent.
"I always hearken to your advice, sire. I shall think on the possibilities. Anne, of course, should stay longer, as she is but 13.
"Anne?
Ah, yes. But it was Mary we were speaking of."
"I understand, Your Grace."
"And Thomas, though I have heard from you and my cardinal, I would like to hear about the character of Francois du Roy from the lips of one who has lived in his court recently. It may help me to deal better with him if I know how much we are alike, he said, loudly, for the curious crowd near the Boleyns had grown 2 and 3 heads deep.
In intelligence and wit there is no comparison, sire, Thomas Boleyn put in grandly, and Mary shall be available to offer you her opinion should you desire it.
Do not stray far, Thomas, were the last distinct words Mary heard as others took their place near the king, and the voices behind them became a dull, steady buzz.
"Where was your tongue, girl?"
her father inquired out of the side of his mouth as they departed the press of the crowd.
Even Anne spoke. I thought you knew how to handle kings by now. Flattery and smiles and speak up sweetly. You are not to stand there like a hollow golden goddess. Your beauty will only take you so far, and he does not fancy ninnies.
Tears stung her eyes at the sudden rebuke, and a lump caught in her throat. I was not bid to speak, father. You spoke only of me, not to me.
At least he will probably speak to you later. See that you find a sweet tongue by then.
Yes, I will, father. Perhaps Marie was too much in awe, father. With her beauty, she need not cultivate wittiness as much as I, put in wide-eyed, serious Anne.
Yes, well, both of you at least look your best for the Boleyns today. You know your brother would give his best falcon to be here, so make us all proud. I do not intend to have Mary leaving one royal court unless it is to enter another. Do you understand, Mary? You are not going home to embroider with your mother in the long afternoons at Hever, nor to breed children on some rural estate.
He sighed and patted Mary's shoulder.
Dry your eyes, child. I meant not to be harsh on this wonderful evening. It is only that I will have the best for you and for Anne. I should have explained this all before, but I have been much taken with the king's business. Do you understand?
I think I understand much more now, father, Mary said quietly.
Fine. Now, we shall just bide our time for the king to remember he wishes to talk to you about Francois. Would you like to go back near the throne and speak to your former mistress, Princess Mary? You were once aggrieved to leave her, I recall. She is much in the king's favour again.
Yes, I would appreciate that. And she has never met Anne. They wound their way back through the clusters of courtiers toward the dais, and the beautiful Tudor rose sighted Mary and her father. How lovely the king's sister looked, Mary thought. Her gown was dazzling crimson to offset the rich hue of her lips and cheeks. Golden ribbons were threaded through the slashes in the red, tight bodice of the gown, and emeralds in gold filigree rosettes hung from her slender neck and her tight chain-link girdle. Twisted strips of fox and whitest ermine lined the puffed outer sleeves and ornate crimson headpiece, separating the dark, rich velvets and brocades from her creamy skin like a beautiful painting set in a precious frame. Princess Mary Tudor, now the adored Duchess of Suffolk, held out her graceful hand to her old friend Mary Boleyn before they had emerged from the press of people.
"Mary, my dear, how you have blossomed," the princess marvelled. "My lord, do you remember the charming girl who was my English maid of honour when first we wed in Paris?"
Charles Brandon's dark eyes surveyed Mary's flushed face, and the warm embrace his wife offered the girl.
"Of course I remember, and she is much grown to a beauty. You have conquered the king's heart, I hear."
For an instant, Mary thought he spoke of King Henry, and then blushed to realise that William Stafford's words must have been true. The English court knew of her affair with Francois du Roy.
"Hush, my lord," his wife put in. "Anyone would be taken with her beauty, and we need not your commentary on it." She turned intimately to Mary and lowered her voice. "You must forgive him, my dear, for he still bears enmity against the French king and your father. I shall see you do not suffer for his feelings." Gratefully, Mary introduced Anne to the Duke and Duchess. The dark-haired girl handled herself with skilful aplomb, again to the pleased surprise of Mary and the avid eye of Thomas Boleyn. "Shall we see you at court? Does she return home to England now, my Lord Ambassador?" Princess Mary questioned Thomas Boleyn directly to warm the icy air between her husband and her brother's ambassador. "His Majesty was just suggesting the idea, Your Grace. Perhaps if we could find Mary a suitable husband, she could live at court. She has never forgotten your kindnesses to her." "Then we shall see you, Mary. I shall urge my dear sister-in-law, Queen Catherine, to consider your service in her household, or maybe even in mine." At that last suggestion, Thomas Boleyn seemed to hustle his daughters away, but their proximity to the throne drew the king's attention again, and his grace rose to follow them into the crowd. For countless minutes, Henry Tudor smiled and cajoled and flattered Mary, hanging on her every word and opinion of Francois and the French court. Mary smiled, cajoled, and flattered in return, under her father's watchful gaze. The time passed swiftly, and Mary could remember little of it afterward, like a once vivid dream that had flown by morn. All she could think of, the entire way back to Guines, was how William Stafford's warnings could have been sound advice after all. She noticed Anne's starry-eyed gaze, and her father's smug approval. Not at all. Chapter 10. June the 16th, 1520. Picardy. For 10 days the plain of Ardres rang with trumpets, shouts, and applause. The nobility of 2 realms swarmed among the gaily coloured tents which studded the tiny parks and bordered the tilt-yards, dancing greens, and wrestling circles. The great folk of the 2 nations intertwined, even as did the hawthorn tree of England and the raspberry bush of France, in the golden tent where the blonde and raven-haired royal giants had met and embraced to begin the festivities. Serious business was conducted at this entente cordiale. Wolsey met with Louise du Savoy, Suffolk met with Bonnivet. Financial promises were made, and King Henry's young daughter was once again engaged to the French prince. Each side eyed each other through the haze of laughter, and tried to bridle natural suspicions behind forced smiles. Banter and joviality flowed as profusely as the wine from Henry's fountains, but beneath the golden surface lay the stony grey foundation of distrust. For Mary Boleyn, the days raced by as swiftly as the huge destriers which charged at each other along the gilded tilt-rails. She mingled freely with both courts, but felt most comfortable with the English. Though she did not know them well, she made new acquaintances daily, and was convinced their interest in her meant they could not possibly know of her besmirched reputation, which William Stafford had so cruelly flaunted in her face. The English king himself sought her out for conversation whenever he noticed her about, and a tiny plan began to grow in her mind. She would show King Francois how little she thought of him if she could arrange to be often near the great Henry, and indeed, if she were going back to England, as had been hinted at and promised by both her father and the king, what had she to fear of reprisal? Mary accompanied Princess Mary, Rose Dacre, and several English ladies past the tournament gallery, decked in Tudor green and white on one side and Francois's tawny and white bunting on the other, toward the lawn, where wrestling had been the favourite entertainment all afternoon.
"My father has said that our king is a wonderful wrestler, Your Grace," Mary offered.
"My dear brother is splendid at whatever he pursues," said the princess proudly, "and as king he must surpass his nobles. Francois, as I recall, was most admirable also. I thank the blessed Lord we have been able to keep those two from challenging each other at the lists or elsewhere. My Lord Suffolk jousted against Bonnivet and was victorious today. As long as we let their favourite courtiers represent them on the field or the list, I have hopes that we may keep this assembly peaceful."
"But how I should like to see them set on each other and Francois bested by our English king," Mary thought passionately. "It is said both kings will soon run out of champions to hurl at each other, Your Grace.
If they do, Mary, we shall be true patriots and challenge the French king's powerful mother and sister, or perhaps Françoise Dufoy," the princess joked, and Mary joined her in giggles.
"But, Your Grace,"
put in Rose Dacre with a brilliant smile, "the Lady Mary Boleyn has already challenged Françoise Dufoy." Laughter froze on Mary's lips at the barb, and the princess came to her aid. "Rose, Mary was a dear friend to me when I was in sore need, and I will not have her teased for your silly amusement, even though the times may be gay and frivolous."
"Yes, Your Grace, I meant nothing by the jest, Mary."
Mary's gratitude flowed out to the beautiful princess as they joined the irregular circle of courtiers around the fringe of the wrestling ring. Today, she and Mary Tudor had both chosen green gowns in honour of the Tudor king, though of course the Duchess of Suffolk's gown was much grander than what her father's allowance could purchase. Mary Boleyn's gown was a willow green, simply cut, and offset only by the vibrant pink satin lining of the sleeves and the narrow pink stripes along the fitted bodice. Mary Tudor's gown sparkled with sunlight, glittering across the jade-green sheen of the fabric and winking at the jewels that studded her delicate kid-leather belt, gloves, and even her square-toed slippers. Anne Boleyn, in brightest canary-yellow silks, standing near with some other court maidens, including Jeanne du Lac, approached the Princess Mary and swept her a graceful curtsy.
"My Lord Father's aide William Stafford wrestles next, Your Grace," Anne told her. "He has been very kind to Mary and me. And," she announced grandly, her eyes sparkling, "he wrestles with the brother of the French king's mistress, Françoise Dufoy. It is the famous Lautrec, one of the king's finest generals." Mary's fingernails dug into the palms of her hands as she fought to keep from showing emotion. That William Stafford wrestled for King Henry. She cared not at all. But he wrestled Lautrec, the wily courtier to whom Francois had given her when he lost a bet to him gambling. What if Lautrec saw her here and remarked to Stafford about it? That meddler already knew too much to be trusted. Blurred scenes of how Lautrec had used her far into the night in his deep bed flashed through her mind, and she shut her eyes tight, hoping to stop the flood of memory. "Sister, are you quite all right?" Anne inquired at her side. "Is the day too warm for you?" "No, Anne, my thanks. I'm fine now. But shall we sit up here in the gallery instead of standing about the ring where we might be a distraction?" "It is much more exciting here, Mary," chided Anne, as though she were speaking to a child.
"Yes, Mary," added the princess. "We have done enough sitting around. Let us stay here, at least until my lord husband or the king spot us and make us behave." She laughed musically again as the two wrestlers came into the ring and bowed to their monarchs.
"King Henry looks grand today," Mary noted proudly. Though he and Francois sat in the shade next to their two colourless queens, both dripping with jewels, she thought he far outshone the dark Francois. His red beard looked almost golden, and both kings sported closely cropped hair, having ended their mutual vow not to cut hair or beard until they met on the field of the cloth of gold. To her delight, Henry nodded and lifted his huge hand to her. Or was it to his sister Mary, who stood beside the Boleyn sisters? At any rate, he did not summon them to join the royal party. So they stood about the ring among the other courtiers. How she wished Francois had noted the English king's probing stare, and her own radiant smile and nod in return. Wearing only breeches and a waist sash of brightest green and white, Stafford faced his brawny opponent. Dark, curly hair covered Stafford's tanned chest, in contrast to Lautrec's smooth, paler skin. The men crouched and circled warily, each waiting for an opening to grasp the other. Mary could distinctly hear their even breathing, and Lautrec talked to himself in low tones. Then Stafford dove for Lautrec's thighs, his brown head butting against the Frenchman's hip. Lautrec flung himself backward, and they went to their knees on the smooth turf. Lautrec reached for Stafford's arm and tried to twist it as they spun away together, half rolling, half kneeling. They grunted and groaned as they strained and struggled. Advice and cheers went up from the encircling crowd in the royal gallery. Staring at the sweating, grunting Lautrec, Mary recalled the horrible night Francois had demanded she fulfill his gambling debt in Lautrec's bed. Still so naive then, she hadn't even caught on to what the king intended at first. "Your Grace," she had greeted Francois that night with a quick curtsy as she entered the room to which he had summoned her. "Mary, You must prepare for bed right away. Isabel is here to help, and I shall wait until you are ready." "But we never needed—" "Dearest little golden English girl," he began, almost poetically, before a frown crushed his eyebrows, and he began to pace. "Just do it, Marie. Hurry. I have something to explain to you." She had stood like a wooden doll, frozen in increasing panic and grief as Isabel's steady hands divested her of her clothes and sponged her quickly with rose water. The king's jerky voice went on explaining how he had wagered much to his boon companion, Lautrec, explaining what he had wagered and lost. Mary pulled away from the startled Isabel as she tried to dust her with powder, and a fine white cloud of it drifted to the carpeted floor. The king's sneeze had nearly drowned out her protest at first. "No, my lord king, not I. That is impossible." "Oui, Mary, one night. Look, sweet, he favours you, at least your blonde look of innocence and purity." "Innocence and—" She could not repeat his words and stared open-mouthed at his audacity. "No," she said again. "No, you would not do this. I know I cannot." "Listen to me," he said, shaking her once. "You will do it for me. I have favoured you, coddled you. I have given my word. Just go along and keep those tears off your face, or I swear I will give some lurid report of your demeanour to your precious father, or see he is dismissed from his post." Her eyes focused on his then, and she hoped the utter contempt of her stare hid the naked fear she felt at that threat to tell or hurt her father. Now the dreadful memories spun and twisted like the two wrestlers here at her feet. They rolled on the grass again. This time it was the Frenchman who rode Stafford's powerful body. The Englishman's great tawny shoulder almost brushed the chalked edge of the circle. Mary shocked herself by shouting out for William Stafford. Ordinarily she detested the man, but how wonderful it would be to see the smug Lautrec beaten and Francois's honour diminished before all. Come on, Staff, you can beat him. Get up, please, she screeched like the lowest fishwife on the Paris streets. The men lay nearly at her feet. She felt an overwhelming urge to kick out at Lautrec or shove him off Staff's writhing form. Staff, come on! She shouted again, oblivious to the stares of the princess and her sister. Suddenly, Stafford gave a great, grunting heave and threw Lautrec away. Stafford dove at the Frenchman's shoulders and pinned him heavily as the marshal began to count. 1. Mary held her breath. To have Lautrec shamed was some vindication, though she could share it with no one. 2. Unfortunately, it had to be the meddling William Stafford who was her unknowing champion. 3. Honour to King Henry and his gentleman usher, Master William Stafford. The crowd cheered and applauded as the men rose wearily and grasped hands. To Mary's delight, Lautrec looked like a grass-stained field hand in his ruined Tawnian white. The men bowed to the royal box, and before he followed the defeated Lautrec from the ring, Stafford turned in their direction and bowed low to Princess Mary, his eyes and teeth white against his sweaty, tanned face. Francois was obviously annoyed, but Henry pounded him on his back good-naturedly and reminded him that the French champions had earned many a fall and tournament point over the last week. Yet it was clear to all that the English, though from a smaller, poorer nation, held the balance of athletic prowess. "My dear brother," King Henry was saying in a booming voice, his arm still draped around Francois's silken shoulder, "I would try you for a fall in a friendly bout. Will you accept?" "Oh no, my Henry," Mary heard the princess beside her murmur under her breath. "This is not wise." "Indeed, I accept, brother Henry," intoned Francois loudly, bowing and smiling to the rapt gallery. As they stood and made their way down to the field, both queens put out their hands to detain their husbands and implore them to be seated. But the mood was set. The challenge lay there in the sun for all to see. Bonnivet seconded his master, helping him remove his doublet and shirt, while the crowd watched to see the powerful French king half-stripped before them. The Duke of Suffolk hastened to assist his king, his dark smooth hair in sharp contrast to Henry Tudor's mane and beard which gleamed in the light. "Both are magnificent," Rose Dacre said too loudly in the hush, and Mary nodded wordlessly. She hoped she never saw Francois's bare chest again as long as she lived. Like a lion compared to a sleek fox, King Henry's massive chest and arms were covered with golden hair. The royal opponents stepped gingerly over the now blurry chalk circle and bowed in tandem to their nervous queens. There was no cheering or raucous advice from the crowd. It was as though all of them around the circle stood in a sorcerer's trance. Then Bonnivet and Suffolk began to shout encouragement, and soon the din of voices rose. Other courtiers strolling in the area came bounding in to swell the cheering crowd, and Princess Mary wrung her hands in nervous anguish. The English king sidestepped Francois and stuck a brawny leg behind him, hoping to trip the lithe man backward, but Francois twisted from the attempt, and Henry nearly toppled over. They recovered their stances and began their stalking anew, their eyes boring into each other's. Then Francois darted forward. Henry's great arms reached to encircle the French king's trunk. Swiftly, Francois bent, then straightened. The King of England flipped over and lay flat on his back. The screams died to nothing. Francois, too, looked stunned and froze like a statue. In the hush, King Henry towered to his feet and said plainly,
I will have another bout for a fall, now, and then we shall see."
Mary's stomach churned with excitement and fear. She longed to see the great Henry throw the confident Francois, but she knew the results could bring chaos and ruin to this lovely field of gold. Amazingly, like a mirror vision, the two sisters of the kings swept into the restless circle and curtsied to their brothers. Mary had not even seen Marguerite in the swollen crowd, but she had been fully aware of Mary Tudor's anxiety.
"You are both wonderful, spectacular," said Marguerite in her halting English to the two sweating giants. Princess Mary chose the tack of taking her brother's arm and clinging to his clenched fist while curtsying to the French king and Marguerite. "As once queen of your nation, I was often honoured to see your greatness and prowess, Francois du Roi, and I have often thought, as I did today, what a godlike match you and my dear brother king make in all endeavours." Both Claude and Catherine had descended from their perches by this time, and Catherine added the ultimate soothing balm.
"Dinner is served now in the King's Fair Palace of Illusion,"
she said in her strangely accented French, and then repeated it in English, though everyone present understood the French well enough.
"Please, join us all in a stroll to the banqueting hall."
Momentarily, all focused on the tiny wrestling circle, crowded now with the two kings, their queens, and dear sisters. Mary noted William Stafford across the sea of faces and wondered vaguely how much of the bout he had witnessed. Then Anne tugged gently on her sleeve, and they drifted along in the whispering waves of courtiers, meandering toward the huge Palace of Illusions. It was King Henry's turn to stuff the royal and noble masses with delicacies and wine. Each night, the host king strove to offer some viand or decoration or delight to top the previous offerings. Although only 300 elite of the thousands present at these lengthy revels were feasted each day in the presence of the sovereigns, the surprises tonight took their breath away. Not only was real gold plate used instead of the customary trenchers of day-old bread, but each diner was supplied with a spoon and fork to use at the meal, rather than making do with their own spoons and no forks. Still, the most marvellous titillation was yet to come. After the pheasant with baked quince, venison bucknard, stuffed partridges, dolphin, and 30 peacocks with lighted tapers in their beaks, and numerous toasts with the heady glasses of sweet Osnay from Alsace, the cupbearers and service rolled in a massive subtlety of an exact miniature replica of the Palace of Illusions, with orangeade moats and huge Tudor roses and Francois salamanders on all corners. A ripple of applause went up, and King Henry glowed with pride. Mary sat between Anne and Rose Dacre at a table of mostly English ladies. She had a clear view of the head table, which was raised on a dais, and if she craned her head a bit, she could see her father at the next table with her amusing cousin Frances Bryan. Twice, when she looked their way, she caught the all-seeing eye of William Stafford seated near them, so she gave up looking about the vast hall and concentrated on the chatter at the table. The first time the conversation truly seized her attention was when the subject suddenly became Francois's belaboured mistress, Françoise du Foix.
"Look at her standing up there at the head table, flaunting herself in front of everyone, and next to his queen," hissed Rose Dacre.
Mary did look. Indeed, the beauteous Françoise was leaning over Francois's chair as he smiled up at her chatting. Queen Claude looked elsewhere as usual, but the English king was all eyes. I worried he summoned her, put in Anne. Even she does not have the nerve to prance up there unbidden.
Anne, please, Mary chided gently, amazed that her little sister could sound so worldly. Has she ever talked about me like that? She suddenly wondered.
I cannot fathom a court so unchristian as the French. Imagine actually flaunting one's mistress before the court and queen, Jane Dorset said, her narrow-eyed gaze riveted on Francoise. People may know of Bessie Blount and even his Grace's bastard son, but he never displays her that way.
A lady of the French court, Jeanne du Lac, Anne, once told me that she thought it most uncivilized that the English king had to hide his mistresses and pretend he had none when everyone knew he did, Mary said quietly, and the beautifully coiffed heads within hearing swivelled toward her. Though, not having lived at the English court, I know not for certain how things stand, she added.
His Grace does not go through a woman a week, as we have heard the French king does, Mary, came Rose Dacre's unmistakably pointed voice. Perhaps, since you have been at the French court, you could tell us of that.
Mary felt the colour flow to her cheeks, and she kept silent. I meant not to criticise His Grace, she offered, and when I return home to England, I know I shall have much to learn.
Granted, Mary, but you do seem a quick learner,
Rose parried, and, discomfited that no one else joined their repartee, she observed, Well, here comes Francois's mistress en titre now, and her charming face looks like an absolute thundercloud. With her head held high, Francoise approached their table, chatting and nodding to those she recognized. Eventually, she halted her glittering progress behind Rose Dacre. Mary almost wished she had known of Rose's words and had come to scold her for her impudence. Marie Boleyn, came Francois's sweet voice in lilting French. Francois du Roi wishes to speak with you at his table. I did not ask him the reason. Perhaps some message for your father? Embarrassed, Mary rose and stepped over the bench on which she sat. She held her tongue until she and Francoise were out of the hearing range of her dinner partners, and then said, If Francois du Roi had a message for my father, he could easily summon him, as well you know. A smile still on Francoise's lovely face, she answered evenly, Perhaps he intends to parade all of his conquests before the English king in order, little Boleyn. Actually, I know he only wishes to hurt and humiliate me, to bring me to heel and back to his bed, a willing victim like yourself. You may tell him, if you will, that it will take much more than trying to humble me by sending me to fetch his little English slut to make me lose my spirit. Francoise stopped then, apparently surprised at her own vehemence, and Mary ached to slap that painted red smile so near. I shall tell him all you have said, Francoise Dufoy. Now, in front of Queen Claude and my King Henry. Then perhaps I shall hear when I am at home in England of your retirement to your dear husband's chateau, far from court. Mary turned away before the other woman could respond, and mounted the dais. Francois, resplendent in deep purple velvet, contrasting with the English king's rich crimson doublet and hose, held out his hand to her. She felt compelled to take it, though the raised red eyebrows of King Henry worried her. Francois immediately fired his first salvo, in hearing range of his rival king. You must come soon to visit my golden tent, Marie. I have not seen you much of late. Do the English keep you hostage? The ceiling of the tent is the wonderful starlit sky Master da Vinci painted for our fine banquet. When you and I were dressed alike and strolled under our own heavens,
Do you remember, Marie?" Mary nodded and offered a shallow bow in silence. As she rose, Francois began a flowery thanks to Henry for the beautiful maids of England. "I urge you to send us all you can spare, my brother Henry," Francois chortled. Henry Tudor smiled thinly, but did not laugh. Mary could sense the tangled tensions. She had never before been with them when they were together. Was the cause only the foolish wrestling bout, or more? "Mary, of course, being of marriageable age now, will be coming home immediately," Henry said flatly. "Indeed? I had not heard of this. I'm much aggrieved. And whose sudden decision is this? Golden Mary, how do you feel about this command?" Francois probed, his narrowed dark eyes upon her. "I shall be happy to return to my home, Your Grace, for I am true-bred English, even though your court has given me French polish. Of course, I shall greatly miss the kindness of our dear Queen Claude. She has been most considerate of me always, no matter what foolish mistakes I have made." Her heart rose in her throat at the audacity of the reply she had so long desired to give. She tried to smile sweetly and look innocent of her motives. Francois glared but a moment, and Henry's voice was lighter, almost jovial as he spoke. "Do not grieve the loss of one of your queen's maids so greatly, brother Francois. I assure you such beauty and wit will not be wasted. I personally shall find Golden Mary a suitable English husband, and she will serve at the court of her king." Mary could see the muscles in Francois's jaw go taut, and his slender fingers wrap tightly around his goblet filled with ruby wine. "I envy her husband his treasure," he said. "Perhaps, my trusted Henry, if you and I are as alike as your dear sister claimed today, after you were thrown in our wrestling bout, I shall envy you too, huh?" Francois's brittle laughter filled the air as Mary curtsied and turned away, though she had not been formally dismissed. She could feel the myriad eyes of the room on her, but she had had quite enough of the tense banter between these two powerful magnets of influence. "Mary!" King Henry's voice floated to her, and she turned again. "Your Grace?" "I am sending for your father and intend to discuss some diplomatic matters with him in a few moments. I would wish you to wait for me, and your father, in the antechamber." "As you wish, Your Grace." "I do not order you, Mary," came his now hushed voice. "I only request." She thought instantly of Francois's same words to her once, words that lied to her foolish heart before he seduced her in that tiny room at Amboise. "I shall be there, sire." She managed a little smile, but she felt drained now, embarrassed, proud and afraid, relieved to see both queens still turned away from their husbands in continual conversation. She stepped from the dais. When the confrontation with Francois that she had longed for was over, and she had exited down the narrow hall lined with hanging tapestries, her knees went weak, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. She sat, gratefully, on a velvet-cushioned chair in the anteroom. In the vast hall, with its vipers and sly foxes, huge, bear-like Henry seemed a distant dream. She closed her eyes to gain poise and control before they would be on her again. The king, her father, she prayed God she would never see Francois at close range again, the godlike Francois du Roi who shattered a little girl's dreams for his own pleasure and amusement, and to pay gambling debts. "Mary, are you feeling well enough to stay, or may I take you back to Guines?" Her eyes shot open at the familiar voice. Staff. Up close, His more refined appearance in gold velvet and heavy brocade made him look every whit as handsome as he had while dirty and sweaty in the wrestling circle, she reluctantly admitted to herself. His huge shoulders stretched the costly materials taut, and his doublet outlined the heavy muscles of his chest and tapered, flat belly as completely as his hose etched every sinew of his brawny thighs and calves. Despite the disdain she tried to show him, her eyes darted guiltily to the gold brocade-covered codpiece where his powerful loins joined. Then her eyes met his lazy perusal of her body, with the usual resounding crack of energy which leapt between them. "William Stafford, are you always about? Must I see you everywhere I look or turn? Did the king send you?"
"No, Mary. Your father did. Are you all right after your dangerous interview? How does it feel to be a little pawn tossed about between two kings?"
"I need none of your impudence, Master Stafford."
"I am thrilled that the fire of spirit still burns beneath the pliant sweetness, and I had hoped that after this afternoon you had resolved to call me Staff. Why should I?"
"Perhaps you will at least do so when you become aroused or excited, Mary. Was that not your clear voice I heard as I rolled about on the ground at your feet this afternoon? Come on, Staff, you can do it." Mary felt herself colour instantly. "Do not be so conceited to think that I wanted you, especially, to be the victor. I am true English, you know, and would cheer for any English contender."
"Alas, I had hoped your concern for me was of another sort."
He hung his head in mock grief, and she almost burst into laughter. Then he said quietly,
"I was hoping your goodwill was truly for me, and not against Paul Lautrec. Has he been an enemy to you?"
No, indeed, and it is none of your concern." He flashed her an impudent smile. "Then he was something to you, but I shall console myself with the fact that you seem to detest him. You know, sweet Mary, you have never yet mastered telling lies, at least not lying and hiding it, and you still have a conscience. You had best learn to lie and to bury that conscience if you are to get on at great Henry's court, lass. You have no right at all to counsel me. Why do you concern yourself anyway?"
"I assure you, Mary, it is not part of my duty to either your father or the king. Therefore, I must have my own motives. When you grow up a bit from the foolish wisp of a girl you are, perhaps we shall discuss my motives. Until then, you will have to wonder."
Her hand tingled with the desire to slap him again, but would he take it as calmly this time? She wanted to beat on his chest, to kick at him, to scratch and scream. It frightened her that he aroused such feelings in her when he was so obviously beneath her concern. The dark curtains parted in the awkward silence, and Thomas Bullen darted in.
"Is she quite all right, Staff?" "Ask the lady yourself, my lord. I would say her spirits are quite high."
"That is a good girl," he nodded.
"What exactly did the king say, Mary?"
"Which king, father?" Out of the corner of her eye she caught William Stafford's delighted smile at her impudence. "His Grace, of course. He said he would choose a husband for you. Did he give a name?" "No, he said only to await him, and you, here."
Fine. Maybe you will be returning home with the royal party."
"I should like to at least visit Mother at Hever."
"Indeed, if there is to be a wedding, you shall return there to prepare, if that is permissible," he said, as an afterthought. "And what were Francois's words? Did they argue?"
She was about to recite the entire incident, excluding her sharp comments, when King Henry loomed large at the curtained doorway. Her father and Stafford swept low bows.
She was marvellous, Thomas, marvellous. She put the French king back on his heel like I never could have imagined from a mere sweet wench.
It was then Mary noticed that the king had brought with him a short, muscular man she had seen often about the king's retinue.
Mary has been telling me that you will select a husband for her upon her return, sire. The Boleyn family is most honoured at your concern. Not shall, Thomas, have. I have the perfect choice. A most loving and loyal man with a proud name for himself at the court of his king.
He motioned with a quick jerk of his raised wrist, and the man behind him stepped forward and bowed. Mary's eyes widened, and she was aware that behind them all, William Stafford had crossed his arms on his chest and stood with his legs spread.
My Lord Boleyn knows of the fine reputation of William Carey, Esquire to the King's body, Mary. That is an important position at court, of course, dear Mary, for the esquires keep watch outside the King's bedroom door at night, and attend to his wardrobe, and attiring too.
He paused, and Mary's nervous eyes flickered over the sandy-haired, serious-faced William Carey. He was pleasant-looking, if somewhat round-faced, in contrast to the square, strong chin Stafford sported. Oh, why, she cursed herself silently. Did she have to think of that wretch right now?
Mary Boleyn, the king was saying, I would proudly present Will Carey to you as your future and most loving husband.
Mary stemmed her desire to burst into tears. She curtsied. Henry beamed, and her father's face was unreadable. And in the shadows, William Stafford looked angrier than she had ever seen him.
Now, I know you have much to say to each other, but if Sir William will wait outside, I promise him I shall turn over his lovely fiancée momentarily. Thomas, I told him he might only walk her back to the castle tonight. You understand, I know.
He turned his great reddish head slightly.
Stuff? Is that you? What the deuce are you doing here?
Stafford's voice came rough and low.
Lord Boleyn sent for me, sire. I will be going. I wish the Mistress Boleyn much happiness in her coming marriage.
He bowed from the waist and was gone.
Out, out, you two. We will be but a moment. I wish to thank the lady for her clever handling of that French fox when the knave thought he had bested the English. Ha!
She was alone with the king, but the thrilling reality seemed not to make the proper dent on her consciousness. She could not even smile at him, though her brain told her to do so. He approached her slowly and took her hands in his huge ones.
Mary, I hope the choice of husband will please you. He is a good man, patient, and his position keeps him much about court circles. And his king. You will live at court after the brief honeymoon. 'Tis tradition, you know, honeymoons. Will you like living at our court, do you think, Mary?
Of course, Your Grace, I shall be honoured. He bent his head nearer to her impassive face.
I want you to be more than honoured, beautiful Mary. I want you to be happy. You and I shall be great friends, you know.
She lifted her gaze at last. His eyes were set deep in shadow, and she could not see them, though she sensed he watched, waited. Suddenly, she felt happy, relieved. She was going home to Mother and Hever. And as for marriage, what had she expected? William Carey would have to be good to her if the king himself had chosen him. She would be at court and away from Francois, and all the gossip. I am excited to be going home, Your Grace. I know it will all be wonderful. I thank you for your care on my behalf. She smiled radiantly at him, and he grinned like a boy. Why, It will be as easy to please this man as if he were that silly René de Brosse, she thought, much relieved.
You are so lovely, Mary,
Henry Tudor said breathlessly.
So lovely and so dear.
He raised her hands slowly to his moustached mouth and kissed them lingeringly. I feel nothing, she assured herself. He cannot sweep me off my feet the way Francois did when I was a mere girl. William Stafford was wrong about this king's snares and traps for me. He leaned to brush her lips gently and, without another word, led her through the lifted flap of curtain. William Carey seemed to stand at attention, and her father sat on a bench a little farther off, waiting for his king. The hall was greatly deserted now. Yeoman guards snapped to attention when they saw their king emerge, and servants cleared the scattered remains of the feast.
I entrust her to you, Will. I shall have 2 guards follow you on your walk back to Guinea, for this is mighty precious cargo, eh, Thomas?
She curtsied. William bowed, and they were out in the clear night. She drank in a breath of fresh air and saw the vast heavens stretched overhead, sparkling down on King Henry's silvery palace of illusions. How like a fantasy it all was, like poor dear Signor da Vinci's lovely painted waxen canvas sky. Will Carey took her arm gently, and they began to pick their way through the torch-lit lanes toward the dark castle beyond. Part 2. Pastime with good company. Pastime with good company I love and shall until I die. Grudge who will, but none deny. So God be pleased, this life will I. For my pastimes hunt, sing and dance. My heart is set on goodly sport. To my comfort who shall me let? Youth will needs have dalliance, of good or ill some pastance. Company methinketh the best, all thoughts and fantasies to digest, for idleness is chief mistress of vices all. Then who can say but pass the day is best of all? Company with honesty is virtue, and vice to flee. Company is good or ill, but every man has his free will. The best I sue, the worst eschew. My mind shall be virtue to use, vice to refuse. I shall use me. King Henry VIII. Chapter 11. July the 28th, 1520. Hever Castle, Kent. The intermittent sun streamed through the oriel window in the solar, turning the floor rainbow-hued. The Boleyn and Howard crests, set in the skilfully leaded panes, stamped their vibrant stains on Mary's tawny skin and pale yellow skirts. It was a humid, close day, and the air stirred fitfully in sudden gusts. Puffy clouds prophesied rain, but not a drop hit the gardens or gravel walkways. Mary saw Salmone below on the path, and she swung open the latched panes of the lower window and stuck her head out. "Salmone, I am up here. Michael found me." The wiry, quick governess squinted up at the disembodied voice in the sun. "Lord Boleyn is not there already?" "No, Salmone, just I." "Then stay put, my girl. I shall be right up." Her voice trailed off as she disappeared. Summoned again by father. Would things never change? At least her mother was delighted to have her home. And now Lord Boleyn had arrived without even the usual warning. How wonderful these 3 weeks had been since Mary's return from France. Home
at beautiful Hever, to relax, to think, to ride the sloping hills and pick buttercups by the gentle Eden, to talk to Mother and tease Semene and pretend that the 8 long years away had never happened, to imagine all was well and secure, and there was no quiet man named Will Carey to wed, and no king to take over one's life. She shuddered, for another stone-grey cloud had smothered the sun, and the lovely room went leaden-hued.
"Mary, I could not find you anywhere," Semene shot out in her rapid-fire way as she entered. "The groom said you were not riding. Where did Michael find you?"
"I was just sitting by the sundial in the herb garden, thinking."
"About your wedding with a king's man?"
Semene prodded. "No, Semene, about time." The little wren-like governess knit her thin brows.
"I thank St. George we found you before the Lord came down from doing his papers to see you. He has important news."
"Perhaps the wedding is off, and I am free to marry whom I will choose." She could not keep the corners of her mouth from turning up. "I think Michael the gardener or Ian the blacksmith would do, for I know both of them better than Mr. Will Carey." Semene did not laugh at the tease, but wrung her small hands.
"Oh, sweet Mary, surely any bride feels nervous. You will love him. It is best to get to know one's lord after the marriage. A fine arranged marriage by the king. Oh, who could ask for more? You will live at the great Henry's court."
"Well, yes, there is that. The king's sister will be there much. Perhaps we shall be friends with her and the duke."
"And the king favours you, little one, the king."
She hesitated and wiped her palms nervously on her purple skirts.
"Does he look like his portrait, Mary, the one in the hall? I heard Lord Boleyn say his grace might visit here before you are wed. Does he look very like the painting?"
"Well, rather more blonde, I would say, but huge and intent with piercing blue eyes. But whenever I try to recall him clearly, all I can see is that picture. I guess I looked on it too much as a child."
"A little girl's dream come true, my Mary."
Semene smiled and rested her hand on Mary's shoulder. But the young woman did not hear Semene's last words. It was true. She could recall the satyr face of Francois du Roy, and poor Claude's pasty face, and that of old Master da Vinci. That damned smirking face of William Stafford even taunted her in her dreams. But to recall King Henry, the harder she tried, the more his face swam behind a filmy mask in her mind.
"I say, Mary, did that wag Michael tell you to await Lord Boleyn here in the solo when he finishes? I warrant it is important news."
"Yes, Semene, that is why I am here. I'd much rather be out riding, you know." Mary instantly regretted her tart tone, but Semene patted her shoulder and bustled off. She thinks all my actions are a bride's nervousness now, Mary thought, suddenly annoyed at the woman. She had not ridden much in France the past years. The king had never taken her hunting, as he had his deux fois, and since Queen Claude seldom rode, neither did her maids. How wonderful it was to ride at Hever and have the wind streaming through her loose hair and the secure feel of Donette's rhythmic canter under her. Donette was the foal of a horse she had loved years ago, gentle, quiet Westron. Dead last year, Mother said. Mary rode every day, free and happy. She would ride today if Father would ever come. Thomas Boleyn brusquely pushed open the door as though she had summoned him with her thoughts. He smiled broadly, and a stab of quick joy shot through her. He had parted from her tenderly at Calais. Her good fortune still held, for he was obviously glad to see her. "My dear girl," he said, his voice strangely quiet. He put a black linen arm awkwardly around her shoulders as she rose. "You look more beautiful than I had remembered, Mary."
Hever is good for the soul and the body, my lord.
He looked surprised at her answer. And a king's attentions, how are those for the spirit, Mary? I have exciting news. The glowing colours danced across his black hair and dark garments as he talked. The king has bestowed more honours on us than we could have ever hoped at this early stage. He gives William Carey the offices and revenues of Steward of the Duchy of Lancaster, Constable of the Castle of Plashy, and Keeper of 2 other great parks. I cannot even recall which ones. He ticked the prizes off on his beringed fingers under Mary's steady gaze. Also, as you heard from his Grace's own lips, Carey is named Esquire to the body so that you two may live well at court. And it is only the beginning. Your husband, and of course your family, will benefit mightily from your good graces with the king.
Then I wish you and him all happiness, she heard herself say, tonelessly.
And as for you, my girl, I must be certain you understand the honour. There will be jewels, beautiful clothes, exciting, important friends, and power, if we play the game well, Mary. Power.
She could feel the distinct thud of her heart. She felt nothing but frustration at her father, Semonet, Will Carey, yes, even the king, whose face she could not picture.
He comes to visit today, Mary. Here, at Hever, at last.
Will Carey, she said testily, knowing full well her intent to take the eager look from his eyes.
No, girl, the king, here. He rides from Eltham, where he has a fine hunt park. You shall see it soon, no doubt. It is mid-morn now. They should be here by noon.
He glanced up at the fretful sky through the leaded panes.
I pray he is not put out of his humour by getting drenched in a sudden cloudburst.
He rubbed his large hands together rapidly.
Your mother has much to prepare for the royal dinner. God only knows how big a retinue he will bring.
He strode toward the door.
Wear your most beautiful dress, and you shall walk with him in the gardens. The golden white from the great banquet in Paris will do.
That is much too formal for Hever in the summer, father, she countered as he disappeared through the door. His head hopped back in.
This is the king, girl, the king himself. If you seem to forget that in any way, you shall answer to me.
Yes, father, she replied, but he was gone. She sat, stock still, and watched one blood-red pane of glass change from dull to crimson. The rain clouds did threaten the day. She cared not if the whole retinue drowned on their merry jaunt from Eltham. She felt it again, the slow, growing panic, the anger. She had tried to reason it out, to examine her feelings, but really, she had none. Her thoughts never got her anywhere. She bounded up and raced to her room for her straw hat and riding gloves. She jammed her feet into boots and rushed to the door. She would clear her mind by riding Donette before they came. She could at least decide that for herself. She nearly collided with her mother as she darted from her bedroom. Elizabeth Boleyn looked worried and distracted.
"Mary, you cannot be going riding."
"Yes, mother, only for a little while. I must." She stood nervously facing the lovely, fragile-looking woman whose azure eyes and high cheekbones she had so clearly inherited.
"I have so much to do. Your father wants to make certain you will wear a particular dress. He told you the one?"
"Yes, mother, he told me. I shall wear it to please him." She hesitated. "I will wear it, if I may ride Donette, just for a little while, mother. They will not arrive until high noon. Father said so." Her mother's slender fingers stroked her arm briefly. "I do understand your desire to get out of the house, Mary, but it will not sit well if you are not here when his grace comes. That is the way it is, Mary. We must accept. I will be here, dearest mother, and in the chosen dress." Elizabeth Bullen nodded her silvered blonde head. "Then take care on the horse, my Mary." "We must accept." The words echoed through Mary's brain in rhythm to her steps as she hurried toward the stable block. "We must accept, we must accept, we must, we must." How clearly now she remembered the forbidden knowledge she had stored up all these years, that her own lovely mother had turned down this very king's invitation, the honour of being his mistress. How angry father had been. But she had weathered his anger somehow. Now she, Mary, was perhaps her father's last chance, for Anne was but 13, off at the French court and likely to remain there for years. She felt it clearly, coldly. She was father's golden opportunity, and she dare not fail him. Even mother now counselled that she must accept. We must accept. Donette was unusually nervous and jumpy, but Mary turned her head toward the river across the meadows. She wanted to ride away from the North Road, the direction from which the king would come. The Chestnut Bay broke into a sweat sooner than usual, for the air was muggy. Mary would rest her by the Eden in the shade of the leafy poplars. She did not look back at gem-like Hever, with its painted facade set in its lilied moat. She wanted to go on forever. The breeze had picked up, and the poplar leaves rattled noisily against each other as she dismounted. Low rumblings seemed to come from the very roots of the massive trees. "Thunder. Perhaps it will rain now, Donette," she comforted the stamping mare with her soothing voice. Lightning etched the greying sky over the forest, and Mary counted slowly until she heard the resulting thunder. Her Uncle James had taught them the sailor's trick of counting between the lightning and thunder to judge the distance of the storm. At least 7 miles yet. Good horse, good Donette. How marvellous the breeze felt, flapping her full skirts stiffly about her legs. She should never have worn this colour of dress riding, but she had been in such a hurry. Well, the washmaids would get it clean. "My precious golden white dress on a day like this," she mused. "It is because father knows it impressed Francois that he asks me to wear it for Henry Tudor." "He hopes it will work its magic again, Donette," she shouted over the windy rustle, and Donette whinnied in return. But that dress would always bring to mind old Master da Vinci, and not Francois, she vowed. How little she had known the old man, yet it was as though she had known him always. He had asked her once how an English landscape looked. He would not like to see this scene, nature whipped and blurred. He preferred the tranquil and the balanced. Several drops hit her face and pelted Donette's smooth brown flanks. Mary sighed, and as she mounted, a tremendous crash of lightning splintered a tall poplar nearby. She could even smell the acrid charred wood. Donette reared, and Mary clung to her arched neck. The reins slipped for an instant, and the mare started for home at a swift gallop, cutting through the trees. "Whoa, girl, no, Donette, no, whoa!" Mary knew better than to be in a forest in a storm. Even if they were soaked, the grassy valley was the safest place to be. Suddenly, King Henry's face sprang before her mind's eye in his finery, as she had seen him last. She grabbed for her horse's reins and missed. Did this storm seize him as he approached? Was his reddish-blonde hair sticking wet to his forehead? A strangled cry escaped her parted lips as she seized the reins and struggled to turn Donette around. Thunder echoed deeply through the huge tree trunks as she yanked the horse to the left. She turned, obediently, but went as one drunk through the low-limbed trees. She ducked and shielded her face as the wind whipped sopping leaves at her face and hair.
She started to laugh uncontrollably at the scene she must make, the scene she would make when she returned to Hever. Her long, blonde locks hung down her soaking back, and she was bruised and cut. They emerged in the meadow, and Mary dismounted. Grasping Donette's bridle, she led her down into the tiny grassy depression they had called Our Valley when they played here as children. George, of course, always had to be the leader. George, who was in London at Lincoln's Inn, obediently studying law. Mary slipped to her knees in the slick grass, pulling Donette's head down with a jerk. She rose and stood shakily as the storm surged around them. Drenched, she huddled close to Donette. Mother would be worried, but she most feared what Father would say. Even her best dress could not save her now. Swiftly, suddenly, it ended. The thunder rumbled off over the hills, and the downpour diminished to gentleness. Mary mounted and carefully walked the mare toward home. She would tether Donette by the green garden and go in through the kitchens. With Semonet's aid, she would somehow become presentable. The bricks of Hever were glazed by the downpour, and iron drain pipes spouted noisy shafts into the moat. The wet leather reins squeaked as she tied them to a post. She gathered her cold, wet skirts tightly and hurried across the wooden ramp. The kitchen door stood agape, and wonderful aromas floated everywhere. The dim room was packed with servants. Even Father's groom turned a spit, and washgirls stirred saucers and peeled peaches. The massive open hearth was crammed with kettles, skillets and spits, and its welcome warmth beckoned to the chilled woman. Only a few shocked servants looked up to notice their drenched, bedraggled mistress. She hurried down the dark passageway that led toward the foot of the great staircase, and stopped. The king must have arrived early, for several strange men lounged about outside the closed door to the solar. No doubt his grace and her parents were waiting within, waiting for her. Embarrassed, she dared not look at the amused figures who stopped their conversation as she mounted the steps to flee. She was only a little way up when she heard a too familiar voice. The golden, the beautiful Mary Boleyn. Beautiful and wet and cold. It was an unwise time to go for a ride, Mary. She spun around, her eyes wide. William Stafford? Who invited you to Hever? She went hot crimson at the obvious answer to her question, and at the picture she must make for him as his cool gaze swept carefully over her. His two companions watched the confrontation with amusement. She would have to scold him later if he had dared to tell them anything evil about her. She tried another question to break the silence, to still the rapid pounding of her heart. Did his grace bring Will Carey also? William Stafford lowered his voice, and his eyes went to her heaving breasts, with the wet cloth sticking so close to her skin. Why should his grace bring someone as insignificant as Carey? He is only the man you will wed. He hesitated at her silence. Are you so anxious to see Will Carey, then? I shall tell the fortunate scoundrel when we return to Eltham. We left him angrily shooting at the butts. Some wondered why he was not included in this little visit, but why should he be? And the king only came to see his French ambassador Boleyn at his charming home. He shrugged with mock indifference, and the old urge to slap him returned with stunning impact. I have tolerated far too much of your sarcasm and impudence in France, she said, low enough that his two eager cronies could not hear. Quite enough, and I shall hear none of it here. She turned her back to him dramatically, and with as much poise as she could muster, she started up the endless stairs. Is it so hard to admit that I was right about everything so far, Mary? He raised his voice, and she turned again, afraid they would hear in the solar. And you will have to tolerate me, Mary, for I live at court too, and as close to the king as I warrant you shall live. How she hated him, his insinuations, frightened and shamed her. I would counsel you to say no to all their rotten plans, sweet lady, but my selfishness wants you about the court, and not banished in disgrace to this moated sanctuary where I could never see you. Her mouth dropped open at his audacity. She wanted to run, but she was frozen to the steps. I cannot help but fancy a wench who looks as beautiful soaked and muddy as she does on a king's arm. Only guard well your heart, Mary Boleyn. She turned and fled. How dare he address her like that, in the hall of her father's house, with his Lord King in the next room, and two jackanapes looking on? She had been wrong. Mother was not in the solar with the king and her father. She and Semele were pacing Mary's room, terrified. They did not scold her, and tears came to Elizabeth Boleyn's sky-blue eyes. If she was to be scolded or lectured or hugged or whatever, there would be time later. His Grace was waiting. They stripped Mary of her sodden garments and rubbed her skin with linen towels until it glowed. They powdered and perfumed her, for there was no time to wash anything but her face and arms. On went her silk chemise and flounced petticoats over her tingling body. Semele desperately tried to towel her hair dry, but gave up and left it in damp ringlets and tight curls. "No, she shall go bareheaded, Semele," came Elizabeth Boleyn's only words as the little woman reached for a gauzy headpiece. She wore the huge, single Howard pearl at her breast, just above the low neckline. They hurried her into the hall. She went on steady legs, feeling dazed. It was as though she watched a play or some childhood fantasy from afar. It was a repetition of some little girl's dream of once loving the handsome King of France. William Stafford still stood sentinel at the solar door, under the huge portrait of the king. He bowed gracefully to Elizabeth Boleyn and opened the door for them. Surely he was not bowing to her. Well, what did it matter now? "Ah, here are the ladies at last, Your Grace." Mary was caught in the rainfall in the gardens and insisted on changing. Both women swept a low curtsy to the dark shadow surrounded by patterned light. "You remember my wife, Lady Elizabeth, sire?" Mary rose to face her king, who seemed to tower over them all. His narrowed eyes appraised her mother, then swung to her. A smile lit his strong features. "I do remember her well, Thomas, and her service to the Queen. How like her mother your golden Mary is. That is what I remember now." The king curled his huge jewelled fingers around Mary's slender ones. He was not wet from the downpour at all. He looked elegant in his purple doublet with his ruffled golden shirt pulled through the numerous slashes. His hose were brightest blue. He was much too dressed up for a mere summer ride through woody Kent. "Now that the rain has ended, perhaps you will show me the lovely Hever Gardens before dinner. There is time for a small tour, is there not, Lady Elizabeth?" Henry Tudor inquired politely. "Of course, Your Grace," came her mother's voice. "We shall wait on your return. Mary much favours the rose garden to the south." Her voice trailed off. "Then we shall walk there. I have some wonderful news for Mary. News of honours to her betrothed and herself." "Mary will be pleased, sire," her father said, and she caught his tone and stare like a threat, like an actual physical shake. She took the king's proffered arm and smiled up at him through her lashes. His wariness, his propriety, seemed to melt, and his boyish grin returned.
She felt a strange power over him as she had once before, and her fears ebbed. Perhaps this could be fun, a challenge. "Father brought me a lovely rose from your gardens at Greenwich once, Your Grace. You must have spectacular bushes there. Tudor roses, all." Henry Tudor laughed deep in his throat, and she could hear her father's audible sigh of relief. "No, I shall not fail you, father," she thought. "You will love me and be proud." She was pleased that the nasty Stafford was not in sight as they emerged in the rain-washed air. "You look ravishing with your hair in tiny curls, Mary. Is it a French style?" "No, Your Grace. I was quite drenched by the rain. The truth is, I was on a horse, which bolted at the thunder." His arm stole behind her and encircled her narrow waist. "Perhaps you need an expert to teach you riding, sweet." Mary coloured at the blatant double entendre, but did not let on that she knew his intent. "The Princess Mary often praised your sportsmanship in all things, sire." "Did she now?" "Yes, you were first with the princess when she went to France." "And I was permitted to stay when the other women were sent home." "That damned rotting hulk of a king had the audacity to die but 3 months after their so carefully arranged marriage," Henry groused as his great paw of a hand cradled a full-blown pink rose. He held the upturned face of the flower, but the scent which he inhaled was the sweet dampness of Mary's hair. "The French all whispered that his young bride was too much for him, my spies told me. But I should think a sweet, willing young woman is good for the blood." He pulled her to him and took her mouth, gently at first, and then pressed her to him with fierce intensity. Mary yielded coolly, inwardly amazed at his boldness here in the rose garden at high noon. But this was the king. He loosed her waist, but seized both her hands in a grip which almost pained her. "Dearest Mary, you must see how entranced I am with you. I will see that you are cared for and protected always. You have ensnared my love. You will bear Will Carey's name, and perhaps his children. But I would sue for your love." He raised her hands to his lips, and straightening her curled fingers, kissed her open palms. "Your king is only a man in this, Mary. Fear him not. Yield yourself to him, and his gratitude will be eternal." Mary gazed up into his eyes and was ashamed to feel how much she enjoyed this. Francois had only taken, and without such pretty words. "Do you understand, Mary?" "Yes, Your Grace, I believe so." "Will you be my love?" She felt a nearly overwhelming urge to say, "Perhaps," or laugh and skip off to see if he would follow, but she dared not, and father awaited dinner. "You are so direct, so powerful, my king. I mean that as a compliment. You are so different from men in France." "I am English, Mary, and the king. Yet I beseech you to yield to me. I do not order." The old lie again, the tiny voice in her head warned. "But unless you are pleased, sire, destruction would surely follow," she thought. "My heart belongs to no one else, my Lord King. If given but a chance, I am sure." He swept her up in a huge bear hug, and his warm, masculine affections melted her reserve. She preferred this openness to his hot kisses. Why could her father never be like this? How her love would flow out to him then. What she would not do for her father if he would only love her and show it like this. My father has always loved to serve you, King Henry, and so shall I, though I intend not to be an ambassador. She blushed at her poor joke and her use of his Christian name. Their laughter intertwined, his boyishly loud, hers sweetly musical. No, indeed, Mary. We shall find some service more suited to your lovely talents, and you shall call me your Henry when we are alone. As much we shall be, Golden Mary. Her father waited on the front entrance steps, all smiles, and Mary saw Semele peer from an upstairs window. She gave William Stafford her most condescending smile as they went into dinner, where her mother hovered about the head table. And while the Boleyns ate and laughed and listened to their king through the long afternoon, another dark summer storm came to rend the peaceful landscape at Hever. Chapter 12. August the 18th, 1520. Greenwich. The great river glittered green in the hot summer air, but here on the barge the breeze was always delightful. A perfectly lovely day, her mother had said over and over. A perfect day for a wedding. Mary looked down again at her hands resting in her lap, and at the new gold band which glinted on her finger. She was Lady Carey now, and this quiet, solicitous man beside her was her new lord. She prayed God Will Carey would not hate her. In the awkward silence, she took to staring at her knees again, covered so elegantly and properly with the sleek ivory satin that reflected the glint of afternoon sunlight on the Thames. And bespoke she was a bride. Was it a grim twist of fate that the colour of mourning for the French indicated a bridal day in King Henry's England? Her skirt was a graceful bell shape, elongated in back so that she pulled a 5-foot train when she walked. When she danced tonight, she would lift that traditional bridal train free of the floor with a clever hidden hand strap of silk the royal dressmaker had showed her. Decorative slashings in front of the skirt revealed a golden brocade kirtle underneath, which also echoed in the gold linings of the loose second sleeves, turned back fashionably from the fitted undersleeves edged with lace. Tiny satin-faced roses of delicate pink rimmed her square neckline and dotted the tight ivory satin bodice which pushed up the rounded, creamy tops of her breasts to full advantage. His Grace's eyes had seemed to linger there today, but she was quite unsure of what Will Carey had seen when he scrutinised her. She tossed her waist-length golden hair, brushed free and studded with fancy ribbons and sweet flowers in the fashion of a bride, and Will shifted in his seat beside her, as though he sensed she were restive. Their barge was heading downstream to Greenwich from the city, where they had been wed at Great St. Helens, Bishopsgate, only an hour ago. It all seemed like some misty dream, holding Will's gentle hand and reciting the vows, her mother's tearful face, Semele's proud wink, George's pride to be near the king. The king had come with a few courtiers, wished them well and kissed her cheek, his loud voice echoing to the Benedictine nunnery chapel in the south nave of the church. The king had come. Her eyes squinted down river, but his royal barge, festooned in Tudor green and white, had disappeared ahead of them, around the broad bend of the River Thames, near the Tower.
She was grateful the king had not brought William Stafford to her wedding. His accusing gaze would certainly have ruined things. The fact that father was in France on king's business and missed the wedding was grief enough for one day.
"Your dress is so beautiful, Mary. Had I told you so?"
"You did, Will, but I thank you again. The service was fine, and I am looking forward to our banquet."
"And to the night to come, Mary."
He put his hand carefully on her satin knee, and his eyes were in earnest.
"You're so very beautiful. I gained much today."
"Indeed you have," she thought. "Revenue and lands from your king." But she said only, "I hope I will please you, my lord."
His hair looked almost reddish in the shade of the awning. His gold and ivory doublet, fashionably slashed with his lacy, puffed shirt, pulled through for effect, matched her colours perfectly. Despite the warmth of the August day, Will wore an ermine-edged mantle across his shoulders and an impressive, heavy gold chain with a medallion over his chest, signifying that he served the king as an esquire. His flat, gold brocade hat sported a long white plume, and his gartered hose were obviously new made to match his stylish square-toed slippers. Surely, since Will was privy to his grace in his valued court appointment, and with all the new gifts of lands, he knew fully of her circumstances with the king. Surely his grace had explained to him. His hand remained on her leg, but he turned again to talk to his sister Eleanor, a learned 10-year nun, a sophisticated, grey-eyed woman with a high brow and thin nose. Mary felt she had almost gained 2 new sisters-in-law in one day, for George would soon wed Jane Rochford, and Elizabeth Boleyn, to George's obvious annoyance, had invited Jane today. Jane sat near George now, who stared tight-lipped out over the water, while she leaned toward him, chattering. The girl's face was pert and beguilingly heart-shaped, her cheeks and lips rosy, but her snappy eyes darted about entirely too much, as if her thoughts were on 100 different flights at once. Her raven-black hair shone in the sun, but she was always tossing it or petting it with her quick little hands. Her shapely eyebrows had a most disconcerting habit of arching up entirely too much, as if everything she heard were some marvellous disclosure. Poor George. Salmonnet had told Mary that George had long loved Margot Wyatt, who had been their playmate from the manor next to Hever. Little Margot Wyatt, with her freckles and skinny legs, but Salmonnet said she had grown to quite a beauty. A pity the Wyatts had no title or lands, which Thomas Bullen coveted. The massive grey walls of the Tower of London slipped by, and the waves from their barge lapped at its stony skirts. The Watergate, guarded by the ugly iron teeth of its portcullis, was nicknamed Traitor's Gate, for the worst sorts of prisoners of the Crown entered there, never to return to freedom. The battlements of the White Tower peered over the walls at them. Thank the merciful Lord God there had been no prisoners' heads or rotting corpses hanging from London Bridge on the day of her wedding.
"Mary,"
Jane Rochford's animated face bent over her shoulder.
"it was so kind of you to have me here today, and how wonderful that His Grace would come. I heard the wedding feast is his gift to you, and there will be dancing."
"Yes, Jane, his gift to me and to Will."
"Oh, of course. I pray my wedding to George is only half as wonderful."
"I am certain you will be as happy, Jane."
"Do you think that we will have a banquet at court?"
"I do not know. George will have to speak to his father on that."
"I was thinking, Mary, that your name now rhymes like a sonnet. Mary Carey."
Will turned his head to stare up at the Rochford girl.
"If I can be of aid to either of you, I shall be most willing. I am proud to be marrying into such a wonderful family as the Bullens."
She curtsied and turned back to George. I warrant everything is wonderful with that little chatterbox, Will commented under his breath. Does she know the Careys are not a family newly arrived at court, but a venerable one of fine standing? Amazed at his hurt and angered tone, Mary instinctively touched his arm. Tell me of it, Will. Father said something of it, but I would hear it from you. I want you to know all of the tragedy, Mary, now that you are my wife, for Eleanor and I can share our burden with you. At her name, his sister bent close to Will's shoulder, as if to become a full member of their conversation. Her clear grey eyes seemed to have great depth as they peered down her elegant nose. She can hardly share the full burden, dearest Will. She is not born a Carey. She is now a Carey by marriage, Eleanor. He cleared his throat nervously and momentarily glanced toward the grassy bank where a group of field workers shouted and waved their hats at the decorated barge. Had they seen their king pass by only minutes ago, Mary wondered. There were several families of great bearing and rank who made the mistake of taking the Yorkish side in the late Civil War, Mary. The Careys of Durham were one of those families who lost vast lands and wealth when the Lancastrians were victorious. Our present king's father, our sovereign King Henry VII, had a long memory for disobedience, as does this king. Though our generation does not suffer direct persecution, he reached for Eleanor's hand, we are given little. We are earning our way back. And my dear brother's marriage to you is a fine sign of our return to our proper status, though the marriage was not arranged by us. I see, said Mary, and I, of course, aspire to be a prioress of a great order in the Holy Church. And now, with Will so near the king's influence, we shall see. Yes, His Grace has given Will some revenue grants, as well as a fine position already, Mary said, foolishly, realising they knew well of the new honours. Perhaps esquire to the body is not a fine position, Mary, but a sound beginning. Eleanor Carey nodded pertly, as though the lesson were over, and she leaned back and straightened in her seat again. She hates me, Mary thought. They feel their blue blood requires me for the status they want. She despises me. The green swords and trees, red brick turrets and banners of Greenwich loomed into view. Fine white stone statues of the king's beasts guarded the barge landing, but Mary saw instead the tiny chess pawn Princess Mary Tudor had given her so long ago. Not griffins and lions and unicorns lined the gravel path to the palace, but kings and queens and knights and pawns. Here, Mary. Will was offering her his hand as they climbed from their velvet seats on the barge. Come, my wife. The king awaits. Mary ate little of the fabulous meal, for her stomach had suddenly twisted into knots. Her detached calm was gone. She feared not, yet she had to force herself to nod, to smile, to converse. She loved bucknade and stuffed partridge, but still her food went largely untouched. George took to teasing her and eating off her plate, while Jane scolded him for his rough manners. The wine was good, though, sweet and cool from the vast cellars at Royal Greenwich. The king had raised numerous toasts to the young bridal couple, and even thought to give a fine father's toast in the absence of his dear servant Thomas. The king might as well be my father now anyway, Mary thought petulantly. He sits by my beautiful mother, gives us the bridal feast, and controls my life. Oh, but I wish father had the king's warmth. She took another deep drink of the wine. When dusk descended, The servants lit tapers and cleared the tables. The musicians played from the gallery until, at a graceful hand signal from their king, their ranks swelled and they broke into a gay wedding coranto. Will seized Mary's hand and they followed along in the tiny running steps, led by the king and the blushing Lady Boleyn. Mary felt rather dizzy, and soon laughter bubbled spontaneously on her lips. How Annie would love this revelry here at Greenwich with the king and chosen members of his inner circle, and how proud her father would be to see it. Was he thinking of her wedding day, far away at Francois' Amboise? The king bowed and claimed her hand for the stately pavan, and Will danced with her mother. Mary felt no nervousness as she lengthened her steps slightly to match the king's long strides. He wore deepest crimson with golden trim, and his white silken shirt and broad collar made his healthy complexion glow in the candlelight. The tiny roses on her white-slashed skirts and the pink ruff above the square bodice seemed to echo the louder brilliance of his colours. They turned and bowed, whirled and began the pattern again. Mary felt less giddy by the time the faster galliards began, with the sackbuts wailing and fiddles and lutes lilting from the upper balcony. She turned in her hand-to-hand progress down the line and came face to face with her new partner, William Stafford. "I had not seen you," she shot out breathlessly as they swept through the raised arms of a silken and velvet arch. "I had vowed not to set foot here to ruin your fine day, but I could not resist just a look at the festivities. And the bride. You look ravishing. My best wishes for your happiness. With Will Carey, I mean. Is it not possible for you to be civil? Must you always accuse and provoke and— Hush, Mary, or people will notice. You're at court now. You have not yet learnt to hide your feelings. I suggest here in the bear pit you try harder." The dance ended with a graceful, sweeping bow. "I detest you, William Stafford." "That is better, sweetheart," he said low. "Anyone gazing on that lovely face now would think you loved me well enough as any friend to your new husband." "Staff, I had thought you were busy elsewhere today." Will Carey clapped the taller man lightly on the shoulder as he approached. "I only stopped to wish you both well. As I told you, Will, I knew your bride briefly in France when His Grace assigned me to be liaison to Lord Boleyn. Staff and I have some things in common here at court, you see, Mary." "Indeed?" "The Staffords are as in disgrace as the Careys. Only—" Will swung his eyes about the crowded room and lowered his voice. "The Stafford treason was more recent than the War of Roses." "Treason?" Mary echoed. "Have you not heard of the Colchester Rebellion, Lady Carey? My uncle swung from the hanging tree at Tyburn, and my father, being but a lad, was pardoned. As they are both dead now, I pay for their guilt." "Their poor ghosts still haunt the Stafford family manor, Mary," Will put in. "Or so my elderly aunt claims. She says one or other of the dead rebels' spirits still goes up and down the staircase at night, wailing, 'Down with this wretched king.'" William Stafford stared fixedly into her face. "Which king?" Mary asked, wide-eyed. "I know not, Lady Carey. I have yet to see or hear the ghost. It does not amuse it to walk about in bedrooms during the days I am home at Wivenhoe." Though he recited the incidents in a straightforward way, it seemed to Mary that William Stafford's mocking undercurrent was still there. "But you are not in prison as heir to their rebellion, Master Stafford. You serve closely to the king in his court." "Exactly, lady. She will learn fast here, Will. And maybe we should be watched. those of us who are paying the price of some great indiscretion never fear committing the little ones," he said, his gaze still on Mary's face, despite Will Carey's growing unease. "A good evening to you both." Stafford bowed suddenly and was gone, as though he had sensed the approach of the king behind his back. "It is fair time, everybody, time indeed," Henry Tudor bellowed, and the music ceased instantly. He seized Mary's hand and pulled her under one great arm and Will Carey under the other in a massive hug. "Ladies, hasten to put the bride to bed, for we men shall be up soon, and a new lord likes to find his wench awaiting him and ready." Everyone laughed, and Henry Tudor bent his head to kiss her hotly on the mouth. His breath smelled of cloves and wine. Horrified in front of the clapping crowd, she yielded, annoyed and ashamed. She was suddenly grateful that her dear friend the Duchess of Suffolk was in childbed and could not see her triumphal wedding feast, a gift from the king. And, of course, had Queen Catherine chosen to attend, Mary would have died from shame this very moment. "Come on, Mary, run!" cried Jane Rochford as she seized Mary's dangling arm and pulled. Her mother, Rose Dacre, and several giggling women behind her, Mary fled. Breathless, they mounted the steps to the room where Will had slept these last 2 nights she had been at Greenwich, while she had bedded with her mother. A waiting Seminary had already turned down the smooth linen sheets. The younger ladies peeled Mary out of her bridal dress, and through her own tears, Mary saw the tears on her mother's face. "Be happy for me, Mother," she pleaded quietly, while the laughing women fetched her night chemise and lacy robe. "I am, my dearest. I was only remembering my wedding night and all my dreams then." There was no time for comfort or a hug, for Rose Dacre was telling everyone how swiftly the king liked to follow with the bridegroom, as he had at this very palace when his sister Mary had formally remarried the Duke of Suffolk on English soil. "His Grace had the Duke at the door half undressed before we even had the princess in her robe," Rose continued. "It was their 3rd marriage then," Mary put in, her teeth chattering from her jangled nerves. "I was at her first secret wedding, and then they married later at Lent in Paris." "That is true," Rose added, somewhat more icily, as the others turned to hang on Mary's story. "You were such a child then. You were allowed to stay." "Oh no, the strewing herbs!" shrieked Jane Rochford, as the boom of men's voices sounded in the hall. "Oh no, get her into bed!" Jane threw quick handfuls of dried lavender, daisies, fennel and tansy on the floor, and their heady scent instantly permeated the air. 4 great pounding knocks filled the room, and before Lady Boleyn could touch the doorknob, the door swung wide to reveal the king, bent over, laughing, and a blushing, bare-chested Will Carey. "Husbands never need to knock, madam," Will said boldly, and then blushed deeper, realizing the import of his words. But the other men seemed not to hear, as they shoved him into the chamber and followed on his heels. The room seemed packed, but Mary sat calmly in bed against a puffy bolster in her robe, covered to her lap by the sheets. "There she is, you lucky dog, ready for you. I wish I were you, Will. Oh, get yourself a fine son this night, Will Carey." The raucous laughter swelled, and Mary was tempted to cover her ears. Then the king shouted, "Out! Out, all of you vagabonds!" And obediently the revellers streamed out into the hall. Mary glimpsed her mother turn and smile, and Seminary waved. Then there were only 3, and Mary feared for one foolish instant that the king would dismiss the meek-looking Carey as well. Henry Tudor's eyes devoured her, raked off the sheets, pulled at her chemise, and, good fortune to you, Carey. Use her gently. I envy you your warm bed.
The king pulled his hot gaze away, turned, and slammed the door. Will went over and shot the bolt. Mary still felt his Grace's eyes on her, sharp, powerful like the portrait in the hall at Hever. He had told her yesterday by the tilt-yard that he would try to give her a week, but he loved her, so he could not promise. She felt much safer with Will Carey, but, truly, the king excited her more.
What are you thinking, Mary?
He took slow steps to the canopy bed.
You are so beautiful. I am a fortunate man. His Grace could have picked Compton or Hastings or Stafford, but he gave you to me.
Stafford? William Stafford?
Of course. He is unattached and a close courtier, though I am sure His Grace considers him a greater rebel and harder to control than I.
Yes, no doubt William Stafford would be harder to bribe if the king wanted to bed his wife, she thought bitterly. So, the great Henry had explained it all to Will Carey. He understands I shall be the king's mistress, and he will accept it for his lands and moneys and his hateful sister. Then we are all to be pitied, so what does it matter? But I love no one like poor George, who will have to bed with giggly Jane Rochford while dreaming of long-legged Margot Wyatt. So, why not Will Carey for me? Will had stripped off his shoes and hose and blew out several candles, leaving only 2 by the huge oaken bedstead.
I trust we can be of help to each other, Mary. The court can be a frightening place. I will keep my place, my beautiful wife, but you must remember, king or no, you bear my name. He tugged on the ribbons at the lacy neckline of her robe and helped her shrug out of it. He pulled her tight against his lightly haired chest, tucking her head under his chin. I will try to be gentle, Mary, but on the nights when you are mine, then you are mine only. I have told myself so time and time again these last few days.
He rolled her onto her back and tugged her thin chemise up above her waist, spreading her legs and mounting her immediately.
This night will be a long one, I promise you, my little bride.
It was a long night, as Will Carey made calm, deliberate, possessive love to his wife, more than once, more than twice. She submitted in body, but her heart was free, as she had told herself time and time again these last few days. But what angered her as she closed her eyes to finally sleep was that she dreamed not of the quiet, serious Will Carey, nor of the lusty king. It was the handsome, rough face of William Stafford which laughed and stared and haunted her sleep. Chapter 13. August the 26th, 1520. Greenwich. Mary was swept through the next few days at the royal court on a wave of frothing excitement. She strolled, she danced, she smiled and laughed in a sea of new faces. The king took the newlyweds hunting in the blue-green forests of Kentish Eltham. She watched his Grace and his closest circle of comrades tilt, bowl on the green, and shoot at butts. The king taught Mary to gamble at Primero and Gleek, and to dice for coins and kisses at the hazard tables. The world of fun and flirtations from Henry Tudor went on and on. Mary was content
to ride the wave of the royal affections forever. Her entire first week at court, Mary never once saw the Queen, who summered with her young daughter Mary at Beaulieu, for several weeks of respite and contemplation. It was whispered that Spanish Catherine was most pious and beloved by the people of her realm, though Mary caught the undercurrent of gossip against her from some courtiers. Though they said she used to display a winning smile and fine sense of humour, the past 2 years, since the 6th stillborn child she had delivered to His Grace, she had grown heavy and wore out-of-date gowns, crucifixes, and top-weighty jewelled headdresses. Jane Rochford even whispered that the poor, sad Queen wore a haircloth of the Third Order of St. Francis under her opulent clothes, even in the hot summer months. Beyond such chatter, the distant life of Henry's Queen touched the laughing Mary Carey not at all. Will Carey was kind and attentive when the king was not about, and that other Will, everyone called him Staff, and he seemed to be vastly popular, seldom bothered her. He appeared to be a fast friend to her husband, so she steeled herself to be kinder to him, since she would no doubt see him much. He was right about one thing: the rogue. She would have to hide her contempt for his outrageous actions now that she lived at such a civilized court. At first, it had amazed her that King Henry wanted such a cynical man from a dangerous family around him all the time, but the more she studied Stafford, the more she understood. Staff was witty, an excellent horseman and sporter, and what better place for a king to put someone he did not trust than next to him at butts, or as the opponent on the other side of the tennis net? As far as Mary could tell, Staff was the only man who had the nerve, or the stupidity, to always tell the king what he thought, and beat him at bowls too. She would follow her clever king's lead. They would allow Staff near, but never trust him. Even now, Staff leaned against a gilded gaming table, rakishly at ease, his eyes alternately on her and his casts of his ivory dice. Mary leaned lightly against her husband's arm as she threw her dice. A lucky 7. She laughed and scooped the coppery coins from the little painted hazard circle. "Well, you have the only lady I know who can make money living at court instead of losing it," Henry Norris jibed. Several others laughed, but Will Carey's mouth only forced a tight smile. "It is time the Carey fortunes shot upward, gentlemen." "I do not worry about my husband's family's stakes at the game, Sir Henry." Mary shook her dice violently and blew on them for luck, as the king had taught her. "It is my brother George I would keep out of the poorhouse before our father returns and strings him from the tower for his foolhardiness at the tables." Francis Weston's voice came teasingly over the clicks of dice. "I would not be too hard on him, Lady Carey. I would drink and gamble the evenings away too, if I had a little magpie forever chattering in my ear. Besides, he told me when I helped him back to his room last night that he favours Thomas Wyatt's sister, Margot." Mary rolled a 10, and her streak was broken. "I would appreciate it if you would not repeat George's problem, Sir Francis." She looked up at the tall, handsome man. "It is painful to love elsewhere, from where one must wed, but it is not an uncommon pain, and George should not have spoken of it." She suddenly had the oddest feeling that Weston would make a cutting remark of some kind to her. He seemed to hesitate. Would he accuse her of marrying one man and loving the king? Surely he would not dare. Besides, he would be wrong, though she could not tell him so. "My apologies, lady," he said, and his green eyes searched her face briefly. She was annoyed that Will paid so little attention to her conversation. George was his brother-in-law. It would hurt his Carey pride to come to her aid.
Weston, Norris and their ladies moved to the other table, and George, with Jane Rochford in tow, drifted toward the Careys. George had one hand on his sword and drummed his other fingers on the table edge as Will Carey cast his dice.
Damn, Will, you are as ill-fortuned as I tonight. Where is his Grace, anyway? He is usually in the thick of the action by now. He will not be pleased when he finds some of us are already down too many coins to take him on tonight.
Mary answered George before Will could respond. He is with a messenger from the Queen at Beaulieu, George. Why do you not wager smaller amounts? It is still early. Here, but do not risk everything on one foolish throw. She extended her palm to George, and he sheepishly took the little pile of copper coins.
My dear, you should keep your winnings.
Will chided at her side.
When the king comes, you know he likes large wagers, and you are his favourite partner.
Mary blushed at the scolding, and George noticed. After all, the game is called hazard, George said with an edge on his voice. You have to take risks and hazard a win, as in life, Will. Before Mary could change the subject, Jane Rochford's light voice interrupted. I think it is all tremendous fun, and George usually does very well. He studies so hard at Lincoln's Inn. It is no wonder he likes to have a little fun sometimes. She smiled sweetly at George, who chose to ignore her support as he headed toward the other table. He is bent on winning back the money he just lost to that handsome Will Stafford, Jane explained over her shoulder as she followed him. I just love to see the two of them bluff each other.
I wish George would dice with someone trustworthy, Mary muttered to Will under her breath. If you mean Staff, Mary, he is one of the most trustworthy men I have ever known. Besides, your brother is old enough to take care of himself. He's a full year older than you, so let him be.
He does not act it, she countered testily, and I thought Stafford was a traitor.
Has his Grace spoken to you of Staff? No? Then you should remember that the way of it with both Staff and the Careys is that we pay for something our elders did, our dead elders. His Grace likes and respects Staff and me, or he would never have us about and in trusted positions. If he says otherwise, it is just bluff talk.
He took Mary's arm and guided her away from the table.
As for your dear George, your father will settle him soon enough when he returns from France.
Mary thought of many things to say in reproach of his lecture to her, but she held her tongue. All he thought of was the precious Careys earning their way back. He had no right to look down on George and the Bullens the way he did, and as some of his friends did too. He looked on her every night with eyes full of passion, but he was always so inwardly controlled whenever he touched her or spoke to her that she was not sure if red English blood flowed in his veins or not. To make her temper worse, there stood that foolish Jane Rochford gazing up at Staff's smiling face. There was always some woman trailing after him or on his arm. She should have known he would be a skirt chaser in addition to everything else. Will was wrong. His Grace would never trust such a man. She would ask him herself what he really thought of William Stafford when she got the chance. Edward Guilford, Henry Clifford, and a few others were slowly vacating the hazard tables to conserve their purses until his Grace appeared. Mary tapped her foot in impatience. Why did Will have to make her so upset tonight when she had been having such a fine time? Maybe she was used to having Henry around to cheer her and keep the court hounds at bay from their rude remarks, and Will from his scolding lectures. Now, if only George had the sense to quit gambling with Stafford and await the king's arrival. Henry Tudor swept in at last, looking grand and huge as usual. He clapped his hands and summoned them all around him like a pack of spaniels.
Wonderful news! We are to have a revel, and I have just been planning the entire thing myself. We have not had a fine one since May Day, and this will be the most fantastic yet.
His narrow eyes glowed, and he looked so confident. Mary felt better already for his mere presence.
The setting will be Sherwood Forest. We will have a marvellous Nottingham Castle, and we shall all wear masks. Mr. Cornish, who helped me with the idea, will teach you the knight and lady parts tonight. We have no time for gambling tonight. The mask is tomorrow.
The rapt audience murmured at the news, a pleasant diversion indeed, and Mary was thrilled. She had seen such elaborate masks at Francois's court, but had only taken a small part, while Francoise Dufour was given the exciting roles with the king.
All right, everyone to the hall to see Mr. Cornish, and do what he bids you, all of you, with no arguing, or you will answer to me.
Everyone laughed and trooped off behind the Guilfords.
I need Lady Carey to play Maid Marian, so you may leave her behind.
The king called out after them suddenly. Mary turned, her heart beating fast. What would Will say?
I know you will not mind.
The king rushed to Will.
Mr. Cornish has a lovely lady for you to partner, and when you get to the hall, tell staff not to get in the dancing either. I have another job for him.
He dismissed Carey with a wave of his hand.
So many details, Mary.
What a wonderful idea, sire. She smiled up at him. Did you think of it just this evening? You said nothing of it earlier. He took her arm at the elbow and led her to a darkened window seat in the crook of the huge bay window overlooking the black Thames down the sloping lawns.
I like surprises, my Mary, especially for one I love. Do you approve of being this Robin Hood's Maid Marian?
She nodded happily as he put his huge hand on her chin and tilted her head up. He bent to meet her mouth. His kiss was warm, then crushing, and his tongue probed her mouth in the French way. His other hand crept to her narrow waist, then slid up her breasts to the rim of her lacy neckline. He pulled her to him across the polished wood and slipped his hand down into the dress between her full breasts. Her eyes flew open in surprise at his bold tactic here in the public room of the palace, but it was dark and the window seat gave some privacy. He was king, and he had sent them all away. George, her husband, staff, all. His breathing was loud and deep. Mary, I have waited so long, willing myself not to touch you, waiting as I had promised I would. But the king is only a man in love, and he can wait no longer. You would not have me wait longer, would you, my love? I was so happy when you walked into the room tonight, Your Grace. I've been so thrilled this last week at your court. I thank you for all this. I have told the truth, she thought. Can I tell him I do not love him? All for me, sweetheart. The happiness, the thrill. It is not because of your new husband. No, sire. Will is kind and considerate, but the happiness is you. He crushed her against his iron chest so tightly she could hardly breathe. His hands ran wildly over her back, down her hips, and one palm cupped her derriere, smashing the voluminous skirts. Mary, you will yield to me. Tomorrow will be the beginning of our love in truth. Tonight we must join the others and smile and dance and plan for the revels on the morrow. Then, tomorrow night after the masque, after the welcome home banquet, you will stay the night with me, and Will goes home alone. I shall send him on a mission if I must. I've waited too long. Sbladder, I will take you before the whole audience at the feast or on the jousting green if I am held off longer. Mary smiled tremulously at him as he released her. She carefully straightened her mussed clothes and hair from his fervent attack. They rose, reluctantly, to join the others. "Did you say, sire, the mask is for a welcome home feast?"
"Yes, my luscious maid Marian. The Queen returns from Beaulieu tomorrow morn. It will be our first night back at court for a fortnight. So, 'tis all in her honour."
A tiny hurt bit at Mary's insides somewhere. On the good Queen's first night at home, she would dance for her and bow to her, and then become her dear husband's mistress, in deed as well as name. Mary could scarcely believe the swiftness with which the mask fell together. By the next evening, everything had been assembled as if through sorcery. The framework of a great machine, which had obviously been employed for other revels, was garlanded with saplings and foliage to create a rich green forest setting which could be rolled out into the middle of the room. Another vast contraption on wheels was built from scaffolding and covered in canvas, painted like stone to serve as the wicked sheriff of Nottingham's castle, where the maidens would be imprisoned to be rescued by the brave band of merry men from Sherwood. Costumes for the men and ladies appeared as if from nowhere. Intricate initials of H and C were embroidered on the bodices, entwined with roses in honour of the Queen. In the morning, the revellers rehearsed their parts and the leads practised their few lines of speaking with musical accompaniment. The Queen's retinue had arrived in the hour before noon. All was magically ready. Everyone attended the banquet dressed in standard court dress, for they would don their costumes at a signal from the King. Once again, Mary was too excited to eat, although she kept dabbing at the marvellous porpoise in mustard sauce. His Grace and Queen Catherine sat on the dais with the Duke of Suffolk alone, for the Duchess was not yet recovered from the birth of her cherished new daughter. "How wonderful to marry for love and still be loved," Mary said aloud, instantly wishing she had not. Will Carey had been brooding under a rain cloud all day, and she assumed it was because he had guessed or been told that tonight he must begin to pay for the bounty which had fallen into his eager hands. The princess was damned fortunate the king loved Charles Brandon, and that the crafty Lord Chancellor Wolsey made him realise that there were other ploys to keep England attached to both Francois and Charles of Spain. The king's whims toward women blow whichever way and when. That goes for his once-beloved sister and poor Bessie Blount, who bore his son, hidden at a priory, and has been packed away in a swiftly arranged marriage ever since. You would do best to remember that, wife. Tears stung Mary's eyes, and she did not look up. "I shall remember it, sir."
"I am counting on it. One day I will have you all to myself, and then we shall see."
His bitter vehemence almost frightened her, but what did she expect? He was a man with pride, especially family pride. He cares not as much for me as he does for his Carey escutcheon being tarnished, she thought. The Queen, as far as Mary could tell, looked very pleased to be at home. She gazed on her husband often, nodded and chatted. Did he love her still? Surely he had loved her once in these 10 years of their marriage. But when did love cease? She looked heavy and tired next to her exuberant lord, but she had borne him 7 children, and their little girl Mary was said to be her father's pride. But, like Francois, he could nod and smile to his queen, and then turn and leer at Mary from across the expanse of laden tables. She hoped the Queen would like her part in the Revel of Honour. They would wear masks, but they were all to unmask at the finale and be presented to her Grace. Would she hate her when she heard court gossip? Could she ever understand that Mary Boleyn had not chosen to warm the king's bed, but it had just happened somehow? Stop staring, foolish wench. You had better learn to be more discreet here. Our king does not parade his mistresses under the nose of his consort, as did your fine Francois du Roi. Mary kept her stubborn silence for a moment, then said, I was only looking at the Queen. I have not seen her for a long time, you know. She is a fine and patient lady with her bullish lord. Will whispered, and I do not give a whit who you are staring at, but the king obviously thinks it is at him. There, he rises. Come, let us get this farce over with. It will take us long enough to change. Mary wanted to ask him why he bothered to participate in the masque if he thought it all foolishness, but she knew better. The king commanded, and that was that. Besides, she did not wish to cross Will while he displayed this nasty temper. She hoped he would get used to things and be more himself. If she could face up to it, he must learn to. She donned her silken green and white dress and pinned the gauzy veil on her loosed hair. Her mask, as the king's and the villain sheriff's, was golden to separate them from the minor characters. That was the only bad point of this whole marvellous endeavour, she thought, smoothing her full skirts over her hips. For some perverse reason, the king had appointed William Stafford to play the Sheriff of Nottingham, and that meant he was her kidnapper, and she had to stay wedged with him in the castle scaffolding, while the other ladies were rescued first. Then Robin Hood came to personally challenge the sheriff for her release. At least good Robin beats the scoundrel in the end, she said aloud to comfort herself. Will had said the king chose Staff because it pleased his sense of adventure to become an outlaw himself, while making the blackguard the symbol of law and order in the realm. But Mary knew better. The Sheriff of Nottingham was a wretched villain, and the king saw clearly enough to typecast the part. She had quietly told Staff that very thing at a rehearsal in the morning, though he just laughed at her, and the snub gave her no pleasure. They lined up in order. The lights dimmed, the music began. The settings of forest and castle creaked into the cleared centre of the room, and the dancing between the merry men of Sherwood and the ladies began. The steps were mostly those of a well-known pavan, for they had little time to practice. The masks were secured by tied ribbons, but Mary's kept slipping to obscure her vision. Everyone looked strange and distant in their masks. She suddenly felt as though she had never known any of them at all. The men's hair colour was hidden by their green forest caps, and the women's heads were mostly completely covered by their filmy floating veils. In the first dancing encounter, Mary partnered the king proudly, wishing her father could see her here at Henry's court. Surely he would love to see her like this. Through the eye slits in her mask, she could see little 4-year-old Mary Tudor standing on a chair next to her mother, her eyes wide in awe at the beauty of the event. The music quickened. The sheriff and his men attacked the dancing group and temporarily threw the outlaw band into disarray. Robin Hood, of course, had already departed on business into the Green Forest, for it would never do for this Robin to be vanquished, even if that had been the original story. The ladies were seized and taken to the castle with shouts and cries from the audience. As he had done at the 2 rehearsals, Staff made certain that he was the one to abduct the blonde maid Marian. The king had encouraged it, for the arch-villain of the piece should take the love of the hero, so that they might fight in the end. Mary kept her tongue while in front of the group, for she saw no way out of the situation, but each time he wedged her tightly between his strong body and the inner wooden framework of the castle as they awaited the final challenge of Robin Hood, she told him to keep his hands to himself and off her waist and hips. Tonight, She had intended to put someone else between her and Staff while they stood, 8 of them, packed in the mock castle, but her mask slipped again, and in the shadows of the inner void he had her tight against him again. She raised her mask above her eyebrows and tried to thrust an elbow into his ribs. "Loose me," she whispered.
"Hush, sweet Maid Marian. There is a full audience tonight, and we must not ruin the king's fun, unfortunately."
His voice was low, but his mouth was so close he rustled her hair and veil when he spoke. "I am sure this amuses you."
"No, sweetheart. It pleases me to have you so close, and my captive. It is my fondest fantasy."
She hated him for his mocking ways, but his voice seemed to be in earnest. She pushed out against him to free herself from his near embrace, but he did not budge, and she felt his hard, flat stomach and muscular thighs press her back. Her heart began to pound distinctly from the strenuous dancing. He, too, seemed out of breath, breathing raggedly in her ear, standing close to her, touching her everywhere. His hands rested on the rough wood behind her, against which her hips leaned. They stood silent while the music played on, and somewhere out there, Robin and his men searched the forest for their ladies. She wanted to threaten him, to say she would tell the king or her husband, but she did not. Her knees grew weak against his legs, and she began to tremble from somewhere deep inside. Then the music changed. The ladies and the sheriff's men spilled out of the castle for combat, leaving only the sheriff and his prisoner for the outlaw hero to find a few moments later. Neither of them moved, although the dim, empty cavity of the castle now gave them room. Staff bent his head, and his lips caressed hers once. "No," she said. "No." He kissed her again, bringing both hands up behind her head to hold her still, and his hot lips slanted sideways across her open mouth. Her head spun crazily. She was dizzy. She could not breathe in here. She would fall in front of the Queen. They would all know what he had done. There was no time left, surely. The castle portcullis would swing up, the door would be opened, and his Grace would see them. He pulled his mouth away and said against her flushed cheek, "I have never envied any other man his bed before this long, long week. Now 2 men will possess you, and neither really loves you, Mary Boleyn. Think of me when you spread your sweet thighs for them." He pulled away from her abruptly, and she almost fell. His words spun in her head, but she could not grasp the meaning. He tugged her by her wrist to the door of the castle just as it swung wide, and the king stood there, his golden sword held aloft, and his mask obscuring his face. Mary thought to yank down her mask just as she followed the beleaguered sheriff into the pool of light at centre stage. She stood with her hands clasped in mock fear as they parried and thrust at each other amid cheers and applause in the ring of dancers. It was some time then, during their fierce battle, that she caught Staff's words and grasped their meaning. Undoubtedly, he did not really care for her, but was only amusing himself by chasing the mistress of the king. Surely he must detest his Grace for his handling of him all these years, even as Will Carey resented it. The sheriff was beaten, and his sword was dropped at the feet of the victor. Applause exploded, and everyone bowed before Queen Catherine and the tiny clapping princess. Mary took her curtsies between Staff and the king, but none of them looked anywhere but on the smiling Catherine. Finally, she was presented to her Grace, who said some kind words about her father and her lovely mother, and then the room emptied swiftly. Henry escorted his queen from the table and carried his smiling, babbling moppet on his great arm. Mary had not expected that. Perhaps she had misunderstood him. Her husband was gone, and thank the blessed saints, so was Staff. But Francis Weston was at her side, taking her elbow gently. "May I escort you, Lady Carey? His Grace said he would be but a moment." Her apprehension ebbed, but then embarrassment flooded in to think that they all knew. Weston, her husband, Staff, they all knew. She dreaded what the Queen would say when someone told her about why the young Boleyn girl was newly come to court. Sir Francis said not another word, and Mary briefly wondered if he had done this for his Grace before, maybe with poor banished Bessie Blount, Weston's own wife. She began to tremble again. She thought suddenly of another who had been sent to fetch her for a king, the cold, snake-like man in grey silk. What was his name? "Good evening, Lady Carey," Sir Francis said, with a quick glance that rested on her white face and heaving breasts. He quietly closed the door to the small room. She leaned on the door for a full minute, her hands pressed to her breasts. The room was all linen-fold panelling, and the wood seemed to glow in warm shadows from the low-burning fire. There was a table and wine, 3 chairs. Were they expecting a third? She thought irrationally. And a huge bed, high with a deep crimson coverlet. She sat in the nearest chair and leaned back on the stuffed blue velvet pillow. William Stafford was crazy, or he just meant to hurt her. Perhaps he was angered he had not been chosen to wed her, and so be given the revenue and lands from the king. Perhaps, in that sense, he was jealous. How she would like to think he was jealous. She was grateful the king had not chosen him to wed with her, or deliver her here tonight. She could never have faced that. Resolutely, she pushed William Stafford from her mind, and banished the bitter, pinched face of Will Carey. Tonight, she was waiting for the King of England. "Father, I will sleep with your king tonight," she thought. "Please come home soon, so you will see how well I am getting on." Then a tall Robin Hood filled the doorway, his hair glowing red in the firelight, his gleaming narrow eyes upon her. Chapter 14. September the 22nd, 1520. Greenwich. The summer weeks flitted by on butterfly wings for Mary Carey at King Henry's busy court, and in his massive bed. Will Carey's honeymoon with her had lasted but a week. This one, with the loud and laughing king, went on and on. They hunted, they rode bedecked barges up and down the Thames, they laughed and danced and sported and held hands. For Mary, it was truly the first courtship she had ever had, and she was wholly in love with being loved, if not with the effusive lover himself.
"Mary, Mary, His Grace is waiting for you under the window, and half the court is in tow."
Jane Rochford squealed and darted to help Mary pin her new green velvet riding hat on her heavy piled gold curls.
"You had best give him a quick wave from the window if you intend to keep him waiting so patiently."
"There, I am ready, Jane, but I shall perhaps wave anyway. What a beautiful autumn day." Mary shoved open a thick glass and leaded window and leaned her head out to wave. Her bright Kendal green riding gown and green-plumed hat looked perfect for this day, she thought, as the king and several of his closest courtiers caught sight of her, waved and shouted their greetings.
"I am on my way down, and I feel lucky at shooting today," she called.
They had all looked so excited and happy like children, she thought. George standing proudly by his grace, the king smiling, everyone eager to be off for the mounded, grassy hills where the painted bullseye targets were ready to be studded with their arrows. It had only been the avid-eyed William Stafford leaning on that big oak behind the king who did not smile up at her. She hurried down the huge east staircase with Jane Rochford and several other friends trailing behind. Mary was proud of the effect of this dress that she had taken hours to select colours and materials for. This was her most simply cut dress, as it was for riding or shooting. The velvet gored skirt was only moderately full, and it was the long-sleeved, tight-fitting jacket with the row of moulded brass buttons that set the whole outfit apart from others she had seen. The smooth cut of skirt showed off the top curve of her hips, and a pleated cuff draped from the waist of the jacket. It emphasized her flat stomach and full breasts to perfection, despite the fact that the bodice styles imported from France and Spain were all rather tight, with the cleavage pushed up above the daring low necklines. But not for a morning of shooting arrows at targets, Mary thought. The king will have to leer at pushed-up breasts elsewhere today. The air was crystal clear, the sun like some cut jewel, set in the blue velvet sky. She had been told England was often rainy and foggy in the autumn here along these great rambling palaces on the twisting Thames. But today, all was beautiful in Mary's world. His Grace had even sent Will away again, probably for a week this time, so she would not have to put up with his grim looks and sour disposition today. "Good morning, sweet Mary," the king boomed out the moment she emerged with her trailing ladies, as if, Mary thought, she had not been in his bed all last night, and as if most of the courtiers standing about did not know it. Arm in arm, despite the twitters, winks and murmurs, and Staff's pointed stare, they strolled across the green lawns and cut through the rose gardens to the shooting range. The late summer gardens had greatly gone to riot now, and the leggy-stemmed roses were making their last stands before frost time. The king pulled his dagger and, with a flourish, cut her a full-budded white rose. "Put this rose here in your sweet bosom, which that green velvet so naughtily hides, my Mary, where I may stoop and inhale its wonderful fragrance today," he said low, and shot her that devilish little boy grin of his she so adored. "Besides," he went on as they continued walking, "I like for you to be in Tudor green and white. The king's dearest possessions, you know." With his upper arm, he brushed her left breast firmly, deliberately, despite all the pairs of eyes, as they strolled the last yards to where squires had set up all the equipment for the shooting match. Yes, the quivers of arrows bore the Tudor colours, and green and white Tudor pennants sprouted from the great tall walls of Greenwich behind them. The king's possessions, he had said, and rightly so, as everyone, especially her father, viewed things. Only, despite her exciting days and long nights with Henry, King of all England, she never really felt he possessed her. Her body, yes, he took that repeatedly, but she still felt only flattered and touched. There was something yet to really being possessed that she knew was missing with this generous Tudor, and even with the selfish, handsome Francois before him. And although her name might be Carey now, poor solemn Will hardly played a part in these thoughts. "My dear Lady Carey," the king's voice boomed at her, "have you taken to daydreaming so early in the day?" "Oh, Your Grace, I'm sorry. What did you say? She shot him a dazzling smile and lowered her voice for the next words. I am sorry, sire, but the lack of sleep at night that makes me like this today is hardly all my fault. He threw back his golden red head, bellowing a laugh, so that everyone who was not staring already soon was. Henry Tudor looked overpowering in size, elaborate clothing, and the magnetic aura he always exuded. The peacock blue velvet which stretched across his muscular shoulders pulled taut when he bent to choose an arrow, as he did now. His loose-fitting back cape, which he would probably discard soon enough from the heat and exertion of his endeavours, swung easily to his gold-belted hips, and his brawny, thewed legs in dark blue hose were planted firmly apart in square-cut, slashed velvet slippers, as he shot his traditional first arrow to signal the start of their impromptu tourney. Gloved hands applauded madly, though the shot was barely to the edge of the central red eye of the circles. "'S blood! I hope the entire morn will not be off target like that," he groused. "You are too fine a shot to even hint at such things," Mary comforted, and was rewarded with another big Tudor grin. "True, sweetheart, but some days can bring a terrible run of bad luck, even to the best of us. But how your sweet face and words always cheer me, my golden Mary." He bent to select another metal-tipped arrow from his green and white quiver and fitted it carefully onto the string of the huge, polished oaken bow. It was then, with a smile still on her face from the warmth of Henry's compliment and affection, her clear blue eyes locked with the direct stare of William Stafford. The look was so blatant, so intimate, even across the servants holding the quivers and bows, that it nearly made her knees buckle. Confused, angry, she stared back until his impertinent gaze dropped to go over the whole length of her body like a rough physical caress. Then he turned away, squinted down at his strung arrow, and shot. His bow wanged, his arrow thudded, but she pulled her eyes quickly away to select an arrow for herself. "That one hit head on, Mary. Did you see it?" the king was saying. Yes, it was wonderful, sire," she replied, trying to steady her voice and her hand. The king was watching her first shot. Probably others were too, even Staff. How marvellous he looked today, in darkest brown to match his hair and piercing eyes. She lifted her bow and pulled back the string. Here, the king had sent Will away, and just when she was feeling light-hearted, Staff, who had forced himself to be somewhat of a gentleman since the night of the mask, took to staring at her, out here, where anyone could see. She snapped the bowstring free from her gloved fingers, remembering to aim slightly higher than her mark, as Will and the king had taught her. "Damn that Stafford," she cursed silently, as her arrow thwacked the outer ring of the target. "My sweet Mary's face looks like a thundercloud," the king teased, and she forced a smile. She refused to let Staff ruin this entire day, and she would never, never let him know he could affect her like this. She smiled again up at the king, whose ruddy face watched her, suddenly wary. "Your Grace, it has been nearly a week since I have shot, and I believe I could use another lesson. Sometimes, with so many courtiers all about who shoot so very well, I get a little nervous. And after all, you are such a marvellous shot. And there you are, looking at me too." She let her voice trail off, somewhat ashamed of herself for so obviously trying to manipulate him. But she had seen enough ladies handling men over the last 7 years to know how to do it when she needed to. Even father would be proud of her now.
"You need another lesson from a master," the king said,
and put his big hand over hers, where she held her leather-wrapped bow grip. His smile was not intimate, but caressing, and far more comforting than the sharp looks Staff shot at her. "Yes, a lesson would be lovely, Your Grace. A private lesson, without everyone gawking whenever I miss the mark."
"Oh, well, yes, only everyone just got all dressed for shooting at butts, and now we can hardly shoo them all away after 10 minutes, can we, my sweet lady?"
One of his large hands rested firmly on the small of her back as he bent to select an arrow for her bow. He squinted at it and flipped it over, scrutinizing the cut of the feathers.
"A king's arrow," he said. "This one will shoot true."
Reluctantly, she placed it, and he helped her sight it, lifting her left elbow slightly as she held the arrow ready. Let them all think her a poor shot, she fumed. Queen Claude's ladies were never allowed this sort of sport. Let Stafford give her those dark stares of his, and the king think he possessed her when no one did. No one! Not Will, not her father, not her past, not even this great king whose bed she had shared almost nightly for a month. Holding her breath, she released the string, and the arrow pierced the heart of the target, while the buoyant Henry Tudor laughed loudly. She laughed, joined by several nearby courtiers who hardly realized how close they had come to being banished from the butt's range a few moments ago. The day was back on an even keel for Mary. After all, the day was so lovely, and her father had never been more proud of her. Cruel Francois had been replaced by this laughing, affectionate king. Will was not about to frown, and Staff had stalked off somewhere and left her alone. Alone, yes, caught up in the array of all the activities. Alone inside, where no one could ever really possess her heart. She laughed and impudently gave the great Henry a suggestion when he fielded his next shot. That night, after feasting and dancing in the great hall of Greenwich, she had bathed, dressed in a flowing golden-yellow silk chemise and robe, and sat at her mirrored table while her tiring woman, Peg, brushed her long, thick tresses. Mary missed her young maid Nancy, but when Will was away and she slept nightly with the king, she always gave Nancy orders to stay with her sister Megan and used the regular palace servants. And she simply could not stand to have Jane Rochford fussing around her in the evenings to gloat and simper when she left for the king's rooms. Her hair pulled and crackled now, as if alive with some energy of its own in the cool September night, as Peg ran the bristles through it. Mary sat patiently awaiting the king's summons, so she could slip down the side hall to his suite of rooms, close to this lovely little suite he had given her and Will. She stared at her face and form in the candlelit mirror. Oval face, the even, balanced features everyone seemed to admire. Aristocratic, Howard features. Father always boasted. Huge blue eyes with dark, thick lashes, despite the fairness of her skin and the light, wheat-coloured hue of her long hair. A slender neck, full breasts, which the tight-bodiced fashions of the day could hardly abide, a flat stomach, rounded hips, and long legs. And was it all of this outside beauty, that made people, men, kings, want her? Or, like Anne, was there something within that made them seek her out? Mother loved her for herself, her old governess Semonet too, but after that she was not certain if people just wanted her. Or was that love? Oh, what was the use of all this foolish thinking, she scolded herself. It only spun her around in circles. Here, this very note, lying right before her, a note from the King of England, said he loved her desperately and eternally, and it had come with her lucky bullseye arrow pierced right through a heart, drawn on the note, and the huge signature Henry Rex, as if she would not know what Henry had sent it. "Are you ready, Lady Carey?" Peg's voice broke into her reverie. "His Grace's man be waiting outside with 2 link boys." Mary rose and, as a last thought, took the arrow-pierced love letter with her. It would not do to leave these lying about. She always destroyed any letters Henry had sent her. She was not sure why. To be careful, like father perhaps, or to protect Will from hearing further gossip, or ever seeing such a note. Maybe so that she did not have to believe it was all true. Peg wrapped her in the blue velvet cape she always wore in the halls over her nightwear, and Mary followed his Grace's trusted body servant and 1 link boy, while the other brought up the rear. When they had begun this affair, Mary had asked the king to please summon her with trusted servants, and not any of the courtiers who served him so closely in the treasured court appointments, however trusted they were supposed to be. And his Grace, though evidently amused to think it would ever keep anything secret, humoured her by giving her her way. At night there were always at least 4 esquires to the body within call of the privy chamber, in case the king needed help with his clothes, or food, or someone to rail at. But she never saw them, of course, and Will was never on duty when she was with the king. The 2 gendarmes, with their long silver pole-axes, nodded to her and opened the king's doors. No way to hide any king's visitors from them, but then she could not imagine their ever saying a word. To her surprise, the king sat at a table cluttered with missives and rolled parchments. The firelights behind him edged his auburn head and massive red and black robed shoulders with a glowing, shifting outline. He rose immediately and gave her a huge, reassuring bear hug as soon as the doors closed. He wore nothing under his robe, she surmised, because she could see curling reddish hair down to his navel, where the robe split open and his big, powerful legs were bare to his feet, thrust in velvet slippers. "Mary, blood, you smell wonderful. But I hope that is not some damned French perfume. Worse and worse relationships with Francois's minions, it seems. Sit here by the fire a moment. I will play servant and pour us some wine, my love." She laid her blue velvet cape on the back of a chair, facing his huge carved one across the table. "But I would be happy to serve you, Your Grace. You looked very busy when I came in. I shall get the wine." Like a big, scolded schoolboy, he did as she said, awkwardly covering his bare legs by folding his robe over them. She realized his eyes were on the pile of papers on the table, and not her as she poured 2 goblets of his favourite sweet Osnay from Alsace. Their fingers touched when she handed him his goblet, and he smiled up at her. Before she could move to the chair across from him, he pulled her gently toward him, indicating she should sit on his lap. Careful with her wine, she did so. "I am afraid the wine is French, sire, but I promise you my fragrance is not. Pure English dried lavender, lilies of the valley, and rose petals. I store my gowns in it." "Ah, is that it? A pity, sweet Mary." His voice wrapped around her as warm as his hands on her hip. "For we shall have to dispense with this lovely yellow silk thing soon enough." He nuzzled her silken shoulder, and they sat quietly for a moment, content in their physical contact,
listening to the warm crackle of the fire in this intimate moment. He drained his wine and took her half-finished goblet from her unresisting fingers. Sweet Mary, so beautiful, and yet so untouched, he said low.
Hardly untouched, my Lord King, she chided, and poked him playfully in his hard-muscled belly. But she saw then, on his earnest face, a fleeting mood of seriousness or sadness. She sat still to listen to what else would come.
All the roistering about, all the gaming, he began, evidently searching to express some difficult or new thought. Well, you know how busy and demanding it is for me, especially now that I'm taking over more from Chancellor Wolsey, keeping a closer eye on him and the realm's business, as it were.
She listened carefully, thinking how often her father tried to pry from her anything of import the king might say to her in a trusted or unguarded moment. She nodded to encourage him, but really she had no idea where this confession would go.
I mean to say, I do not know why an anointed king of the earth's greatest realm has to be so set upon with petitioners, and petty papers to read and sign, and tricky foreign realms to watch, like Charles's Spain and Margaret's Austria and your wily Francois's damned France.
Forgive me, Your Grace, but neither the French king nor France are mine.
I did not mean it that way, sweet, really, only it galls me sore to think you were once his.
She tried to scoot off his big lap, but his hands held her hips against his strong thighs.
Sit, madam. I meant not to rile you. We all make foolish errors, I warrant. Sit still, I say. Mary, I apologise.
He pulled her fiercely to him, his lips moving in her loose hair along her right temple, his hands stroking her silken back and hips.
There now, he crooned. You are the last one in the world I want to turn argumentative, sweet. It is only that I get pent up with all this business. I meant not to scold. By the saints, I need your serenity and beauty at the end of a day.
She relaxed and shifted against his body, encircling his bull neck with her arms. There were so few quiet moments with this volatile, active man, yet he was telling her he craved them. She cuddled against him, savouring the affectionate caress Will had never given in his quick movements over her body. Peace and serenity, yes, like a little girl in her father's arms. But after she lay with him that night, she watched him move away and bend instantly over his papers. She had never seen this side of him, so distracted, yet filled with fierce concentration. She yawned and stretched luxuriously in the massive bed under the carved and gilded crest of the Tudor kings. She was tired, and she could feel herself slipping away. It must be nearly midnight now. Through a fog of her thoughts, she heard his quill pen occasionally scratch Henry Rex, even as he had on that impassioned love letter. Henry Rex of England, impassioned, passionate. Then, why don't I feel that way? She wondered, with one foot on the hazy edge of dreamy unreality. She was full of his seed now, as she was almost every night, and what would become of her if she conceived a child? But she never had all those times with Francois, that one terrible night with Lautrec, and now with Henry. Proud, so proud, these kings, never admitting they could be wrong, except in little things, always having to be masterful and in charge. A paper rustled somewhere on the fringe of her thoughts, and a chair scraped back. Maybe he was coming to bed again. He had never before done work in the middle of the night. She drifted, softly, silently, through the sweet-smelling rose gardens of Greenwich. Or was it Hever? No, she must be at court, for everyone stood about, shooting arrows at one another, laughing cruelly when someone was pierced. The king was laughing too, drawing his strong bow at everyone. And then she saw her father shooting his full brace of arrows from a never-empty quiver. Arrows flew at her from everywhere. The air was black with them, and she was afraid. But none hit her. Then she saw Staff by the tree, his arrows like his eyes. He raised his bow directly at her. She held up her arms and tried to scream, but no sound came. She tried to run, but her feet were as heavy as lead. His arrow whirred at her. She saw it coming, and to her own amazement, she moved to meet it. It pierced her, sweetly, deeply, and a rolling wave of rapture beat in her like coursing blood. Staff's arrow penetrated her very soul, and brought a note she now held in her trembling hands. I love you, desperately and eternally. She looked up in amazement, but he had turned and was walking away. Chapter 15. October the 14th, 1521. Whitehall. A brightly clad bevy of court ladies trailed after Mary as she left her apartment and went out into the crisp autumn sunshine. As at Greenwich, the swards at Whitehall slanted down to the river, though the once clear vista was now cluttered with tilt-yard, archery range, and the close-cropped alley of grass for bowls, and a tall maze nearer the river. The crowd clustered on this clear afternoon at the newly built tennis courts of which the king was so proud. Whitehall was the newest palace given outright as a love gift, a policy gift, Staff called it, by His Grace's Lord Chancellor, the Cardinal Wolsey, who had moved his busy household upstream to his country palace, Hampton Court. Mary favoured Richmond and Greenwich of all the palaces, but on a day such as this, who could not love Whitehall?
His Grace was anxious for you to come to see him play against my Lord Francis, Joan Norris said for the second time, hurrying to keep pace with Mary's strides. Mary had learned to walk and dance faster, much faster, in the year she had been the energetic king's mistress.
Actually, I believe he promised he would beat Sir Francis soundly, joked Lady Joan, and Mary forced a laugh.
Your Lord William is much from court this past week, Mary, observed Jane Rochford, tagging close behind.
Yes, Jane, but it is father sent him this time and not the king, as you know, Jane, Mary said, turning her head to the girl. Father asked Will to accompany him to visit the Bullen's new revenue posts at Essex and Nottinghamshire. They are due back today. Are you quite certain you have enough to occupy your time without George before the wedding?
Of course I do, Mary. Now I can be with you every day. Lord Bullen is pleased too, and I do so wish to make him happy.
So do we all, Jane. Mary shot back quickly, and then regretted the sharp tone to her voice. No wonder Father and George had a tremendous row over the Bullen-Rochford betrothal a few months ago. George had evidently been forced to see the wisdom in the marriage, but she could hardly blame him for his impatience with the meddling little Rochford. But George's sulkiness had worsened since, and he seldom came to court now that Jane was here to attend Mary. Jane Rochford saw Lord Bullen as her protector and deliverer. If only the wench knew the salvation of her coming marriage had nothing to do with herself, and all to do with her family title and lands. Who knew what she would say or do then? Several young men tilted at the quintain on the joust practice grounds, trying to learn the timing and placement of the thrust of the lance from a moving horse. The wood and leather mock opponent twirled and spun on its pivot as they made passes at it. They were so confident, so awkward, and Mary remembered George, gangly and skinny, at Hever years ago. She favoured stopping to watch their serious antics, but she had been summoned to the tennis courts again. The archery range, where she had shot at target with the king only yesterday, was nearly deserted. Her aim was much improved, and it annoyed her to have to wear the proper lady's half-gloves when she shot. Henry was much pleased at her progress since the last contest, but she did not tell him that both Will and Staff had given her lessons while he was in council. Despite the brisk river breeze, she felt warm in her fawn-coloured pelisse. Still, she wanted to wear it over her dress whenever she was in public, where someone might notice her slightly expanded waistline. Soon, someone would see. Then, everyone would know, and the king would put her aside, as he had Bessie Blount. He pledged eternal love and had been relatively faithful for over a year, but Mary was no country-bred wench who trusted in men any more, and her greatest fear, the thing that kept her awake nights when His Grace or Will rolled over and went to sleep, was that there would be no way to truly know who had fathered the babe.
"I am sorry, Jane. What did you say?"
"I said the cheering from the courts is so loud that they must have started the match without you."
"Well, that is fine. They last a good long time anyway." Jane had taken to brazenly flirting with Mark Gostwick, but, except for pitying poor George even more, Mary ignored it. She was relieved when Jane excused herself and went to sit with him on the far side of the court.
"I must warn you there is a rumour that the Queen will appear this afternoon, Mary," Anne Bassett whispered to her as they waved to the beaming king and his opponent, Norris. They sat on a padded bench which was quickly vacated for them. Mary self-consciously draped her pelisse closer about her. This canopied area was much too warm with the courtiers packed in like this. I do not believe she favours the embarrassment when she knows the blonde Boleyn is about the area, Mary replied carefully, though she always handles the encounters beautifully by smiling and nodding and, if she must speak, inquiring sweetly after my father and mother. She knows His Grace has given you his heart. All she has now is half a daughter, and with the king's illegitimate son being raised so royally, she fears. She has always been gracious enough to me, Lady Anne. She's not here, so we will let it rest, please." Anne Bassett nodded, but her eyes showed her dismay at never being able to taunt Mary Carey enough to get some bit of information for gossip. Was the woman also so sweet and tolerant in the king's arms? What was it like to bed with the Tudor stallion? She had wanted to ask Mary in private, but her blue eyes seemed distant again, lost in some reverie in the midst of the crowded court. The king played tennis with much power and verve, but then so did Norris. Henry grunted and threw his huge body several steps into the court each time he served, and he often cursed loudly or flailed the air with his racket if the leather ball did not land where he intended. She had watched him play for hours in the closed courts at Greenwich. Only last week he had played a 2-hour game with Staff, winning only in the last set to the deafening cheer and applause of the assembled crowd. At least in that interminable game she had had Staff to study. His lithe body was angular and lean compared to the king's, although his muscles bulged across his back and chest. He was there, across the court, with that fawning Lady Fitzgerald at this very moment. It annoyed her the way the raven-haired woman clung to him and brushed against him all the time. Well, what did she care? She pulled her eyes away and forced herself to refocus on the game. Tennis players always wore white on the Tudor courts, pure white, a fashion begun by the king, she supposed. Henry hated to play up to the net and was content to stand firm on the back line, smashing drive after powerful drive into his opponent's court with his quick, rapid thrusts. She smiled and hoped no one noticed how her thoughts always went to her face, no matter how hard she tried to look indifferent. That was exactly the way the king made love. Quick, powerful thrusts, and then it was over before his passionate kisses or fierce caresses could work the magic on a woman of which a man was capable. And Will was so self-disciplined. Even in bed, she could not imagine the babe that grew within her could be a Carey son. Her throat constricted in fear again. If the baby looked like the king, whatever would she do? At least Will and his Grace had similar colouring, but the Tudor hair was a deeper red. If the king sent her away from court, she would be lost, and father might even turn against her. She was making herself sick from worry. It was too hot in here, all the people so near, looking at her and the king, but her cloak was her protection. She wiped her damp brow again and shifted nervously in her seat. Who was winning? She must put her mind on the game. Worst of all, Staff was sauntering over, and he could always see right through her. She valued his advice about others in the intricately woven web of courtiers, but she needed none of his lectures on her own behaviour now. Besides, there was an unbreakable magnetic pull of attraction between them, of which he had long teased her, and she had stopped fighting with him on the point. When he brought it up, in jest or in earnest, she raised her armour of silence. But he knew he had won. She remembered, particularly last month, when Will had been suddenly summoned by the king. She, Will, and Staff had been together on a crisp, clear evening, drinking hot mulled cider in front of a fire in the Carey suite of rooms. Will had scurried away with a brief peck on her cheek and a quick word to Staff about the good fortune to be summoned by the great Henry more frequently now that the Carey rise to power had begun. "I shall just sit a few minutes with Mary, Will," Staff had called after his retreating friend, and then waited until the door banged shut to add, "and then head home to my lonely little bed while sweet Mary sleeps alone tonight." He had given her a forlorn, doleful look, his hand over his heart, and she had burst out laughing instead of scolding him. "More mulled cider, sweet?" he asked, and leaned over to pour her some from the metal flagon before she answered. She held her mug out for him, annoyed that her hand shook a little. His next words startled her. "I swear, your husband is as blind as a bat and as foggy as the Thames marshes, sweetheart." He turned toward her. "If I were Will, I would not let you out of my sight around a ravenous blackguard like myself." "Oh, Staff," she said, trying to sound amused. Then, foolishly, she turned to smile at him. The impact of his gaze, his very presence, made her insides tilt. He jerked his head away first, staring wide-eyed into the fire, then downing his cider in several huge gulps. "I have to leave now, Mary, before I do something very, very foolish. And considering with whom you sleep when you are not with Will, damned dangerous, too." "Must you go?" she had said before she could stop herself. He looked at her again, the firelight edging his rugged profile and dusting his black velvet shoulders with a rosy glow. "Yes, Mary, I really must. The time is not ripe yet, as they say, though heaven knows, I would almost hazard it all for one sweet—" She leaned forward, entranced by his words, unaware of how lovely and vulnerable she looked in the golden glow of firelight. "For one what, Staff?" He rose and moved away from her, walking around the backs of the 3 chairs facing the hearth as if he were afraid of being near her. "For more than one kiss, that is certain, love. This little game you and I play is a serious one, and do not ever make a mistake about that. Mary, let us just say I would almost risk it all for one sweet little— more than you are willing to give me right now. I think you know how I feel and what I want from you, lass. Good night, then." The door had closed on him, and disappointment instantly overwhelmed her. Why did he have to run like that when they had some quiet time together? Did he fear the king's spies, as he had mentioned once? But his last earnest words echoed in her mind. She did know what he wanted, and the prospect thrilled her. Suddenly, the delicious sweet cider had turned very sour, and the firelit room had gone very cold. She no longer feared Staff would do anything to hurt her. Besides, she was well protected by her relationship with her husband, who was one of Staff's best friends, and by the king whom he served. He had not touched her for an entire 14 months, but to take her arm, since that foolish Robin Hood mask. He knew his place now, so she could usually relax and genuinely enjoy the time he spent with her and Will. At least he had had the kindness to fob that vine-like Emily Fitzgerald off on Edward Courtney and not drag her over here. Ignoring Anne Bassett's eager gaze, he bent over Mary's shoulder from behind her. "Will you walk with me, briefly? His Grace will not mind. He is winning, and we will tell him you did not feel well. You do not, do you? Come on. Excuse me, Anne," he added to the Bassett girl. "Oh, yes," she breathed, smiling up at him. "Shall I come too? I would be pleased to help if Lady Mary does not feel well." "Thank you, but she only needs a bit of fresh air," he answered. The girl's breathy sigh greatly irritated Mary. She rose to join Staff. "Has she been in your bed too, Staff?" she inquired, more icily than she had intended. "Two, Mary? I am sorry, you cannot mean in addition to yourself, so to whom are you referring?" Her head was beginning to hurt, and he was intentionally annoying her when she needed his support. If she could only tell him of the baby. He had been around the court enough and knew the king well. At least she could listen to his advice and take it into consideration. "Lady Fitzgerald, of course," she answered after a long pause. "And, no doubt, others. You cannot expect me to live like a monk while I am waiting for the king to toss you out and for you to realize you love me, Mary." He turned his head and looked straight at her. His brown eyes were suddenly flecked with tiny shards of gold. It frightened her how much she loved to have him talk so foolishly. She lowered her eyes to her hand resting on his blue velvet arm. "This is a surprise. Silence and smoky stares have become your favourite weapons against me, but never when I speak of loving you. No tart words. Let us face the truth, sweetheart. You have 2 men at your beck and call, so why should I be celibate? Why do you not marry, then?" "The truth? I cannot afford it, and I cannot hope that his Grace would see fit to drench me in revenues and lands as he does my fortunate friend, Will Carey. And why should I wed someone I cannot tolerate, when it is so easy to bed others I can?" Mary could feel the colour mount to her cheeks at his words. She had heard others speak and jest bawdily at court, but the truth, plainly spoken from staff, often embarrassed her. They were almost to the privet maze. She had not realised they had come so far from the tennis court. Surely he would not take her into the lover's maze in broad daylight.
Imagine a lover's maze shaped like a cardinal's hat, Mary. Well, the esteemed Cardinal Wolsey has had lovers and a wife, so I should not be so surprised at it. Do not balk. I am not foolish enough to take you in, although there is little I would like better right now. Neither of us needs to be banished from court, at least not now.
They sat outside the maze on a turf seat, encircled by a bed of orange marigolds and yellow chrysanthemums. The shouts from the tennis area were distant, and she suddenly felt tired and drowsy. The river glinted silver through the distant golden beeches and tall ashes. "It is lovely here," she said, to break the silence.
"Does it remind you of Hever?"
"Yes, some, but it is so peaceful there, and here it is usually so busy and confusing."
"I know. Mazes. Masks hiding masks, all more intricate than the crazy hedges in this cardinal's hat."
He fingered a loose strand of hair on her shoulder and took his hand swiftly back. "Will and your father should return today, I would guess. Whom will you tell first, Mary? Your father, Will, or the king?" Her heart lurched. "Tell them what?"
"About the babe you carry."
She raised her head wildly, her eyes wide in shock. Then she felt them fill with unbidden tears that coated her lashes and spilled down her flushed cheeks. "But is it so obvious, then? Dearest God in heaven, everyone will know." He scanned the area and then covered her clenched hands with his big one.
"Of course, everyone will know, Mary. This is the court, and you sleep with the king. Do not cry. Everything will turn out for the best, one way or the other."
"How can it? He will banish me like Bessie Blount and take the child away to raise."
"Maybe not. He has proved he can father a living son already. Bessie Blount was unmarried when she was unfortunate enough to conceive. You have a husband. It is only a question of the king's continued affections which are at stake. He has never returned to a favourite after she bore him a child, damn it."
"But you said it would please you if he would put me aside."
"Not if he sends you and Will off to some impoverished castle on the Welsh border." Before she could stop herself, she smiled at his impassioned words, but he was staring off in the distance, frowning.
Will and I could always go to live at Hever with Mother."
"That is entirely unlikely, Mary. If the king casts you off, your father will, too."
"That is not true. My father loves me. We have never been closer than when he came home from France. I will not have you speak of him that way."
"I do not mean to hurt you, sweet, but of course he acts loving to you now. Through you come preferments, power, and little goodies like new stewardships at Tunbridge, Brusted, Penshurst, and another big promotion which is probably in the wind about now."
"Stop it! I will not listen to your slanders. Just because my father is successful and I will not listen to your jealous lies." She put her hands to her ears.
"I think you had better get control of yourself, Mary Bullen. You're acting like a spoilt little girl. We will have to go back now. Dry your tears and listen carefully."
"I do not wish to listen to you at all." He reached for her arm and shook it like he would a rag doll's.
"I said listen, and I mean it, or I shall take you into the maze and you'll listen there."
Her eyes widened and she stared at him, the blue of her eyes melding with the azure October skies behind her golden hair.
"Do you know who is the father of the babe? Well, do you?" I am not certain. All right. When you tell Will, does not really matter, since he will see the import of it all. Tell your father as soon as you can do so. He will be upset, but you must weather it out. He will probably ask you to keep it from the king until his grace publicly announces that he is to be appointed treasurer of the household at New Year. That way the king will be hard-pressed to rescind the position, even when it gets around that you are pregnant, and will be leaving court. Only for a while, hopefully.
But the king will see me, and he will know. You did.
I am a confirmed watcher of beautiful blondes with sweet faces and nasty tempers. No, I promise you, it will be a while before his grace notes your condition, if you are careful. I doubt that he will even notice that your monthly flows have ceased since he beds others lately.
She blushed hot that he would dare to mention her monthly flow. Was there nothing the man did not think, or would not say if it suited him?
It does not hurt you, Mary, that he sometimes seeks out others?
Not really.
Well, it hurts my pride a bit. But you do not love him.
You notice everything about me, private or not, Staff. So, you tell me, she challenged.
Ah, there is my old Mary, sweet-faced and sharp-tongued.
Only to you. You anger me beyond belief sometimes.
I know. That pleases me, and to hear the truth from those tempting lips so much more than I used to. And since you were honest with me, I will tell you. You do not love the king. You loved another king once. He used and hurt you, and Mary Boleyn decided never again. Come on, lass, we must go back.
They walked slowly toward the green and white canopy covering the tennis courts.
And do you love Will Carey?
He pursued. In a way, she drawled slowly.
If you do, in a way, you do not.
He stopped.
I shall not return you to your seat. It is enough that we walked off together. Say only that you dressed too warmly and needed fresh air. Smile that fabulous smile, and all will be forgiven. Your servant, Lady Carey.
He bowed to her with a rakish, teasing smile lighting his face, and paced quickly toward the ruddy-bricked, turreted palace. The swelling sound of the cheering crowd had not abated when Mary re-entered the tennis grounds. Henry was beet red and gasping, and Francis Norris looked grey and exhausted, but the game plunged on. Few heads turned to note her arrival, and Mary breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it would be possible to keep the knowledge of her pregnancy from the court, at least for a while. Lady Guildford had taken her vacated seat, so she watched from the cluster of people behind Norris's side of the net, where she was sure the king would notice her. She could tell him that she had moved to be able to see him better. Norris dove for a ball which bounced along the corner line and missed. Henry switched sides and served again. His sharp grunt of exertion was heard throughout the crowded area. Norris whacked a clean return, and the king returned it. "This is for game point," Mary heard someone behind her say, and she was glad it would be over soon. She hoped the king would win, for when he was beaten he was quite out of his humour for the rest of the day. Surely Francis Norris would have the good sense not to defeat Henry Tudor in front of such a crowd. Whack, thump, still they volleyed. Then Norris missed a shot right in front of Mary, and the hushed crowd exploded. The king embraced Norris at the net, beaming with joy. "On the day I finally do tell his grace I am pregnant," she thought, "I shall be certain he has just won at tennis."
A gentleman usher held the blue and purple velvet robe the king donned after heavy exertion. Nodding and bowing, he plunged through the press of courtiers, heading straight for Mary. The sense of thrill and power returned with stunning impact. The king, Henry Tudor, sought her out from the masses of adoring subjects. "Did you see that last serve, sweetheart?" he bellowed over the noise. "I never was in better form than today."
"You were marvellous, sire. Atlas himself could not have bested you."
"Nor that sly Francois, eh? But that rogue Norris was good. He was excellent," he admitted, grandly, brandishing his racket like a sword. "I had to be at my peak to beat him today."
He put one big arm over her shoulders, and they slowly strolled back toward the palace, acknowledging the compliments from groups and individuals. For once, he did not walk too quickly for her to keep up easily, and she kept her cloak wrapped firmly about her body.
"Gads,"
he said exuberantly in her ear.
"If we could only go to bed now, I would show you how a victorious athlete behaves after a game like that one."
She laughed along with him for his boyish boast, and he grinned down at her.
"There's your father, sweet," he said suddenly, and pointed with his raised racket. "I do not see Will Carey anywhere. Thomas, did you find all well in my kingdom?"
The king grasped Thomas Bullen's shoulder in a rough, masculine greeting as Thomas rose from his bow. He beamed to see Mary under his Grace's other arm and kissed her warmly on the cheek.
"And where is my man Will Carey?"
Henry asked.
"All is well in the realm, your Grace. The Commons love you." That was always obvious to Will and me. "Will brought his sister back for a stay from the Priory at Wilton, sire, and he wanted to get her situated before he reported to you. The ride much tired her. And how is my beautiful daughter?"
"Well, as you see, as sweet and charming as ever, Thomas. Whatever services you lend your king, this is the dearest prize you could have given. See, you have not come to take her away." He laughed.
"Never, your Grace. Mary would be desolate should she be taken away. The Bullens are only too honoured to be able to share with our king, who has blessed us with so much." "Then I shall trust you with her while I change for dinner. The Queen shall attend the meal, I believe. Be certain, Thomas, you keep my Golden Mary safe from my wily courtiers who lurk about. Especially the renegade Stafford needs a watch, eh, Mary?"
He turned and was gone in a cluster of men, slapping Weston on the back and recounting the match. She took her father's offered arm, and they drifted away from the bunches of people toward the river landing. Instinctively, she grasped her cloak tight again. Staff had told her to tell her father as soon as possible. If she told him out here, but within earshot of others, he could not possibly berate her too long or too loudly.
Thomas Bullen broke the jumble of her thoughts. "How are you getting on with his Grace? He has not been near that Woodstock wench again, I hear."
"You are well informed for only having just returned, father. No, I think he has not seen her. He has been with me. At night, I mean."
"Fine, Mary. I was hoping that would be one result of my taking Will away for a while. Your husband was only too glad to see lands and stewardships he hopes will bear the Carey name soon enough, though he never ceases to tell me that the return of his beloved lands at Durham are the final Carey dream. I am sorry you will have to put up with that sour sister of his for a while. Do not feel you have to take any of that snobby preaching on the greatness of the Careys from her. She ought to be smart enough to realise from where her bounty flows, but she seems terribly one-minded. They are both obsessed with their family name. Let me know if she bothers you."
"Yes, father, I will." The barges rocked gently, rhythmically at the landing, gilded and brightly painted, though now sadly stripped of their bunting and banners. Their feet made hollow sounds on the landing when they mounted it. The river rustled by calmly and gave the illusion that the sturdy landing was adrift in the currents. Now, what is this jibing about wily courtiers lurking about, and especially William Stafford? Has he been bothering you? You must guard your position carefully, girl. Do I need to warn him to keep off?
No, Father. His Grace was jesting. I took a little walk with Staff during the tennis match today because I felt ill, rather faint. Stafford is only a friend of Will's, so leave him be. And I know damn well you have better sense than to care for someone of his questionable reputation and rank, so enough said. His Grace cares a great deal for him, or he would be out on his ear, a poor country squire of a stony farm on the borders somewhere. He leaned on the painted rail along the landing and faced her squarely. You say you were ill? Are you better now? Or is the illness just a clever ruse to keep Will Carey away from you? Mary looked out across the stretch of green water, and his eyes grew wary. She was almost tempted to let him guess. She knew she was a craven coward when it came to crossing her father. But he loved her, and he needed her now that she was in the king's goodwill. There was strength in that. I am not exactly ill, Father. I am... She gripped the carved rail in front of her. I am with child, my lord. It had not been so frightening to say it. The green depths swirled into grey ones under the rail. She looked up through her lashes. The explosion did not come, but his face grew livid under his moustache and beard. Damn, I knew it had to happen. How long? How long? How long have you been pregnant, girl? Around 3 months, I think. I was hoping I was wrong, but it is certain now. Well, it had to happen. Judas Priest, why did it have to happen now? I had hopes when you went a whole year without catching it. Could it be his Grace's, child? Well? I cannot figure it, Father. Yes, it could be, but Will was at court that month, so how am I to be sure? Tears came to her eyes again. Why must I cry so easily? She scolded herself angrily. What good did it ever do to cry in front of Father? At least you have made it more than a year, and that is a good bit more than the Blount woman lasted. Bessie Blount was not married, and I am, Father. Yes, I'm pleased to see you've been reasoning out what we must do to protect our interests, Mary. Yes, she was not married, nor did she have a family or father to stand behind her, as you do. We must protect the family at all costs. Do you understand? He swung about, bending over the safety rail with his long arms leaning stiffly on the wood. He looked sideways at her. I said, do you understand, Mary? Perhaps I do not. Perhaps you had best tell me what to think. She could see it coming already, the gleam in his narrowed eyes. She felt strangely betrayed that Staff had been right when he said her father would ask her to hide it from the king for his own ends. On or about New Year's Eve, Mary, his Grace will make me treasurer of the household. As you may know, that position entails power, as well as grants. The Boleyn name has never risen so high as that, and we must protect that position. I have hopes that if I hold that favoured position, his Grace will return you to court after you bear your child, and you may be able to ensnare his heart again. I can tell from the way he greeted me today that he does not know of your condition. Am I correct? She nodded, peering at the leaden reflections of clouds on the dull jade surface of the river. Then I would ask you to keep the news from the king until he makes the announcement of my new position. It should be soon. Thank God we do not have to wait until the appointment is final in January, or we would never make it.
Do you not think, Father, she inquired sweetly, that his Grace values your service so much that he would still appoint you, whether or not I am handy to warm his bed? He grabbed her wrist in a vice-like grip and jerked her hard up to his velvet and silken chest.
Damn it, girl, I am depending on you to handle this properly. However much fine service I give His Grace, you are the important link right now, and I do not appreciate the implication. Have you been about this clever court so long you forgot who got you these honours in the first place?
No, Father, I have not forgotten. Please, you're hurting me. I just get frightened and homesick sometimes.
For Hever?
Yes, for Hever. And for Mother.
Well, you can stop that now, for the odds are good you will go home to bear the child, since it will be more natural and will cost His Grace no extra coinage, as did the Blount wench.
He patted her drooping shoulder awkwardly.
I meant not to hurt you, Mary, and I realise you must feel afraid sometimes, for the stakes are high. But I am back to stay for a time now, and you can rely on me for support. I ask you to keep your secret only for a little while. The announcement of the advancement must come soon. You will help, will you not, my Mary?
Of course, Father. I always have.
Do not be sad, Mary. Times are bad with France, so I intend to fetch Anne home on the excuse of George's wedding. Then, when His Grace calls you back to court after the child is born, you will have George, Anne, and Jane Rochford about to keep you company, as well as Carey and me. That will help.
Yes, it will be wonderful to have Anne home, but that Rochford girl can drive me to distraction at times.
Really? I think her a rather good soldier. She knows her place, and she's fond of you, Mary. I appreciate her. She often tells me what is going on. She will help to settle George down and help him forget that foolish Wyatt girl.
Mary pressed her lips together tightly. He guided her up the path toward the tilt yards.
Let me see you without the cloak. Here, just hold your arms out.
He bent in front of her and peered at her waist and stomach, as though she was a filly for sale.
Quite flat yet. We are in luck. No one has noticed, have they?
I would say I am much too small, Father, for just anyone to notice. He squinted into the sunlight at her face.
Good. Then everything is settled. I imagine we can at least tell Will the news. Perhaps the Careys will rejoice at the prospect of an heir, and at least he will have the brains to hold his tongue until it's time for our next move. After all, we could be carrying the king's son. There might be fine possibilities in the years to come.
They did not speak again as their footsteps crunched the gravel of the slanting path that linked the green-grey river to their king. Chapter 16. April the 6th, 1522. Hever Castle. Another crunching pain seized Mary's belly and shot jaggedly along her spine. She clenched her hands and wrinkled her brow. It passed as swiftly as it had come. Anne bent her sleek head toward her sister, but did not touch her. "Mary, is it time? Shall I summon Mother or Samine?" Mary shook her blonde head slowly, her loosed hair sliding along her back and shoulders. "I am certain it is just another false pain. I will not be put to bed, and the midwife called again for nothing. I felt so foolish. I can feel the babe has gone lower now. Perhaps soon." Tiny tears trembled on her thick lashes, but did not spill. "If only this wretched waiting were over, Anne. I would be so happy." "I can understand that, Mary. If I were in your exciting place in life, I would want to go back too. 'Tis just too silent here. No dancing, no banquets, no chevalier charmant to twist about one's little finger for mere amusement. I did not mean that I was anxious to leave Hever, Anne. Have you not longed for home while at Francois's court all these years? Oh, at first, when I was young, I suppose. But you are only 14 now. Almost 15, sister, and old enough to long for the excitement of Amboise and Chambord. Fortunately, this boorish exile shall not last long, for father has promised I go to the English court to serve the Queen. They say in France that she is quite stuffy, mopes and wears haircloth under her unfashionable dresses. Mary, is she truly another Claude?
She is not well loved by her lord, Anne, so she has that to share with the French Queen. Only, she seems to me much more tragic, for she was loved once, and she must have the memories of the loss to torment her. The king chose her, you know, though it is said the marriage was his father's deathbed wish. I doubt that Francois du Roi ever cared a whit for poor Claude. And then there are the babes. Her Grace has had 6 dead babes, Anne, and the man she adores gone from her too. Mary put her hands on her huge stomach protectively.
I'm sorry I made you talk of dead babies, Mary. I did not mean to upset you.
Anne had long ago dumped her pile of embroidery on the turf, and she munched handfuls of the last of the winter walnuts as she spoke.
Truly, Mary, what is it like? I am old enough to know now.
To carry a child?
No, silly goose. To belong to Caesar, to share his bed, to have everyone defer to you, and, well, to have his child.
This babe is my Lord Will Carey's child, Anne. I have told you that before.
Father says it can just as well be the king's, and that we are to keep Mum on it outside the family, and let them wonder.
Father is not birthing this child, and I do not wish you to have Will hear such talk. She reached out her hand to Anne's arm. Please, Anne, try to understand.
I do, Mary, truly. It is no wonder both Francois and his Grace desired to love you. Even when you are so, well, enceinte and heavy at the waist, you are still beautiful, sister. I wish I had your Howard looks. She leaned her slim body back on the bench and stretched her arms over her head. Then, I warrant, I could have a new courtier every week.
Anne, you sound so heartless. You have become a real flirt. You have been about Françoise Dufoy too long.
At least I came back a virgin from France, Mary, though Francois du Roi was beginning to give me those soulful, dark-eyed stares when father called me home. She giggled. Besides, she added, when she saw her older sister's hurt expression at the reprimand, Françoise Dufoy is quite out of favour and has been these last 6 months. Anne du Ailey is the light of the king's life now. She is blonde and blue-eyed like you, and was quite an innocent when du Roi first noticed her.
You have changed, Anne. You are much older than your years. Soon you must think seriously of marriage and of motherhood.
I hope not immediately. Some perfectly proper marriage father arranged would probably bore me. And I do not care if I never give birth.
Almost unconsciously, her slim hands went to her flat stomach.
I shall never be another Claude, or even, like mother, to have the airs and be shifted off. Will you not just die, Mary, if you are not summoned back to court after?
Will has some lands now, and a manor house I have never seen. Besides, father says I shall be called back. My husband serves the king, so we must live at court.
You are the one talking like an innocent, Mary. Father says he can only hope you will be returned to court, and I am sure esquires to the body can be changed. But I would so like us all to be together at court, especially with George. George needs consolation and diversion. He always did favour Margot Wyatt, and now he has had to wed with that chatterbox Rochford. Father had best not try to arrange such a marriage for me, though I would consider it if it would mean I could live at court.
Mary shifted her bulk and felt the child kick as hard as he had these last few months.
The little fellow kicked and punched at her inside so hard sometimes that even Will could see the movement. At first it had frightened her that someone else had taken control of her body, but then it delighted her. Now it filled her heart with foreboding of the hours of pain to come, and Will was still kept at court. At least he should be here when the Carey heir was born.
What did you say, Anne?
He's moving, see?
Yes.
Well, I was saying I wish you would tell me all about the king from your point of view. I am certain it would be more exciting than hearing it all from Father's lectures.
I shall, Anne, I promise, for I wish someone would have told me the truth before I got involved in it all.
There was only one who told me much about it, and I was too stubborn to listen to him. Who? Will?
No, not Will. A friend of Will's. William Stafford.
He was an aide to Father in France. Do you remember him? Vaguely. Tall and brown-haired, with that roguish look.
Yes, at his staff.
His face drifted through her mind, as it often did, no longer jesting and taunting, but concerned and warm.
She had not seen him for almost 5 months. Too often she found herself wondering if he still cared for her and would watch her from across the room and kiss her fondly on the cheek, as he had when Will had taken her to Hever so long ago to await the child.
"You are really quite a fool, Mary," she told herself firmly. "He is probably revelling in Lady Fitzgerald's bed, or even that clinging Anne Bassett's, and hardly giving his friend's pregnant wife a moment's thought."
Why are we speaking of William Stafford, anyway? I would like you to tell me about some important, exciting people, please. Personal things, not political things, like Father always does.
"I promise I will, Anne, but I am very tired now, and just want to sit a while before Mother makes me go back to bed. The gardens at Hever are so restful. I can almost pretend nothing outside even exists."
Anne's eyes grew wide with sudden knowledge. "Are you afraid, Mary? You mustn't be, you know. You are young and strong, and everything will be well."
"Thank you, Anne. Those sweet words mean much to me just now."
"I meant not to tire you. Shall I fetch Mother? She always knows what to say and do."
"Yes, please, but do not hurry. I would like to be alone for a moment."
"Semene said you are not to be alone."
"Just walk slowly then, and that will take a little time. I will not be really alone."
"All right. And we shall talk of the court and king tomorrow." Anne bent her lithe body and scooped her embroidery from the grass. She swept down the gravel path, her head held high, as always. Yes, the girl would go far. She was so poised, spirited and clever. Even her needlework made Mary's look crude by comparison. Anne's stitches were tiny and delicate, even though she secreted her deformed hand beneath her work. If she ever really dared to stand up to Father when he chose to wed her to someone she did not favour, Mary would like to be there to see the scene. Anne had much to learn about many things, including their father. Mary sighed and stood slowly. If only the child would come. If it could only be over. How she would like to mount Donette and ride like the wind across the meadows to the Eden and lie on her back under the beeches with her hands behind her head. Perhaps if she were not summoned back to court, but Will could manage to keep his position, she could just live with Mother and raise her son here. She walked slowly around the patches of mint and dill which encircled the stone sundial. Sky-blue morning glories clung to its fluted base. It was noon, dead noon, and the iron finger set to tell the time through no shadows. Time. Another minute, another hour, another sharp shadow on the face of the stone dial. 5 months away from court, 2 years away from France, so far away from safety, security, and peace. The king had sent her a tiny enamelled box and one garnet necklace in those 5 months. But what did that assure? He might never want her back. Father had said they could arrange her return to London, but she was not certain of that. Will had made only 4 visits in 5 months. His sister Eleanor stayed on at court, and he would probably rather be near her than his wife anyway, since her Carey blood is not from some forced marriage. The April sun gave a warm embrace, but she wandered a bit off the path into the shade of a skinny-leaved weeping willow near the little pond. How she would love to stoop and pick those tight clustered violets, but she could not. This time next year, pray God, she would have her babe in her arms and could stoop to pick them. A branch rustled behind her, and she spun her head sharply. "Oh, Michael, you frightened me. What are you doing here?" The thin, gangly boy smiled shyly at her. His front teeth gapped wide, and he seldom smiled outright. He reminded her of George years ago, before France, but his hair was flame-coloured, and masses of freckles dotted his long face. "I didn't mean to scare you, Lady Mary. I was just walking through, and I thought to see you be all right since the Lady Anne left you." "I appreciate that, Michael, and I have wanted to thank you for the cuttings of forsythia and pussy willow during the rains. They lightened my dark room and cheered me tremendously." He smiled again, his felt hat held nervously in his awkward hands. "I was telling my mother it is too bad the Lady Mary has to come back to visit in the winter months, for she always loved the gardens best of all the Boleyns. I tried my best to keep 'em nice for the Lord and Lady. The Lord, he ne'er sees 'em, but Lady Elizabeth, she loves 'em, and I know you do too." "We all appreciate the fine work the gardeners do, Michael. I am glad to see you so grown. Will you wed soon?" "There be no one I fancy now, lady, but if I find someone, I will ask my mother and Lady Elizabeth for permission, and wed with her gladly." He took a step closer in the spotted shade. "I remember the day we had to look for the lost spaniel in the box hedges, lady, and I remember best the day the king came to Eva and walked in my rose garden." Simple pride shone on his face, but Mary did not miss the fact that his eyes dropped swiftly, accusingly, to her rounded belly. Even the servants knew and whispered that the child the Lady Mary carried was the king's. She turned away, suddenly terribly hurt by his simple face and gentle gaze. What honour could there be in bearing a bastard to the king if honest servants' eyes accused? Even peasants who worked the gardens with their hands were free to choose whom they wed. A stab of pain gripped her at the waistline and spread swiftly downward, crushing the breath from her. This was no agony of guilt, memory, remorse, or a false pain of birth. This was different. Her knees nearly buckled, and she leaned heavily on the tree trunk. "Michael, fetch my mother." "I can help you to sit, lady. I will fetch her." He grasped both arms above her elbows. She would have shouted at him not to touch her, but the next wave of pain staggered her, and she toppled against his grimy chest. He backed carefully out onto the gravel path, holding her up by the arms. Her legs followed, wobbly, draggingly. Tears of fear and pain coursed down her cheeks, and she bit her lip. If I were a true-bred court lady, she thought, crazily, between pangs, I would ask this gardener to take his hands off me and show no pain on my face at all. He half sat, half leaned her on the bench where she and Anne had been, and raced off, saying something back over his shoulder. What had he said? Another pain seized her, and she heard herself scream. Truly, this was it. This was her time. Where were the men in her life when she needed them? Her father should be here for the birth of his first grandchild. Was Will on his way? This baby was not early. He should be here too. Damn the king, damn him who could send maids 5 months from his court just because they conceived and their waistlines no longer suited his roving hands. The next pain swept over her like a huge wave, and her ears rang, drowning out the garden sounds and all thoughts. Then Mother, Semine, Michael, and some other man were there. They carried her into the dark house and to bed. It seemed she had long drifted on waves of pain and exhaustion. She screamed for them to take the bedclothes off and begged them for cool water to drink. Her body was not her own. She tried to hide from its strange revolution in the corner of her mind, but the agony pursued her, and she screamed again. There were 2 midwives, Mother and Semine. Father had said 2 midwives. There must be 2 to make sure the child was delivered safely. How she hoped the child was a girl and had the identical look of a Carey to spite her father. How many hours on the sundial in the garden? Why could the tearing pains not end? They told her to push, and she did with all her might. It helped, but the pain swept her back. So what did the tiny respite matter? How could women do this all the time? Claude, poor Claude, and the Spanish Catherine. All those dead children after so much pain. Please, God, do not let my baby be born dead. Mother! Mother! Water! Elizabeth held the goblet to her lips, and she drank greedily, spilling half the water down her chin and neck. It felt good, the only thing that felt good. You are doing fine, dearest Mary, just fine. Push harder next time. She bore down as hard as she could. When she dared to open her eyes again, she could have laughed at the crazy sight of her legs spread and the midwives peering at her intently, if another pain had not washed her laugh away. What was it that Staff had said to her that night? When you spread your thighs for the others, think of me. It crowns, lady. Push harder, hard, the voice came to her. Crowns. Who cared about crowns, except Henry and Father? Push hard. Push. Push. A huge black wave rolled over her, and she felt herself break in 2 jagged pieces. Then there was a loud cry, and she no longer felt the need to scream. Would they leave her alone now? She was so exhausted. Mary! Mary, everything is fine. It was Mother's voice, Mother crying and shaking her shoulder. She opened her eyes. They had let light into the room, and it almost blinded her. But there, in her mother's arms, lay a child, her child, with a tiny red face screwed up to a pouting circle at its mouth, and one balled-up fist against its cheek. It's a son, Mary. A beautiful, fine son. Mary smiled in her mind and opened the fingers of her hands as Elizabeth Bullen placed the tiny bundle next to her on the vast bed. She touched the little hand. Father and Will decided his name is to be Henry, Mother. Henry Carey. She wanted to hold the babe to her, but she drifted off, floating on the bed in helpless exhaustion. The utter joy which coursed through her with the milk which suckled the babe was unbelievable. She held him carefully to keep him secure and to be certain he would not break. He had little reddish-golden fuzz on his head, and his eyes were the clearest blue, although Mother said all babies looked so for the first weeks. It would please Father, and probably Will, too. The babe's colouring could be construed to be pure Tudor, but was not so far from the Carey looks. So, let them wonder. Will Carey and several other riders came pounding into the courtyard the morning after the baby was born. Will looked so in awe of the tiny bundle of reddish gold that Mary felt a jab of guilt for cursing him for his absence. The king, no doubt. The king had kept him. George had come, Anne said, probably just to escape his wife's flapping mouth for a few days, but Father would follow later in the day. The king had sent his good wishes and a silver christening spoon. Mary enjoyed the proud comments and pleasure of George and Will, and then she slept again with the baby's cradle next to her bed. She was famished that afternoon and downed a huge bowl of frumenty, while Anne sat by the bed and repeated all Will, George and their comrades had been telling her of life at court.
George is so unhappy, Mary. I tell you, if Father tries to marry me to someone as silly as Jane Rochford, I shall run all the way back to France. Oh, by the way, Anne added as she took a swift peek in the cradle on her way out, that man you spoke of, the tall and charming Will Stafford, came with Will. You are right, they are fast friends. See you when Father arrives. Mary put her spoon on her emptied pewter plate. Staff here with Will. However did they both get away? Would he come to see the baby, or think it was only for family to see? Suddenly, for the first time since the birth, she thought of how she must look. Her stomach was so much flatter, but even tightly bound, she had a long way to go to get back to her normal waistline. Mother! Salmone! Mary? You all right? Hush, sweet. Are you awake, Master Henry Carey? Salmone scolded lightly as she bustled in. Still hungry? Your father has just ridden in. Salmone, I need a mirror, comb, and rice powder. I must look terrible. You must not do too much so fast, dear. You just look a little pale. Here, look in the mirror. Rose water, too, please. Maybe Lord Boleyn will be more interested in the baby than in how you look, child. Or is this for someone else? She narrowed her eyes in mock suspicion, but Mary ignored the stare, and Salmone darted out again. Indeed, her hair looked like a Kentish haystack, but her face was not too pale. Somehow, she thought, she showed good colour, and she knew the robe looked well, for it was the lovely lace and ribboned one from her wedding night. George appeared, then Mother, then Father swept in with a broad smile. Perhaps he had heard the child had the king's hair. He bent to kiss her forehead and gave her hair a quick caress. He studied the baby at length, leaning close over the cradle. A fine son, Mary. I know Will is proud. The statement hung there, and he said no more. We shall unwrap him for you to see, Father, Mary said with a nod to Salmone. Let the lad sleep, daughter. He clapped his hands together, loudly, as if to silence all the little conversations in the room. The Boleyns are fortunate, again. Mary bore a fine son and still looks beautiful, which is another blessing, because in June Will is to fetch you back to court. The king himself told me he misses your golden smile, my dear, and he lowered his voice. No doubt he would like to catch a glimpse of little Henry, too. George chortled deep in his throat, and Anne's shapely eyebrows arched up
as if to say, "I knew it all the time." Mary said nothing, but she did feel relieved. It was not that she would see the king again, or even that the news pleased her father so much. Perhaps she had missed the excitement of life at court.
Mary. Thomas Boleyn leaned both palms on the bed beside her so firmly that she almost rolled against his arms. I know you are tired now, but this is a wonderful day for the Boleyns. No one has gone back into favour like this before, but I had faith we could do it, and, as I promised, Anne and George will be there too, so you have absolutely nothing to fear. All right?
She smiled in the direction of the cradle, although she could not see the tiny head from where she was. "All right, father."
Excellent. Now, one more fortunate piece of news. Anne, His Grace has been thinking of your happiness as well as Mary's.
"Yes, father?" Anne stepped forward near the foot of the bed with her hands clasped to her breasts and her dark eyes dancing in anticipation.
His Grace has set a most favourable match for you with a fine title and estates. You will come to court with George next week, serve the Queen, and be wed in the autumn in Dublin.
Anne looked stunned. Her eyes glittered and then hardened dangerously. "To whom have I been promised in Dublin, father?"
To James Butler. A fine match. He is heir to the entire Ormond estates. You will live at Kilkenny Castle on the Rive Noire. He is handsome, red-haired, an Irishman, of course, and you'll be a fine lady.
"Should I not have been consulted? At least Mary gets to live at court. I should like to also, and not just for a few months while preparations are made to ship me off to some man I have never seen and do not wish to wed."
We shall talk further of this honour, this royal command, Anne, later.
He glanced down eagerly into the cradle as if the subject were closed, but Mary saw clearly that it was not.
"I have only arrived from France, my lord, where you sent me, to be schooled and groomed to return to the English court, and then, perhaps, marry some landed Englishman. I do not favour being sent to the barbarous Irish in some dark castle I have never seen, to breed red-haired sons for some lord I cannot love. If you will not listen, and I must plead with the king directly, I shall do so. Elizabeth, settle the girl down. I should have realised it would be too much of a surprise, and she would need time to think. No, father. I need no time to know what I think. George has married Jane Rochford, as you ordered, and he pines away for the girl he truly loves. Mary is wed to Will Carey, but... She lowered her voice ominously as though Will could hear from the solar below where he waited. She beds with his grace and somehow bears sons to them both. Anne, I warn you.
Thomas Boleyn's voice came low, and he motioned to his wife to take Anne from the room. Great tears came to Mary's eyes. Anne's words hurt. They were thoughtless, rash, and cruel, but they were true. George looked stunned. Anne turned and fled before Elizabeth could get to her, and George followed the women through the open door. Her father studied Mary's face briefly.
I'm sorry to have this happen here to upset you, Mary. 'Tis a wonder the boy still sleeps after that screaming. Anne will be all right. I shall see to it.
Anne is right, father.
Right about what?
George is desperately unhappy. Anne has only returned. She is but 14, and she wants to live here to experience court life for herself.
She will, Mary, she will. The wedding is not until autumn, and she will have you to set her a good example. It is just that she is the youngest, and your mother has spoiled her. The lad is beautiful. May I hold him later?
He turned and strode from the room without waiting for her answer. The door stood open, and she felt a desperate urge to call for Semele. She must hold the baby and rock him to set right all the conflict and unhappiness, but she did not wish to see any of them right now. She only wanted her baby close to her, away from Anne or George or even Mother. She lifted the sheet and carefully slid one leg over the side of her bed, then the other. The cradle was so near, this would be easy. She slid her hips off, her feet touched the floor, and she stood. A spinning hit her and swept her around so she could not even see the cradle. She put her hands out to break her fall, but strong arms caught her and lifted her high. "Foolish girl," came the low voice in her ear as she was laid back on her bed. She opened one eye slowly and looked up at the tilting ceiling. Staff leaned over her, serious concern stamped on his face. "Shall I call your mother? Are you all right now?" "Yes. I did not think it would be so difficult to stand. I'm glad you came." She put one arm over her eyes to stop the rushing whirl of the room. "So am I, Mary Boleyn." She realized how she must look to him, stretched out under his gaze, on the bed in her thin chemise and lacy robe. "Will said I might come up to wish you well. I saw the door stood open with no one about, and you ready to topple over," he explained, as if to apologize for his sudden appearance. "You just missed a fine display of Boleyn family politics," she said, grimly, with her eyes still covered. "I did not truly miss it, sweet. It was quite discernible from the front stairs." Her eyes shot open and stared up into his. "Did Will hear?" "I think not. The solar door is closed. Here, you had best get back into bed before someone comes in and wonders." He pulled her into a sitting position, plumped the bolster behind her back, and covered her legs with the rumpled sheet. "Thank you for your care," she said. "You would make a fine bedroom nurse." "Any time you want someone to help you into your bed, remember me then." "Really, Staff," she scolded lightly, unable to keep the smile from her face that he would still tease her so. "Now, tell me, how is everyone at court?" He pulled a chair close to the foot of her bed, carefully avoiding the end of the cradle, and she thought foolishly how far away he felt now. "If I told you about everyone at court, lady, it would take hours, and I would have your governess on my back, so I will be brief. The king has gone through 3 quick romances in your absence, and he misses you. If your father tells you he has set up your return, do not believe it. His Grace misses his golden Mary." "And how many quick romances has Will Stafford gone through in these 5 months?" "And does he miss his golden Mary, do you mean?" She felt herself blush under his steady stare. What had gotten into her to encourage him like this? "Well, since you ask directly, sweet, you shall have a direct answer. I long for you to come back and tease me and insult me. If there were room for 3 men in your busy little life, I am afraid I would be most insistent on where you spent your time, and at least some of your nights." She pulled in her breath sharply. He dared to imply that he wanted her for a lover. It was madness. She should be insulted and tell him his place, the way she had often before. But she was so glad to see him. There was a lengthening silence, and raised voices came from somewhere down the hallway. "Coward," she ranted at herself. "Say something. Tell him the truth." "Would you like to see the child, Staff? I was trying to get him to hold when I fell. I have found in my experience that babies all look alike when they are born, but I hear this one is special, with Tudor-coloured hair. So,
Let's have a look." She meant to protest as he bent and handed her the bundle, but he seemed to do it expertly. "In your experience, staff, do you mean to tell me you have children hidden somewhere about the kingdom?" "Not a one," he replied, "but since this lad is so fine-looking, I might be interested in ordering one myself from the same, manufacturer." He grinned rakishly at her and reached out one finger to touch the babe's tiny curled hand, which grasped eagerly. "You see, Mary Boleyn, babies know whom to trust." "Babies may, but how is a poor wench supposed to know?" she prodded, dangerously. "Why, ask anyone. Anyone but the king, or your father." He straightened and backed away several steps. "Will is waiting. I hope to see you before we depart on the morrow, Mary. But if not, remember that the one thing which does not change for you at court is William Stafford. Remember that, lass." He bowed, and his eyes went over her briefly. He nearly collided with a wide-eyed Semele as he turned into the hall. Chapter 17. June the 19th, 1525. Hampton Court. The entire court was in an uproar the day after the king's blatant move against his lawful queen and his daring elevation of those forces which could cause her harm. Ignoring his 6-year-old daughter, Mary Tudor, by Queen Catherine, the king had invested Henry Fitzroy, his 6-year-old illegitimate son, by Bessie Blount, as Duke of Richmond and Earl of Nottingham and Somerset. The boy was assigned a vast household of his own. The chess move was clear to all observers who knew the rules. Bessie Blount's son was being groomed as the next Tudor king, and in that elaborate investiture ceremony, a spate of other courtiers were advanced, who were the current rooks, knights, and pawns about the great Henry. To allay the alarm of Thomas Bullen, who knew the proper moves as well as any, the king bestowed a viscountcy. Mary had expected her father to be in an expansive mood from the honour, and was hardly prepared for the irate display he was giving in Will Carey's suite of rooms, as she made ready to answer a summons from the king. "But you are Viscount Rochford now, father, and the diplomatic missions are a great honour and responsibility his grace gives. You have never shown a care for the Queen's feelings before. I cannot see—" "No, you would not. Will, can you teach her nothing of political intelligence, as close as she has lived to the seat of power these 5 years? He turned back to Mary and slapped his palms down on her little oak dressing-table, so that the bottles, mirror, and enamelled jewel-box jumped and shuddered. "Damn it, Mary, you too have a son who could be his Grace's flesh and blood just as well. Do not protest, Will, you know it. Baby Catherine, well, indeed, she is yours, for the king was obviously in a wandering mood those months. But the boy is Tudor through and through. Little Harry is not so far from Will's colouring, and you know it, father. Bessie Blount came and went in a season like a single pretty flower, but you, Mary, you are yet his favourite, who blooms anew after 5 years. Bullen's stock is of better metal than the Blounts. If Harry should be his Grace's son, my lord, you must admit that Henry Fitzroy was the firstborn." Mary shot back. "Whose side are you on in this struggle, girl? You've always been too fond and sweet, accepting and content. Do you have no ambitions for your son, or for you and Will? Have you ever advanced the Carey cause to which your husband is so dedicated?" "Yes, my lord, I have spoken to her of it often," Will put in.
Rightly so. Mary, must I do all your thinking? Must I tell you every move to make?
The diplomatic missions keep both me and George away from court more than I would like, and I fear you grow too headstrong for Will to handle.
He ignored Will's fidgeting and growing annoyance as he berated his wife, while she sat stone-like at her dressing table.
"Have you heard a word I've said?"
Thomas Boleyn demanded. He pulled her to her feet, facing him, and suddenly the wall she had learned to build against him crumbled, and she feared he would strike her. "Yes, of course, I hear you, father. Only
what?"
I will do what you say, but I will not risk little Harry by insisting or even hinting, as you would have me do, that he is his Grace's child."
"Risk him! The king has only 2 living sons, madam, and you bore him 1. The Fitzroy boy is a weakling. Anything is possible."
"Please, father, you're hurting me. Will, please help me to—" Her father dropped his hands from her arms, and she stepped away from him.
"We'd best tell her what we have decided, and be done with these foolish arguings, Will. The king's boating party to see his new gift from his dear Cardinal Wolsey will not wait for one silly woman."
"Tell me what? What have you done? Will, tell me." "Mary." Will stepped forward and put an arm around her shoulders. She froze, waiting.
"I have told you that this court is no place to raise a son. He is not even 4 years old, and he needs us. Will, he stays." "You have won that bout before, Mary, but not now."
She shrugged his arm off her shoulders and moved several steps away. "Harry stays here with his parents, my Lord Father, or the king is likely to hear hints that the boy is indeed Will Carey's son, and no other." Thomas Boleyn clenched his fist, and she knew he would hit her, but he restrained himself. His long face was livid, and a huge vein throbbed in his neck. Will's agitated voice broke the thread of passion between the Boleyns as they stood there, frozen.
"You must not gainsay your father on this point, Mary. We are agreed. You know you wish for a fine education for our son, and it is long overdue. Next month the boy joins the household of the new heir to the throne at Hatfield House. He will have playmates there, a fine tutor, and we can easily ride to see him often, if you wish. And he will be where he should be, daughter, close to the heir and sharing Fitzroy's education, should it ever happen he needs it. Wipe those tears. The king will want a happy face on his jaunt upriver."
"You do not take Catherine. She does not even say her sentences yet. She is still in leading strings." Her voice was pleading when she meant to be so strong. She was afraid to threaten father as she did Will. They were all she had to love. Well, almost all, but the other was impossible.
"Of course Catherine stays, Mary,"
her father reassured her, trying to pat her arm, but she recoiled from his touch.
"Her position is hardly at stake.
And Mary, I'm trusting you to be wise in this with his Grace. There are others to whom he has turned, and can turn again, you know. Why do you threaten me with that? It frightens you more than it does me, father."
"I am not threatening you, dear Mary, only warning. Your own sister, for example, seems to have much influence over him. Not only has she had her marriage promise to the Ormonds rescinded, but she has been brought back to the king's good graces after that foolish Percy affair.
Anne is bright and smiling and is much about, so dry those tears. No doubt his Grace's retinue gathers at the royal barge now, so be quick." He clapped Will twice on the shoulder, and strode from the room. Mary sank onto her bench, leaning her elbows on the dressing table. Even when she tried desperately to erect barriers to keep herself from hurt, she failed to hold the king's attentions, failed to please Will, failed to communicate with Anne, failed even to protect her little son.
Mary, your father is right. We must hurry. You'll have to remake your eyes. Come on now. 'Tis all for the best. You will greatly disappoint the king, your cousin, and staff, whom his grace put in charge of this tour today.
She said nothing. Mechanically, she began to reapply her eye colours. Mary felt like a wooden doll that little Catherine had dragged through the gravel or stepped on as she joined the gathering group of courtiers. Jane Rochford greeted her gaily with a swift hug, and Anne waved brightly, surrounded by a little cluster of men, including Weston, Norris, and their tall cousin, Sir Francis Bryan. William Stafford came up from behind with the lovely fair-haired Maud Jennings on his arm, and Mary felt another sharp twist inside. It suddenly annoyed Mary that she and the Jennings woman had both chosen gold for this barge trip to Hampton. Really, Mary thought, and glared at Maud through slitted lids. Anyone who knew anything about fashion at court knew the king's mistress, Mary Carey, often wore gold as her colour and, out of deference, chose others. Mary's gown was a particularly elaborate satin and brocade one she had only worn once before. Her filmy, short veil, set far back on her small jewelled headpiece, rustled in the river breeze as she tossed her head to pull her gaze away from the flirty Maud Jennings. But her eyes had taken in the girl and staff with her all too well. Maud's dress might not be as expensively made or as fashionable, but Mary had to admit it showed the maid's flagrant charms to best advantage. She had a most annoying habit of swishing those velvet and brocade-covered hips entirely too much when she walked or leaned into staff, as she did now. Of course, he was probably encouraging Maud's display of tasteless possessiveness in front of them all, Mary fumed. His huge chest and shoulders were finely encased in perfectly fitting, almost iridescent peacock blue, which melded to green when he flexed those big muscles, as he did now. His white lace and linen shirt showed slightly above his V-cut doublet to emphasize the bronze colouring of his face and throat. As Mary darted a glance at Staff to drink in his face, lithe body and brawny legs displayed in the same bright blue, to her dismay she saw that they were approaching. How dare he drag his latest little minx over here by me, she thought, but she nodded politely enough to them both. Maud gave a little sigh when Staff halted by Mary, but the girl did not see Staff's gaze so swiftly but completely go over Mary Carey.
It is somewhat cloudy for the outing, but his grace is so happy he will not even notice, Staff observed.
Maud's other hand rested possessively on his arm. She almost clung to him. It amazed Mary how angry and hateful she felt towards Staff for his smiles and his obvious attention to the young maid who was newly arrived at court. She herself had no one to cling to, no one but a 16-month-old daughter, and how long would they let her keep her?
"Are you well today, Lady Mary?"
Staff inquired, searching her face. "Yes, quite," she returned icily. She refused to look into those eyes, which always pretended concern. "Which barge are we to ride on, Will?" she asked her husband, turning her back on Staff. Staff answered the question
"Will, His Grace has asked Francis and me to ride the royal barge, since he sent us to Hampton to be certain the Cardinal had vacated his household for this visit, so would you do me the great favour of escorting Maud on the second boat? I promise I will take her off your hands when we arrive." Maud laughed musically and squeezed the arm she held. "The King, of course, will want Mary on his barge, and since I can see him coming now, we had best get on. My thanks, Will." "I am used to partnering court ladies' staff, but none so sweet and new to our court as this," Will replied graciously. Mary turned away and strode toward the gilded barge, decked in green and white banners and awnings. Staff had her arm before the boatman could help her in. "What ails you, Mary?" "Do not touch me, please. I wish to sit with the Duchess of Suffolk." "You will sit with His Grace, unfortunately for me. That is, unless your little wren of a sister tempts him to take her away from the string of admirers she always flaunts." "At least Anne is happy now. When the King and the Cardinal took Harry Percy away from her, I doubted she ever would be again." "I'm not so certain she is truly happy now. She seethes inside, Mary. But she is adept at putting on a happy face, while you never seem able to manage it lately. Did your father berate you that your son was not given a title yesterday with Fitzroy?" She turned to look fully into his face for the first time today. His eyes were in shadow, but he looked perfectly serious. "Are you a spy, William Stafford? Why does it seem you always know the business of the Boleyns?" "When will you learn that it takes no spying, sweet Mary? It is all so easy to read." "Not to me. But then, who would expect such a foolish woman to understand the goings-on of the great world outside her empty little head?" "I have told you not to let your father get to you like this." "Take your hand off me. The King is here. Go back to your fair-haired, cow-eyed Maud." "I hope we can talk later, Mary, without Will or the King." He half turned away from her and bowed low with the rest of the courtiers on the royal barge as the King, Duke, and Duchess of Suffolk mounted the barge, but he said out of the side of his mouth before he left her, "I do not love Maud Jennings, Mary." Carefully, Mary composed her face, and when she caught sight of the Duchess's warm smile, her own joy was genuine. "Mary, it has been 2 days since I last saw you. Is little Catherine's fever abated?" "Yes, your Grace. It passed in but a few hours. I prayed that your Margaret would not catch it." "I keep her out of the night air, and she is healthy as a pup. My dear Charles dotes on her, though I know he wanted a son. Now, if we can just get through the summer without anyone catching the foul sweating sickness, I shall be able to face anything." "What do I hear?" The King boomed so close in Mary's ear that she jumped. "We're about to go on a fine outing to see my new palace at Hampton, and I hear mention of the damned sweating sickness. Pray God it does not strike the court this year. Besides, ladies, we shall all sit it out. Safe hunting at Eltham. Charles, sit with your lady there behind me, and do keep her off such vile topics, or I shall personally toss her into the Thames." Everyone laughed, and Mary went through the motions. "Mary, here with me. I cannot wait to show you how magnificent my Hampton is. We shall move the court there soon, though I may let Wolsey use it from time to time when we are elsewhere." Mary sat obediently at his left and carefully arranged her stylish dress, fold by satin fold. "You look lovely, lovely as always, Mary. I have just the pair of topaz earrings which would set off your eyes in a colour such as that. The colour of golden sunlight, eh?"
His narrow eyes caressed her openly. "Thank you, sire. You look spectacular today." He beamed like a schoolboy, and Mary returned his smile willingly. As usual, he did indeed look impressive in Tudor green and blinding white to match his barge, and probably the pennants which would mark this new palace they would visit.
"Where is that little minx of a sister of yours, Mary?" he asked, suddenly craning his huge neck. "There she is, next to an unmarried courtier, of course, flirting. Staff, here to me."
Neither Anne nor Staff missed a chance to be with someone young and flirtatious, Mary thought as she smoothed her skirts and gazed out over the water. She would not give Staff the pleasure of thinking she had time to listen to him. She lowered her eyes as he approached and stared fixedly at the glint of reflected sunlight from the river surface as it danced along her gold skirts.
"Yes, sire." "Staff, are you certain that everything was fully in order? Sir Francis told me the cardinal had a huge gilded bed in his privy chamber, with golden cardinal's hats on each bedpost."
"It is true, your grace, but he did remove that bed and one vast desk. Everything else stayed. You'll be pleased, I know."
"I would never want the common folk to know of it, Staff, but I know he kept a string of women to share that gilded bed, and that he hides a wife, besides."
He lowered his voice, and Staff leaned closer over Mary to hear.
"In other words, under that mountain of fat, draped with scarlet robes and all that piety, like a normal lusty man, eh?"
The king and Staff laughed loudly enough for most heads to turn their way. Mary folded her hands demurely in her lap and sat stock still, as though she had not heard.
"I warrant the sweet Lady Mary has been about me enough that she does not even blush at jests such as that."
The king covered her silken knee with his hand and squeezed it playfully. Mary turned to him and forced a smile.
"And while we are on that delightful subject, Staff, how do you find little Jennings?"
Henry guffawed, and Staff shifted from one foot to the other, a set smile on his face.
"I find her a bit of an innocent, sire," he said quietly. "Still, Staff? But she has been at court 3 weeks already. I would never have imagined I should have to give you lessons."
He sniggered again, and Staff bowed and backed away, although Mary could not see that he had been dismissed. The king was in a soaring mood. He mingled with everyone on the barge and waved to those on the following one. He threw coins to onlookers on the riverbank when they got close enough to shore. He chatted incessantly to Mary, kissed her and pinched her as though he were trying to lift her spirits too. He recounted at least twice the marvellous investiture service by which his son had become his heir and her father had become Viscount Rochford. He inquired how her little sister Anne got on, and which of the courtiers she truly favoured in her heart. Wolsey's massive Hampton Court palace glowed almost rosy pink in the diffused sunlight. Its twisted sets of chimneys and crenellated roofline pointed toward the greying clouds. They disembarked and strolled parallel to the moat, through the watergate toward the huge house. Even as they approached, His Grace told stories of the times he had feasted here and recited some of the improvements he would make.
"One night a group of us invaded a banquet my Lord Cardinal was giving. Do you remember, Norris? Disguised. We picked out the prettiest wenches there to dance with and unmasked after it was all over. Were you there too, Weston?"
"Yes, Your Grace. What I recall best was that you immediately chose the most charming wench for yourself before the rest of us could even get into the room." Everyone within earshot laughed in unison.
"Now, seriously, everyone," I mean to tell you that we shall be on a progress to Hampton as soon as everything can be assembled and this great brick barn sufficiently prepared for a royal visit. Sir Francis, I meant to inquire about the Jakes. Are they quite in sound shape? Wolsey built the place here on this stretch of river upstream from the city because it is the healthiest place around in the pestilent summer months, and closer than Eltham or Bewley. We shall summer here, and the sweat shall never find us at all. Sir Francis?
Yes, Your Grace, the lackeys spent a week swabbing the Jakes and privies after the Cardinal's huge staff vacated. Besides, the palace has private water closets in each of the principal 300 bed chambers, an elaborate sewer, drain system, and fresh water brought from Coombe Hill, 3 miles distant.
Ah, yes, Francis. I meant to tell them of that. It seems our busy Lord Chancellor was even more skilled at building than at doing the King's business, which was given over to his care.
Mary saw her cousin Francis colour slightly as he realised his exuberance had made him overstep his place. Everyone kept his peace, wondering what marvels his Grace would point out next. Mary walked on his arm as they entered the great courtyard. She kept her eyes on Henry's proud face, for she did not want to be caught by staff, stealing a glance at the way his demoiselle innocente draped herself against his body as they walked. The king had now entirely taken over the tour himself, as though he had designed and built the monstrosity. It was typical of the king's ebullience and acquisitive nature, and they were all used to it. Staff and Sir Francis, whom the king had ordered to organise the jaunt, dropped farther back in the group as they paraded from room to opulent room. There were close to 1,000 rooms in the palace, but they traipsed through only the principal chambers. Rich damascene carpets virtually littered the floors. Gold and silver plate encrusted the massive oaken hutches and sideboards. Tapestries from Flanders draped the walnut-carved walls, and mullioned windows lent a golden glow to the myriad hangings of gold and silk. Their eyes could not take it in, they who were well accustomed to the opulence of the king's palaces.
It seems the Lord Cardinal overstepped his place as a man of the cloth and a servant to the greatest king in the world, Mary heard Anne say distinctly at the king's elbow, and she held her breath at the tactless remark. There was a sudden silence as they stood under the heavy tapestry of Daniel in the Lion's Den. Anne had hated the great cardinal ever since he had forced Harry Percy, the young son of Northumberland, whom Anne loved desperately, to renounce the Boleyn wench and submit to the arranged and proper marriage his family had set with Shrewsbury's daughter. Anne carried the bitter resentment against the cardinal in her heart, Mary knew, but to dare to voice it like this to the king was dangerous. Henry Tudor's voice sliced through the quiet.
Lady Anne is quite right, but the cardinal has learned his place with his king. This palace is the palace of the monarch, not of his servant, and he willingly bestowed it as a gift. The cardinal knows full well his lord is a hard taskmaster, and if he should forget again, we will remind him. Hampton Court is King's Court now, my Lady Anne.
Anne's dark head bent as though in acquiescence to his power, and when she lifted her face to him, her smile was brilliant. Mary was stunned at the fine line of tangible magnetism that crackled between the king and her little sister.
We had best see the gardens before it rains. I have magnificent plans for a pond, tennis courts, a tilt ground, and a huge lover's maze, which I am sure you will all have memorized by this time next year. Come, come.
Mary felt him pull back and hesitate when Anne strolled by, as though he wished to disengage her arm and seize Anne's. She lightened her arm against his instinctively, but he chose to move on. It was greying outside as they drifted out, and the lovely gardens seemed subdued and silent. The group splintered off in pairs or clusters, and Mary smiled to see the Duke and his beloved Duchess walk off toward the knot garden, arm in arm, as the fondest lovers. But when her eyes took in the bright blue of Staff's doublet, as he led Mistress Jennings toward the rose beds, her smile faded, and she bit her lip in anger at herself. "Well?" the king intoned smoothly. "If everyone is pairing off for a garden walk, that leaves us, sweet Mary." He bent to kiss her lips, but stopped, poised above her, his eyes darting off into the distance. "Your little sister can hardly practice her French-learned wiles on your will, sweet, and that appears to be the only victim left to her." Mary turned her head slowly and saw Will seated with Anne in earnest conversation on a marble bench surrounded by a riot of lilies, cornflowers and broom. The scene reminded her of a painting that hung at François' Amboise of a pair of Italian lovers in a flowered frame. "Damn! But I should have seen to it that Will had someone to be with. Where has that little Jane Rochford gone?" "Jane Rochford is another sister-in-law to Will, sire, but I will admit it does seem strange to see Anne unattended by at least 2 gentlemen." Yes. Perhaps you had best stroll with Will just for a while. She will talk the poor devil's ear off, though I do not wonder that it is witty talk. Will, Mistress Anne." Mary felt nothing but amusement at the situation. 19-year-old Anne had caught the eye of the restless king. She had seen it happen before. He would spin off for several days in a romantic whirl, and she would have a small rest until the conquest was complete and he returned to her. Each time father had seen it happen, he had been in a tizzy of worry. Mary nearly laughed aloud as Anne and Will sauntered up to them. Her father would be trapped because both of the ladies in question were his daughters, and his Grace, well, there was obviously no way this little passion for the sleek Anne could be satisfied, since the whole civilized world knew the king had bedded Mary Boleyn for 5 years now as his favoured mistress. Mary gladly took Will's arm as the king offered his to the radiant Anne. Anne made a sudden move to lift her left hand to wave as they turned away, but Mary saw her catch herself and jerk her fingers down into the folds of her dress. Never, since Anne had been a very young girl, had she nearly shown her tiny deformed finger. The situation must indeed be a heady one for the girl. "I pray she does not get herself in this too deep, Will," Mary observed quietly as they strolled in the opposite direction and heard Anne's lilting laughter float back to them. "She trapped him this time, the little fool. She insisted we sit right there on that bench where we could watch his Grace." "Oh, no. She cannot be taken with him." "I think not. But did you catch her comment against the cardinal in there?" "Who could have missed it? I think she has some half-hatched plan in that pert little head, to have revenge on the cardinal through the king for taking Percy away from her." "That is too far-fetched. That was almost 3 years ago, and why else would she question Staff and me about how his Grace regards the cardinal, if anyone else has power over Wolsey, and so on?" "Oh, silly girl. I will talk with her, Will. We do not speak much lately, and I did not know. She will get into quicksand if she has thoughts like that. And if she meddles, father will have her head on a platter."
Perhaps, Mary. Or else the little nymph realises that if she has Henry Tudor's ear, she need fear your father no longer. But it never works to try to use this king. You might warn her of that, Mary. He is the user.
Will's voice was bitter. He pulled her arm and held her close against his ribs.
I would not have you angry with me, wife, over sending Harry to Hadfield. I truly believe the lad needs sound schooling if he's to go far, and we can see him much there.
Even if your motives are pure, I know father's are not. He did not coerce or bribe you to get you to agree with him.
I do not buckle to the Boleyns, Mary, least of all to your father. If I seem to agree with his tactics, it is only when the Careys will benefit too.
I should know that by now. He turned and carefully eyed her impassive face.
See that you remember that, madam.
And when his grace goes on to someone else as a mistress en titre, will the Careys mourn with the Boleyns, or will there be a parting of the ways? She heard herself plunge on, and all the frustrations of this long day made her voice shake with anger.
I serve his grace separate from any bargain you may have with him, lady. I have my own ties to him, and I will not hear you imply otherwise.
He stopped and faced her squarely. His face was as cloudy as the sky behind his head. She drew in a quick breath, and the scent of roses nearly overpowered her. She pulled her eyes away, and there, across the tall arbours and through a whitened trellis decked with yellow roses, William Stafford crushed Maud Jennings to him in a passionate embrace.
I'm speaking to you, Mary. Your father may think what he damn pleases of the Careys, but I will not have the mother of my children against the Carey cause.
Mary stared at his chest, her eyes burning with unspilled tears. I meant nothing by it, Will. I only wish you would stand against my father with me when he threatens me, or little Harry. She had to get away from this garden. She would not put it past Staff to seduce the wench right there on the grassy turf.
My sister and I have worked hard for what we have now, and we intend that the Careys shall be even further restored in the next generation. You birthed them, madam, but they bear my name, and I am lord of them, even though I cannot, at times, control where their mother makes her bed.
Will, please, I do not need your reprimands. I need your love and understanding.
You have my duty, wife. After that, things get most difficult. The barges wait on the other side of that hedge beyond the roses, since we undoubtedly ride back on different boats anyway. I'm certain you can find your own path when you're finished crying for your little Harry, and what the Boleyns will say when they hear Anne walks at Hampton with Henry Tudor in place of Golden Mary.
He mockingly bowed to her and spun on his heel. Mary's first impulse was to throw herself flat on the grass and scream and sob. His anger and bitterness astounded her. He kept it tightly bottled most of the time, but when it exploded, he did hate her. He had finally admitted it. She crumpled weakly on a carved bench under a bewinged marble Cupid. The tears which would help release her agony did not come. She felt drained, totally enervated, and she dreaded raising her eyes again to the trellised arbour where Staff made passionate love to that woman. She breathed hard in great quivering gasps, drifting between outrage and desolation. Perhaps she was beyond crying ever again. She felt the urge to run away and hide, to flee like a child playing hide-and-seek in the gardens. They would wonder where she was. They would search, but they would have to return to the palace without her. She craned her neck and looked at last. Staff and Maud had disappeared, or maybe they were sprawled on the grass. She heaved a deep sigh. The garden was so unutterably beautiful, and she was so wretched. If anyone noticed her here alone, the gossip would be all over the court. The blonde Boleyn sits alone, and her husband and the king desert her. She thought to laugh at what father would say to that, but she heard a few huge raindrops plop on the gravel path and watched them bounce the green rose leaves. She tilted her head up to the pearl-grey sky and blinked as a drop drenched her thick lashes. She moved to stand under the enclosed arched trellis and saw Mary Tudor and her Duke of Suffolk run laughing along the path to the water-gate. She must go back. They would all be coming now. But she stepped back, hidden in her tiny shelter in the rose garden. She saw him then, and instinctively took another step back into the thorns. He was so tall, and the peacock blue of his garments stood out clearly in the riot of pinks and whites and greens at his back. But he was going the wrong way, not toward the barges. What had he done with his little paramour, Maud? Mary watched him silently as he walked farther away from her. When he spun back, he caught sight of her and strode in huge steps through the rain to her. She thought to run, to lead him a chase through the gardens, but she was frozen in anguish and fascination. He put a hand on each side of the little enclosed bower, blocking her in. "It's going to pour, Mary. Why did you not come back with Will? He says His Grace chooses to take the little Boleyn for a walk?" "Yes, Will and I had an argument, and he preferred not to enjoy my company either. Did he tell you that? I am returning to the barge now. Please do not concern yourself. I know you have more important people to look after. Let me pass." "Stop this nonsense. Everyone will be coming back soon, and we have not much time." He took a step closer to her in the cool protection of the sweet-scented bower. "They will not notice us here, and we will return separately in a moment. I should take a few minutes. We have to give you one of my educational messages about being careful not to scold the king about his attentions to your sister, or doing something foolish like pleading with the king to restore little Harry to you. But I need this time for something far more important." He dropped his hands to her waist, and she took a step back, pressing closer into the leaves, blooms, and prickers. He reached again and pulled her gently to him. "Do not dare to ever touch me again," she spat at him. "Go caress your Maud. Go kiss her in the roses." A little sob tore from her throat, and the stubborn tears sprang to her eyes again. He loosed her waist and took one of her hands firmly in both of his warm ones. "I am in your bad graces, sweetheart, and rightly so. I did not know you and Will stood so close in the garden. I am certain it would not have made one tiny difference to you if the Cardinal himself would have stood there watching." His teeth shone white in the dim bower as he smiled, and the rain splattered down around their protective arch of leaves. "I am elated that my attention to other ladies displeases you." "I could not care less what you do, William Stafford." "Really? Fine, because I am going to kiss you, and if we had the time, I would carry you to one of those 300 silken beds in that great pile of Wolsey's bricks and make hot love to you whether you were willing or not. I told you, I do not love the little Jennings, Mary, and I told you true. You know whom I do love, do you not, sweetheart?" His voice was so low and caressing, his dark eyes so mesmerizing in the regular patter of raindrops, that she almost relaxed against him. His strong hands went to her waist again. He gave her a little pull, and she leaned full on him as his lips descended. She went limp. Her thoughts and fear subsided, as she returned kiss for searing kiss. Her arms stole up his back, and she pressed her open palms against his iron muscles through the velvet doublet. He shifted his weight and tipped her back a bit in his encircling arms. His lips traced fire down her throat, down to where her breasts swelled above the tiny lace rim of her décolletage. Her head dropped back on his shoulder, and she savoured the touch of his tongue. His breath scalded her there. She closed her eyes desperately against the rampant assault on her senses. Her breath came in strange little gasps over which she had no control. Her legs were like jelly. A low flame burned in the pit of her stomach, yet a chill raced along her spine. "Sweetheart, my sweetheart," he repeated as he kissed the bare flesh where her breasts swelled. He raised his head and pulled her up straight against him, almost brutally, and kissed her again hard on the mouth. She could feel everywhere he touched or looked, distinctly, intimately. He kept her hard against him, and his voice shook when he spoke. "We have to go back, or we will have them beating the bushes for us. And if we stay any longer, what they will find is you flat on the ground with your skirts up in the rain." He released her, and under his hot gaze, she brushed back her tumbled hair and smoothed her dress with shaky tugs at the cloth. "I truly meant only to find you and bring you back to the landing, sweet, but when I saw you here alone, I could not help myself. It has been so many years I have longed for the forbidden fruit, Mary, and I'm not really a very patient man. You were angered with me today for kissing Maud, but years of smiling and laughing with you and breathing in your sweet scent and seeing that luscious face and body near me and then bidding you a curt good night as you go to Will's or Henry's bed is pure hell." He reached over to smooth her hair. "I tell you, Mary, whomever I have slept with these past 5 years, I have dreamt it was you, or, if not, your face came back to tease me, to haunt me soon after. Do you understand?" She nodded, her eyes wide. It was like a dream, and she wanted to be hidden away with him forever. Then she heard her own voice say in a rush, "I rely on you above all others, my staff, even though I try not to admit it to myself sometimes." He put his head out of the bower and looked both ways, then came back toward her and kissed her swiftly on the lips. "I want more, much more than your reliance, Mary Boleyn, and I will have it. But we must be careful, very careful. I will not have your safety, or our chances to be together at all, ruined by one passionate mistake." He pulled her gently from under the arched trellis after him, and she was amazed to feel the rain had almost stopped. He held her arm so tightly it almost hurt. "Perhaps there will be some day soon some place where we will have time to finish what we only started today, sweet. I see no one on the path. Go back along that way. I shall come from another direction in a few moments. Go on, now." She turned on wooden legs and hurried down the crunchy, wet path toward the line of trees that hid the boat gate. Her heart pounded, and she forgot to lift her sodden skirt hems in her excitement. Let the king cast her out, let Will hate her, and her father storm. There was one who loved her and whom she could trust. She glanced back quickly, but he was gone, as though he had never been there at all. She darted from the overhanging yews toward the barge landing as the rains began lightly again. Her seat by the king awaited her, although he had put Anne on his other side. Will gazed off at the far Thames bank, while pretty Maud Jennings had her lap full of roses.
Chapter 18. October the 17th, 1525. Eltham. All during that summer, while the dreaded sweat stalked the narrow streets of Tudor London, the great herds of roe and fallow deer fed and grew among the leafy boughs of Eltham Forest. At morning and evening, some became bold and walked the orchards and green swards on their spindly, graceful legs. Unknowing, they awaited the bow and the packs of the king's hounds, and his nobles who would hunt them bloodily, lustily, in the months the court hid from the sweating sickness in the Kentish countryside. King Henry had been at Eltham for nearly a week on this trip, stalking deer, riding merrily to the horn, and feasting off the groaning tables under the massive hammer-beam roof of his rebuilt hunt lodge. The Queen was absent, sequestered as she had been throughout the long, dangerous summer at Beaulieu, but the gentle slopes of elm, ash, and beech rang with shouts of his Grace's favourites. Mary rode to the hunt in the King's private party, as did the ever-present and laughing Anne, but each time His Majesty dispatched a huge roebuck or cornered a brown-red doe for the kill, Mary recoiled more into herself, and the lusty scenes of blood no longer excited her. At first she had believed her queasiness meant she was with child again, but she knew it was not true. Her revulsion at their lusty killing of the gentle deer was somehow tied to the fact that Will Carey grew increasingly cold to her, and that the king no longer sought her bed. Mary and the whole court knew full well that Anne kept tantalizingly out of the king's reach, and bedded with no one. Mary told herself she was glad to have Henry Tudor gone, but her feelings of oppression grew. The day was brisk, very brisk for a mid-October sunlit day. Mary was content to ride side-saddle far back in the hunt party, where she could see Staff's green cap and broad shoulders several riders ahead. His powerful body rose and fell rhythmically as he rode his huge stallion, Sanctuary. A strange name for a horse, but a wonderful hunter, Mary said aloud to comfort herself, thinking of the hunt 2 days past, when Staff's catch had been far greater than the king's. She added, only he would dare.
"Dare to flaunt Anne that way with you here too, Mary?"
Jane Rochford asked, and Mary was instantly annoyed that the ever-present girl had heard her and thought she was speaking of the king. "Why are you not tagging along behind Anne?" Mary wanted to taunt, for even the wife of her brother could see the way the royal wind blew toward the younger sister. But she said only, "Why do you not ride with George today, or with Mark Gostwick, Jane?" The slender woman seemed to tense at the mention of the man she now favoured openly.
"I thought perhaps you needed my comfort and solace, since none of your men have paid you the slightest attention lately. Do not tell me you do not fear for your position, dear Mary, or fear your father's wrath at the trends of the times."
Mary wished she could strike Jane's smug face as they cantered close together to shove the ingrate Rochford from her horse, for her continual gossiping and mock concern drove both Boleyn sisters to distraction. But Jane spurred her palfrey ahead and wedged into an opening near Mark Gostwick in complete defiance of what the Boleyns thought. At least George did not care.
He rode far ahead with his Grace and his beloved Anne. Mary cantered beside Thomas Wyndham of Norfolk now, and his new and starry-eyed bride, Alice, from the vast Darcy family. Another rare love match. Fortune had blessed them, since their parents had long ago arranged their marriage, yet they truly loved each other. "I do not belong next to them, or anywhere here," she said, half aloud, to her chestnut mare, Eden, a gift from his Grace last year, whom Mary had named for the gentle river near her home. Only Eden heard, and flicked her alert ears sharply in understanding. Then she heard it too, the horns, the baying of the pack, and their canter accelerated to a gallop through the half-bare trees. The clatter of 40 horses' hoofbeats seemed to echo thunder off the huge trunks of the deep woods. As the pursuing party spread out in the heat of the chase, Staff turned his head swiftly for a glimpse of her. She caught the movement and smiled broadly, though he was too far ahead to tell she had noticed. He did care. Always she saw signs of it in his calm or teasing words if they had a fleeting moment alone. How she wished they could be really alone, with no servants to stare, Will far away, and the king himself gone forever. But he was right to be safe and secure, though she herself would throw caution to the winds whatever wrath befell them. She shifted her weight forward on her horse. Like all women, she rode side-saddle, though, unlike most of them, she had ridden astride, unseen by others, at Hever, and she liked it far better. That would shock them all. That, and her knowledge that the great Henry really intended to bed the younger sister of his 5-year acknowledged mistress. The yelping and baying of the hounds was much louder now. Perhaps they even now surrounded their terrified prey, cornered or disabled. The king would be first to the deer, and his streaming bloody knife would drip with the blood of the kill. She reined in and dismounted in a cluster of stamping, snorting horses, since those ahead of her had done so. It was good to stand on firm earth, to feel solidity, and not the rhythmic, constant swaying in the saddle. She dropped Eden's reins and stepped forward, around Weston's huge stallion. Staff came from nowhere to take her arm firmly at the elbow. She smiled tremulously at him at the impact of his sudden proximity. "I have not seen Will, Staff, not for a long time. And do you know why we got such a late start this morning?" "No, and yes, lass," he said in her ear, over the shouts of the crowd nearest the action. "One thing that never ceases to amaze me is how your sweet female minds dart about with at least 2 or 3 concerns at once. It quite tires me to attempt to keep up with you. Please do not tease, Staff. I'm not in the mood. And I have never noticed that I tire you." He leaned even closer. "If I ever get my way with you, my love, I promise you I will not tire. Ever. And I meant not to upset you. I know times with Will, your father, and even your dear little Annie are tense. For some strange reason, Will has attached himself to your brother this morning. And as to why we got a late beginning, I cannot say, except that his Grace had some kind of personal business. I am afraid it may have had something to do with the little ice woman with the looks of fire, your sister, but I may be wrong. They can hardly attempt to bed her with you and Will about, and evidently still in favour." She did not answer, though months ago such advice and words about her sister, brother, Will, or father would have drawn her anger. They stepped high over the crushed thicket as they approached the cluster of people. The smell and sounds of death
permeated the chill air. Staff loosed her arm, and they moved separately around the groups of standing courtiers. The king, with his boon companions, Norris and Weston, behind him, had slain 3 deer, and their slender, bloodied limbs still convulsed in sporadic shudders. The great Tudor stood astride a massive 12-point buck, his crimsoned hunt dagger raised aloft, while the crowd applauded and cheered and murmured. The other 2 were does, much smaller, both turned away from the slaughter of their master buck, as though they could not stand to see his sleek brown body on the leafy turf. And then Mary's eyes took in the import of the whole scene. Anne standing stiff between George and Will Carey, and his Grace offering her his victorious dagger, the way he had offered it to Mary Boleyn these past 5 years. But Anne shook her head, took a step back, and the king turned to stone. Then he half motioned, half shoved Will aside with quick words and turned his back on the obviously dismayed man, while the circle of observers waited and studied their sovereign's every move. The huge, reddish head bent to Anne again, in earnest conversation. He ignored George, poor, discomforted George, as though he were not there. It was like some play on a trestle stage with a dark forest setting, or some terrible nightmare come to life. Anne's slender, cloaked form was blocked out by Henry's massive back, but Mary instinctively feared for her. Something was very, very wrong. Anne had evidently refused the offer of the dagger, a foolish affront before the court, no matter what private disagreement she had with her king. Will Carey suddenly grabbed Mary from behind and pulled her several steps behind a gnarled tree trunk. His face was deathly pale, and he could not speak at first. Mary turned her head to stare at the king, disbelieving that Will could have come away so quickly. His fingers bit into the flesh of her arm. "Damn your little bitch of a sister," he groaned. He glared at the rough bark behind her head and pushed Mary against the tree. "She will ruin everything. She will be the end of us all." "Please, my lord, what is happening?" "You fool. You cannot mean you don't know. Why did you not head her off? She has taunted and flirted and led him on these months for her own selfish ends, and now, when she reaps the obvious rewards of such sluttish behaviour, she draws back. She refuses." A strange, strangled sound came from deep in his throat, and he raised his wide eyes to her shocked face at last. "His Grace has asked Anne to bed with him," she got out in a half-choked voice. "Here, at Eltham, with me along." Her knees began to tremble, and she felt as though she still rode the bouncing Eden, careening along dark forest paths to some bloody destruction. "He asked her first last night, and told her to think about it until this morning. He just offered her the dagger of his kill, and she refused it, thinking it would be as good as her compliance later in his bed. Her father will kill her, or if he does not, perhaps I shall." Their conversation was no longer private, as others of the hunt party streamed back to their grazing mounts, whispering and shaking their heads. Over Will's shoulder, Mary noted the smirk on Jane Rochford's face as Mark Gostwick helped her up astride her palfrey. Mary caught Jane's sharp eye and turned away as she nearly dry-heaved with the sudden impact of reality. Many hated the Boleyns. She knew that. Even Jane, and maybe Will, ashen-faced and grim-lipped before her. Then
the stunned Careys saw Anne and George ride by only a stone's throw from where they stood, as if transfixed. Anne had taken to wearing tiny bells on her saddle and bridle, and the gentle tinklings drifted foolishly in the chill air. Will glanced around the tree and pulled his head back jerkily. I knew it. Doomed. Doomed. He stands there livid with his fist clenched, and Norris, Weston and Stafford stand around like great wooden dummies at the quintain. We had best flee. I will not face his narrow-eyed wrath again for the stupidity of a Boleyn wench. Any Boleyn wench. He strode off, and she wondered if he meant to leave her here alone. She took a few steps in the direction in which she had left the untethered Eden. To her surprise, it was Staff who held her horse as she crunched through the crispy brown leaves, and Will was nowhere in sight. "I thought you were with His Grace," Mary said, as though nothing had happened. "I was. Will has gone to fetch his horse. I think, Mary Boleyn, the time is finally come for your graceful exit from the King's august presence. I only hope that somehow, through Will's tenuous position or your father's craftiness, you are both able to come back." He seized her waist and hoisted her to her lofty perch above him before she realised the full impact of his words. "Leave court? Leave Eltham, you mean? Is Anne to stay? Is she in disgrace?" Staff's dark eyes swung swiftly in a wide arc around the clearing in which they stood, she astride, he leaning his chest against her knees as if to reassure her shaking limbs. "I am afraid I mean leave court, Mary. Has Will not told you? That foolish slip of a sister of yours has overstepped, and badly. She led him a merry dance, and then hit him square in the face with a refusal. Twice. She is no innocent. She knows better than to tempt a rutting boar and then try to ward it off with a child's stick. And unfortunately, you and Will and I must suffer, Mary. I had not thought it would happen this way. By the blessed saints, he ought to just rape her and have done with it. But he has never had his pride stuck full of lances by a lady he desired before. He is hardly a mortal man in that respect, and his wrath may fall on you all, out of proportion. And has some lady stuck your masculine pride full of lance points?" She heard herself ask foolishly, as though they were just passing a sunny afternoon and in no danger at all. "Some lady used to, but I think she has come to see the error of her ways with me. If it ever comes to it, that I can ask her to be mine, after all these years, and she tries to gainsay me, I shall force her to my will. She owes me too much, and in such circumstances, she would never escape me." Mary opened her mouth to reply, but the words would not come. They stared deep into each other's eyes, unblinking, and her pulse began to beat a nervous patter which no danger from the King or even her father could ever bring on. "Staff, you must know that I—" She jerked her head up at the crashing approach of a single horse through the nearby brush. Will emerged and walked his nervous steed close to them. "Where in the devil is your horse, Staff? You said you were coming with us." "Yes, Will, I ride clear to Richmond with you," Staff said, never taking his eyes from Mary, though he addressed her husband. "Richmond? Clear to Richmond? Today?" she asked in the sudden hush of the forest. "We can hardly stay here where we will bump into His Grace, of course," Will said, while Staff turned away to get his horse. "Thanks to your sister's meddling, we may have to leave Richmond too and hide out for a time at my country house. Poor Eleanor will take this very hard." Damn Eleanor, Mary thought. "His Grace," said we are to go. He told all the Boleyns to get clear from his sight, and he shoved me out of the way as he said it. His passion is for Anne, not you, Mary. We have to face that now. Staff thinks if he pursues Anne, you must necessarily be put out of his path as a stumbling block to Anne. Will turned away as he saw Staff canter from the path behind him. I'm sure his Grace would have no real objections to bedding with you both, mayhap together. He concluded bitterly, half to himself, but she heard, and the words stung. How stupid she had been, she realised, to once believe this king would be her escape from the lust and cruelty of Francois. Staff had been right, always right. He had seen the dreadful face behind the jovial mask when she had not. She began to cry, soundlessly, tearlessly, for herself and poor Will, and for her little Catherine who depended on her, and for 5-year-old Harry who could well be the flesh and blood of this fearful king, and for Staff, whom she loved, and would never have but for stolen moments which just made the pain of pretending all the worse. Buck up, wife. Will's words floated back to her. We must pack quickly and be in Richmond before nightfall. We will take Staff and 2 grooms with us. I hate to admit it, but we need your father's crafty skills before we decide what to do. I cannot wait to see his face when he hears that this time the wench who draws his king off from his golden Mary is his own Anne. I cannot wait to see him try to worm out of this predicament. And when he hears she refused him before half the court, and that she and George are banished to Hever, and all the Boleyns are to keep out of his sight. Ha ha! His shrill laughter pounded on Mary's ears and caused chills along her spine. She dropped back slightly to ride abreast with Staff, for that was her only security now. She detested Will, and feared the king, and the coming interview with her father made her grow numb all over. She turned her face to Staff as they clattered swiftly toward the wooden facade of Eltham, set among the dying brown leaves of the Kentish weald. The pounding of Mary's tumbled thoughts and the pounding of the horses' hooves on the long, bleak road to Richmond were as one. The golden forests of the weald and the clear sunshine on Eden's flowing mane could not lift her spirits or comfort her. Perhaps Anne and father would get what they deserved, for Anne had dared to believe she could lead the king on and then throw him off at her will. Yet the girl had only wanted power as she had been taught. Power to fill the void of a lost love, power of revenge through the king over the hated cardinal who had sent her lover away to marry someone else. And father, well, he was as he was. Over the years, through the pain her love for him had caused, she had come to see him clearly. He loved his children only as a prideful possession, as his means up the royal ladder of riches and influence from which others whispered his mean birth would keep him. Now the Boleyn dream was over, and he dared not blame his daughters as much as himself. The closer they got to Richmond through Weybridge, Chertsey and Staines, the further her security of her love for Staff slipped from her grasp, the closer she came to exile with Will, to his country lands she had never seen, the more the pain of loss and separation cut like broken glass in the hollow pit of her stomach. She tried to sit erect in the hours of the hurried ride, but her shoulders slumped lower and lower, as did her heart. They rested once at a tiny thatched inn near Chertsey for bread, cheese and hot wine. She wanted to throw herself into Staff's arms and never see the court again at all. But she sat properly wedged in against the wall by a silent Will Carey. Little Catherine waited at Richmond with their servant Nancy, and for Catherine, she would ride on. It was late dusk when they clattered into the vast stable block at Richmond. Will helped her dismount, and she stretched her weary, cramped limbs gratefully. They hurried up the gravel path, past the formal railed gardens where the massive new marble fountain sprayed its tiny flumes into fluted basins. Mary and Will went to their rooms, while Staff went to inquire on the whereabouts of Lord Boleyn. Nancy was surprised to see them, but Will sent her off to sleep in the common hall without any answers to her earnest questions, and Mary went directly to see Catherine. The child slept soundly, curled up, crushing her pillow to her to replace her lost doll, Belinda, as though the world would quake should she not have the ragged face beside her in the dark. Mary kissed the untroubled forehead and smoothed back the golden curls. The regular sound of the child's breathing comforted her greatly. She would make Catherine her life away from court, away with a husband who did not love her, away from her family and from Staff. Staff is back already, Mary. Your father has not returned from visiting Wolsey at Lambeth, but he took a barge, and as it gets pitch black soon, he should be back any time. We left word for him. He'll be here directly when he catches wind of all this. The triumphant laughter was gone from Will's weary voice at the thought of his father-in-law's anger. He threw his cloak on a chair and went back into the sitting room. In the dimness of the bedchamber, Mary washed her face and smoothed her tousled hair. She peered at her face in the grey mirror, a face, they said, that had never learned to hide and dissimulate, to pretend indifference or joy as was proper etiquette at court. What was it the old Italian master of the French king had told her about pain in her eyes? Old Master da Vinci and Staff. They had always seen things clearly. Mary, is the child all right? Are you coming out here? There are several things we must discuss before we face your father. I will not have him badgering me. She went out immediately. And what about his badgering me, my protector husband? She wanted to demand. You will wake Catherine if you do not keep your voice down, she said only. Neither of the men moved at her words. Staff and Will sat at the large oaken table. Will slumped over it, Staff leaning back with his long legs stretched out under the table. Will's back was to her. She took the chair that Staff offered her without rising. He sloshed red wine in her cup, and she drank it straight down. Maybe we should all be drunk when he arrives, Will observed impassively. Staff grunted. He poured Mary another cupful. I wish we could go to Hever, she said quietly. Home to Mother, Will jibed. Then he added, That is out. Totally out. We are about to become personae non gratae with your father as well as the king, just as though we had never been the Bullen's bread and butter for these past 5 years. Mary no longer felt the urge to argue such accusations. I know we cannot go to Hever, Will. I just said I wished we could. And, Staff put in, reaching his arm for more wine for himself, it is very likely that his Grace may pursue Anne there, and it would hardly do for the lovely sister and ex-mistress to be underfoot. He will never pursue Anne further, Will countered.
Did you not see the livid look on his face and the hatred in his eyes this morning when she stood up to him? When Thomas Bullen figures it out, he will probably hope that Mary can win back his grace despite our banishment. The little ice goddess Anne will have none of her king in bed, and his grace knows it. He will glut his prideful, lusty maw with the first pretty face and body he sees tomorrow. Mark my words. Perhaps, Will, but when he slakes his thirst that way, what then? Boredom sets in. You know him. He is a hunter, and relishes a challenge, even the distant danger of defeat. That is the only reason he puts up with me on the tennis court or at the butts. Unlike some, he gets truly bored with sweetness and compliance. He gave Mary a warm glance when he saw Will staring down into his goblet. Unlike some men, he may be entranced by the little witch. For to some, stormy days are more loved than clear golden ones. He moved his muscular thigh gently against Mary's leg under the table. A tiny caress, then took it back. His face was impassive when Will looked up from his cup. Will you tell Lord Bullen of your thoughts, Staff? Only if he asks directly, or threatens to dangle Mary in front of the royal nose again. She has had enough, and is well out of it, Will. But suppose it is necessary, Stafford, Will said, his voice taking on a new edge. Your family position is not involved. That is fine for you to say. Or, his fingers drummed loudly on the table. Do you have other interests in this? You are not the only one who observes the behaviour of other men, you know. Mary's fingers tightened around the metal stem of her goblet. Surely Will had never seen them alone together. They had never been alone enough for Will to suspect, and there had been no consummation of their love. I have an interest in this, Will, for a friend I have had for years, and of his wife, whom I care for too. They stared long at each other across the narrow table, and Mary held her breath. I'm sorry, Staff. It's all getting to me. That damn George asked me to stay close to him and Anne today without telling me why, and it was me, not him, his grace shoved out of the way when his temper snapped. It is a hard thing to work so hard for favour and have it ruined through no fault of one's own. Eleanor and I had such hopes. Mary drained her wine cup and put it down hard on the table. Staff said slowly, You care too much, Will. Do not let his grace's quicksilver moods ruin your chances for happiness. And you, friend Stafford? Do you care for nothing? Is it so easy for you to let go of a dream? Mary's eyes filled with tears, and as she poured herself more wine, she interrupted shakily. I only want you to promise me one thing, Will, please. Will swung his eyes from Staff's calm face to her impassioned one, hardly guessing the real cause of her tearful look. I want you to promise me that you will not allow my father to use our son as a bribe or wedge on his grace. Keep little Harry out of it. And you, madam, do you wish to be kept out of it, if your father insists? He probed. I can try to fend for myself against him, Will. Our son Harry cannot. When have you ever fended against your father, Golden Mary? Will asked coldly. We shall see. I think we shall see now, Will. Staff interrupted and rose quickly to his feet. Hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor, and a fist rapped twice on the door. Will stood slowly, and Staff retreated with his cup to a chair along the wall. Mary swung open the door and curtsied.
Her father and Uncle Norfolk burst into the room, bringing a draught of chill air as though they had come straight from outside.
Well, the rumours are at Wolsey's door already, and I'm certain the Grand Cardinal was pleased to think that the upstart Boleyns could fall through the foolishness of a mere girl. I brought your uncle. This mess may take more than my head to put right.
His still-gloved hand lifted in the direction of Staff.
I see you are here with them, Stafford. I sometimes think you have observed his gracious majesty as well as I. You may stay. Perhaps I can get straight answers out of you if my own family is as wayward as usual.
He sat in Staff's vacated seat and threw his hat into the middle of the table. Norfolk draped his furred cloak over the back of Will's chair and sat against it silently, his eyes darting from Will to Mary, who closed the door.
Well, where is she?
Lord Boleyn demanded.
She refused him, they say. Where did he send her? Is she back here with you?
Anne and George have gone to Hever, father, Mary said behind him, and he swivelled in his seat to stare up at her, grim-faced.
And I suppose you were not even on his arm, or were sour-faced and sad to be near his grace as you have been the past year? You lost him, girl. You let all this happen. Mary held him for 5 years, my lord.
Will responded quietly, and Thomas Boleyn shot him a frown.
Well, obviously that is all water over the mill dam now, Carey. So we must regroup and go on from here. He said he wanted all the Boleyns to get out of his sight.
There was a silence, and Mary could tell that Will was hesitating to tell him of the shove the king had given him, which he clearly interpreted as the banishment of the Careys with the Boleyns.
Well, Stafford?
Thomas Boleyn swung his gaze to the tall man sitting against the wall.
I knew I could not depend on rationality here when we are so desperately in need of it. How did you interpret it? Can Mary stay to try again?
Staff strode to the table and leaned his hands upon it, towering over Boleyn and the avid Norfolk, who had not yet spoken a word.
I shall tell it to you as I see it, my lord. Mary dare not stay, at least for now. If Will complies with the implication of his Grace's meaning, they should retire for a while, and they may very well be welcomed back later as part of the court. I think the king feels no enmity toward Mary, and will not, unless she becomes an embarrassment to him, if he decides to pursue Anne further.
Boleyn let out breathlessly, before his eager eyes became impassive again.
Stafford paused as though to let the possibility sink in. Anne is the cause of the unrest, my lord. The king is hurt, but I believe the hurt may turn to challenge. It is not impossible that the king may choose to hunt a doe in the quiet gardens of Hever, as he did in the noisy forests of Eltham.
Staff straightened as though the lecture were complete.
He has done so before, I remember.
Norfolk's deep voice broke the pause.
Then, Thomas, there is the possibility of Anne. I cannot believe Anne could hold him over Mary's beauty, but we have seen it. His Grace is bored all the time now, with the Queen, with his future. And Anne can be made to see the error of her ways,
Thomas Boleyn intoned.
Damn the wilful wench to lead him on and deny him in public. It is worse than the nightmare of Elizabeth's refusal.
Mary shuddered at the outright mention of the family secret she had heard her parents discuss so long ago, when she was first sent away from Hever. Will stood impassive, and Staff retreated against the wall. Unheeding, The two men huddled over the table in earnest conversation, as though there were no one else in the room. Mary strode over to Staff and drank from his cup. She had had much wine, more than usual, and she felt dizzy, but she did not care. She did not care about anything as long as they left her children out of it, and she did not have to return to the smothering arms of the king. The low buzzing of their talk ceased. Will was the only one close enough to hear what they had been saying, and he stood frozen, like a statue, near the table.
"You think Carey may come back to court after a time?"
Boleyn questioned again, turning to Staff, and speaking as if Will were not standing only 5 feet away.
"Yes, my lord, especially if they get away before his return."
"But if Anne should come back to court? Will's position as esquire should not be in danger, even if Anne should return. The king will only promote a gentleman usher to do the work while Will is away. I think I can see to that. And why should the king's new mistress not ask for her sister to come back to live at court, if worse comes to worse? It will not touch his grace's scruples, and it will be as though Mary were never in his bed. You have seen it, Lord Boleyn. You know it to be true." "Exactly. Then I am off to Hever tomorrow to deal with the foolish baggage who has caused all this upheaval. Damn it, Norfolk, her mother always did spoil her and cling to the girl as the last of the brood. She said she would never live with me again if I sent Anne to France, younger than I had Mary. It is the only time I ever gave in to the woman. I waited over 2 years past when Anne should have been at Francois's court with Mary." Norfolk nodded as he spoke. "Yes, Thomas, Mary has always been as sensible as she is beautiful. But I have hardly known Anne since that crazy Percy affair. Something broke in her then, I think. I wish you God's help in dealing with the sticky situation." Thomas Boleyn rose to go, as though all were settled, then spun back to Will, who still seemed dazed by it all.
"See that you are gone before the retinue arrives, Will. To Plashy, I think, since the house is better there than the one in Lancaster." "I had thought Plashy. If you can use your influence, be certain my household position awaits me when we come back."
Will's voice was strangely forlorn, not bitter or taunting as Mary had expected when he faced her father. He had not seen Thomas Boleyn as crushed by the news as he had hoped. He is astounded at the Boleyn resiliency, she thought.
"Then I will contact you there when it is safe to return. And Will?"
Thomas Boleyn added, as he and Norfolk turned at the open door.
"Do not fear for your precious position. I have the surest feeling that your friend William Stafford will hold it secure for you until your return. And then there is always the child, if his grace does not forgive Anne her foolishness."
Mary's head jerked up from her cup. "Father, wait." Staff reached for her arm, but she was too quick for him as she moved unsteadily toward the two men. "If Anne is wise and strong enough to stand up to your counselling as I have never been, then I am all for her. That is a battle she must fight for herself, but if she will not be your pawn, as I have been so faithfully all these lonely years, then I tell you now, sensible little Golden Mary will never allow you to use her son to buy favours with the king. Never." Thomas Boleyn's dark eyes widened suddenly and then narrowed to slits of blackness in the dim room.
"I spare you my anger, Mary, because exile and the loss of those things with which you have been surrounded are hard to accept. Go off to Plashy with Will. Think it over. And remember to keep your tongue. I want no silly letters to the king. You've been a good soldier, girl, but admitted. "Your rewards have been great. Good night, Mary."
"I may have been a good soldier to you, father, but to me I have been a damned fool. I hope Anne tells you to go to the devil. You wanted to send her away to Ireland. You stood there while she was ripped apart from Harry Percy. You married George to that treacherous Rochford woman."
Sobs tore at her throat and tears coursed jaggedly down her flushed cheeks. Staff was the first to reach her as her father grabbed her arms and shook her. He shoved her against Stafford, but his toneless voice addressed Will.
"Your wife is drunk, I think, Carey. You had best calm her hysteria before she gets on the subject of her own marriage, of which I was hardly the cause. See to her."
The door slammed behind him. Mary seized Staff's arms and pushed her wet face against his soiled velvet chest as Will stood silent, watching his impassive friend comfort his sobbing wife. Part 3. A Lover's Vow. Set me whereas the sun doth parch the green, or where his beams may not dissolve the ice, in temperate heat, where he is felt and seen, with proud people
in presence sad and wise, set me in base or yet in high degree, in the long night or in the shortest day, in clear weather or where mists thickest be, in lusty youth or when my hairs be grey. Set me in earth, in heaven or yet in hell, in hill, in dale or in the foaming flood, thrall or at large, alive whereso I dwell, sick or in health, in ill fame or in good. Yours will I be, and with that only thought, comfort myself when that my hap is naught. Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey. Chapter 19. December the 28th, 1527. Greenwich. The single narrow window in the bedchamber Mary shared with Will overlooked the stretch of lawn to the now deserted bowling greens and beyond to the grey Thames. She was grateful her friend Mary Tudor had allowed that little Catherine could share the spacious royal nursery with Margaret, the love child from her beloved Duke of Suffolk. Mary turned, leaned against the window ledge, and surveyed the irregular, cramped quarters wedged in the far northwest corner of maze-like Greenwich before the kitchen block began. Isolated quarters were a far cry from the fine chambers that were theirs when she had been the king's mistress, and a far cry from a year ago during the 12 days of Christmas at lonely Plashy in Northampton. Mary sat again at the small drop-leaf table and balanced her hand mirror against the wine jug. There was no room here for an elaborate dressing table with its rows of cut glass bottles and polished framed mirror. Father had said that because of Will's reinstatement as esquire to the body, they would probably be given other quarters later, but she did not really believe it. Except for Mary Tudor and her mother, who was here as companion to Anne, she had seen no one of importance since they had arrived late last night, and tonight, at Christmas revels, she would have to hold up her head and face them all. Proud Anne and the king, who forgot everything so easily. And Staff, she bit her lip hard to keep the tears from welling and ruining her newly applied eye colour. Surely Staff would be there with some adoring woman on his arm. She saw it all then. Not the small chamber at Greenwich to which they had returned, but the wood-beamed hall of the modest manor house at Plashy, only a month after they had fled the king's wrath. Staff had ridden to Northampton to see them, and she had fought to control the ecstasy she felt to be near him again. He had supped with them so close across the trestle table and told them all the news of how the prideful king had bedded 3 ladies of the court in quick succession. Then he had turned restive again and had ridden off to Eltham to hunt, but Eltham was only a morning ride from Hever, as well they all knew. His pursuit of a Boleyn was on again, but Anne had held her ground firm against her father's counselling. Still, it was hardly the news of her sister or the king she had cherished that sunny day more than a year ago when William Stafford had visited Plashy. It was the sight of his rakish smile and the smell of his leather jerkin when she poured his wine. But Will was watchful and not to be fooled. He saw her love for Staff on her face and in her eyes when he rode in that second time. He was cold to Staff and bitterly cruel to her. If it had not been for the fact that he knew his friend held his position safe for him in his absence, and had he not trusted Staff's lack of ambition to advance himself through it, she was not sure what he might have done to her. So
Through the months she lived at quiet Plashy with an embittered husband and a growing daughter, she guarded her face and hid her aching love deep in her thoughts. Will had stopped bedding her after that. He moved to another bedroom down the narrow, crooked hall on the other side of baby Catherine's room, and fed his mind's eye on his frustration for the ruin of the Carey cause. He blamed Mary's failure to hold the king. He left once for 3 weeks to visit his beloved sister at her priory, but staff had given up visiting, and she had no way to send for him, and no way to guess how long her husband would stay away, with the only woman he truly loved and trusted. So the days without a visit from staff or word from court had dragged into weeks and months, and her well-tended love turned to doubt, frustration, and then anger long after Will had returned and spring and summer had fled. They awaited the word from her father that they could return. She agonized in her lonely bed at night over Staff's desertion. She dreamed of him kissing Maud Jennings in the rose garden at Hampton, Staff making love to the raven-haired Fitzgerald, Staff laughing with others, and loving others. I said, Mary, are you ready? Your sister sent word that we might stop in her rooms before the revels, and I think we should. Your father is there. I expect he will know about our other accommodations and my position. I would at least like to be informed before I have to face his grace. I have not seen your dear friend Stafford anywhere today, but he assured me the position was mine when we, actually, returned. The ever-taut edge was in Will's voice, but she had given up the inward shudders she felt at his cold stares and indifference. Yes, I am quite ready, Will. Whatever there is lost between us, Mary, I am pleased to see you still make a fine appearance. You are a little pale and wan, but your fabulous face and body never fail you. Your clever little sister may be quite put out and banish you again if you dazzle her by comparison, you know. I have no fear of that, Will. It is said she has splendid gifts from him, the best suite in the Queen's wing of the palace, notes from him daily at Hever, and his Tudor heart to trample on if it pleases her. She swept by him in her sky-blue dress and opened the door to their room herself. Even the archway to the main hall was narrow, and she made certain that she carefully gathered her full skirts with their silken ribbon catches and slashes as they passed through. The dress was last year's fashion, with a tight and low square-cut bodice, which came to a point at the waist, but Mary Tudor had assured her that it was still stylish enough to wear. The matching blue silk slippers were slightly soiled from romping galliards long months ago at Whitehall. It was an endurance test for slippers to dance all night with the king, but she figured no one would notice if she danced with Will in a crowd tonight. Will led her through the web-like corridors of Greenwich to the Queen's wing and to Anne's spacious suite. The first thing her eyes saw when the painted door swung wide for them was Jane Rochford hovering over Anne and stroking her black tresses with a gilded hairbrush. Anne's dark eyes caught Mary's in the huge polished mirror she faced. "Mary, dearest!" Anne's face was alight with excitement, and her eyes sparkled. "Now the holiday is perfect. You have seen Mother this morning, I hear. We are all back together, and what fun the revels will be tonight. I am to be the lady with the Lord of Misrule, and you know who always takes that part." They embraced, almost formally, and Anne turned to kiss Will on the side of his cheek. Anne looked wonderful, and words spilled from Mary in a rush. "Yes, Anne, I have seen His Grace play that boisterous part many times. Once
she said, almost to herself. He stumbled and his whole arm flopped in the wassail bowl.
I remember that, Jane Rochford put in, merely nodding to Mary and turning back to finish Anne's quaff. Will thought father would be here, Anne. Mary stood aside and scrutinised Jane's fussy ministrations over Anne's headpiece and jewels. Oh, he is somewhere, Mary. He is never far away, as you can imagine. Anne giggled, and her eyes sought Mary's in the mirror again. He was livid and fumed for days, sister. He threatened to beat me, but he never did. Not when he saw his Grace still cared, even if I held the cards.
And do you hold the cards still, Anne?
Will queried. Wait and see for yourself, Master Carey, Anne teased. She bent to pick up her pomander ball on its velvet ribbon and added, There are jewels and notes and flowers and great promises, and I control father now. Wait and see, Mary, if you do not believe me. And still, His Grace has my refusal to share his bed, and my word that I have only come for Yule festivities. I shall go back to Hever afterward and await my next move, however much father fusses. Wait and see. Your next move, Mary thought hollowly. But Anne, she wanted to cry, you are acting and talking exactly like father. She pictured again the tiny green and white chess pawn Mary Tudor had once given her, which she still had in her jewel box, and had stared at so often in the long afternoons at Plashy, while Catherine played in the orchard outside the window.
Here you are, Mary. Well, you look fine. It is good to have you both back.
Thomas Bullen patted Mary's shoulder and shook Will's hand.
Yes, you look well, Mary, as always. A little thinner, perhaps.
And older, father, and wiser. He eyed her face carefully and turned to survey Anne.
Black and red for Yule, Anne. The slashings on the gown are very deep.
I am not ready to be seen in Tudor green and white, father. I think the dress looks perfect with my dark hair and eyes, and so does Jane.
Yes, Jane would.
He spun to Will, and Mary noted the new massive golden crest on the heavy chain her father had draped across his velvet and ermine doublet.
Well, the position is yours. Fear not about it, and of course the lands and parklands from His Grace will remain quite untouched. As you know, you have Stafford to thank for holding the appointment and freely returning it to you. The man's cynicism and lack of court ambition when the king so clearly favours him never ceases to astound me. Anyway, I offered him several £100 a few months ago for holding the position for you. Gambling money, I told him, but he would take nothing. A rare but foolish knave, and evidently a trusted friend to you.
Yes, evidently, Will said, so ominously that Anne looked up from her mirror. Thomas Bullen narrowed his eyes, and Mary held her breath.
Let's be off. We must not keep the Lord of Misrule waiting. Come on, come on.
Thomas Bullen waved his jewelled hand toward the door and shooed them into the now crowded hall as if they were chicks from the hen-yard at Plashy.
Mary marvelled at his calm, expansive mood. She had expected a raving fury. Maybe Anne was taming him and was truly in control of her situation. Yet, as Staff had once said, no one controls this king. He himself is the user. Fifes, lutes, fiddles, drums, and sackbuts wailed from both the musicians' balconies overhead. People stood about in vibrant colours, tapping their feet, but no one dared to dance until the king arrived. Mary wondered if Queen Catherine would appear tonight. Despite His Grace's constant neglect and his elevation of his bastard son over her dear little daughter, the Queen had always come for Yule.
Mary caught a small, heartfelt glimpse of her infinite, patient agony as she continued to live in the palaces of a husband who no longer loved her. Then she caught sight of William Stafford across the crowded hall. She stood frozen, and the whole room receded. Music played on distantly, but the bustling and restive room, packed with courtiers, died away to nothingness. Will pulled her arm and her feet moved. Staff stood far across the torchlit, bedecked room with a beautiful woman on either side of him, like silken sentinels. Will propelled her directly toward them. It all flooded back then. The pain after he visited them no more at Plashy. He had not come for 5 months of endless days, and she knew he must have forgotten her and was teasing and loving someone else. I do not know why the handsome devil does not marry. Do you, wife? I cannot imagine he would be so foolish to pine away from something he can never have. She felt wooden-legged, and her feet seemed to drag on the floor. She saw the kind face of the Duchess of Suffolk as they passed, and she nodded, but the smile she sought would not come to her lips. She did not care if they were all thinking, here comes the king's discarded mistress back to court after her shameful exile. Let them envy Anne and pity her. Let them all pity her, for she would never have the only man she had ever truly wanted. Let them all think her crushed that she had lost the eye of their terrible king. Stafford and Will clapped each other on the shoulders, and she stood rooted to her tiny piece of floor. As far as she knew, he had not even glanced her way. The 2 crimson-gowned women smiled and stood at attention, apparently waiting to be introduced. Mary felt lifeless and fought to keep her face calm, to keep from wadding handfuls of her azure gown into her tight fists. Staff looked absolutely resplendent, and the impact of him so physically close to her after all these months nearly swamped her senses. He wore a deep burgundy velvet doublet with gold lining to match the short cape over his broad shoulders. Decorative slashings across his hard chest revealed more rich gold material, but the heavy leather belt studded with glinting metallic pieces around his flat stomach allayed any impression that he might be a mere pleasure-loving courtier. He looked bigger than she remembered him, his cloth-covered thighs stretching the crimson hose, the crimson and gold codpiece mounted between his thighs, a fierce reminder of what she would never have from him. "Mary," Staff said finally, and stooped to kiss her cheek, a mere brush of the lips. "She looks as beautiful as ever, Will. And is there no other child to come after the long stay at quiet Plashy?" "No, and not likely to be," Will said pointedly. 2 is enough. Let her sister have the children now." Staff raised one dark eyebrow. His eyes flitted over Mary's face and seemed to take her all in. She felt totally naked before him. He always read her perfectly. He would know of her wretched love for him, and would probably tease her for it. He pulled his eyes away and turned to Will again. "His Grace is most willing for you to resume your position. He tried to give it twice lately to George Boleyn, thinking it would be another gift to Anne, but she wants George to be the messenger back and forth between Hever and the court. And, as you will soon see, what the Lady Anne wants, she gets." He lowered his voice to Will, and Mary could barely hear the next words. "The little fool insists she is not here to stay, but returns to Hever with her guardian mother soon. And I know for a fact the royal stallion has not had her. The wench's daring does boggle the mind." Staff and Will stood apart now, and there was an awkward silence.
Lord and Lady Carey, permit me to present Eleanor and Dorothy Cobham, Lord Sheffield's fair daughters from Derbyshire, fresh come to court to serve her grace. Also, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, they are appointed through Bishop Rochester, and not through the king, though I assure you they have been since duly noted by his majesty. Will laughed, although Mary could see little humour in the remark. He pulled her away with some other whispered words to staff, and as they traversed the long floor, she dared not look back. Trumpets sounded, and Queen Catherine entered with several ladies. Her women were all in black, as was Catherine. She had not changed. The huge, heavy, golden and jewelled crucifix swung across her stiff bosom still. But how her daughter, Mary Tudor, had grown. His Grace must be in an expansive holiday mood indeed to allow his cast-off daughter here at court with her mother. The girl's hair had gone from reddish hue to quite dark, and she was tall, thin and serious-faced. She held her head erect and proud among all the whispers, and her black skirts swished by near Mary. Mary wondered if their drab clothes were a sort of protest, a dark blot in the shifting sea of beautiful coloured silks that clustered around the dance floor. Wait until they see Anne, she thought then. Anne in her shining black silk, with her blood-red slashings. The trumpets sounded again, and her thought was fulfilled. His Grace entered, masked as the Lord of Holiday Misrule, with a masked and laughing Anne on his arm, and a veritable parade of costumed giants with huge steaming wassail bowls in their arms. Draped mummers with myriad ribbons hanging from their elaborate costumes, and spiced cakes on silver trays followed. 8 lovely maidens skimmed by in striped garments, holding wicker baskets laden with sprigs of mistletoe, which they tossed to the crowd in quick handfuls. All bowed to the Queen and Princess, who finally managed a smile, and then the mummers circulated through the press of people passing out their cakes and ale and mistletoe. Mary stared long at Henry Tudor and her sleek and giggling sister. She felt nothing. She could not summon up the tiniest pang of grief or remorse at the loss of her lover of 5 long years, and who would ever believe her? Maybe Staff would have once, but he hardly cared now, and Anne was making her own way now alone, even without father. Of course, she and Will would have to live at court, but, except for being near her friend, the Duchess of Suffolk, the thought terrified her. At least, starting tonight, as he resumed his duties as esquire in call of the King's bedchamber, Will would often be gone from the narrow bed they had been forced to share last night. There was beautiful little Catherine to care for, to love. Above all, to keep her sanity, she must avoid William Stafford and try to forget the women she would see him with, as even now he stood so close to Dorothy Cobham across the room. Will had gone in the wake of the King when His Grace departed the hall after hours of dancing and revels, leaving Mary to find their distant chambers in the far reaches of bricked Greenwich by herself. She once thought she knew the palace well, but it was only the royal apartments and larger chambers of the courtiers she had known, not the cramped quarters of this wing, back by the tilt-yards and sporting fields. Weary, she found the room after 2 wrong turns and pushed the door open to find her faithful Nancy waiting, warming her mistress's robe over a charcoal brazier, since there was no fireplace in the chilly room. "I am glad to see your sweet face, my Nance," she said to the girl. Tomorrow night I shall have you wait outside the great hall to help lead me back to this hidden den."
"The Lord says surely your rooms are to be moved, Lady Mary. A lord and lady of the king can hardly stay in this cold hovel."
She pulled her woolen shawl closer and hunched up her shoulders. "I left little Catherine about an hour ago. She was so excited she could hardly sleep. I think she misses her little room at Plashy, but she and the Lady Margaret take well to each other. Margaret gave her a wee leather-faced doll and she fell asleep with it in her arms." She began to unlace Mary's dress as she spoke. "She is young and adaptable, I pray, Nance. Maybe that doll can replace the one she dropped from the fishing boat into the pond. She cried 3 nights over the tattered mite." Mary stepped quickly out of her chemise and wrapped her furred robe around her body. She was so warm from dancing that she hardly felt the chill. She would be in bed and sound asleep before the icy cold crept into every corner of the room in the long hours until dawn.
"Will you be quite well, lady, since the Lord sleeps in call of the king? I could stay."
"Thank you, Nance, but I will be fine. I'm exhausted and really need the time alone after the bustle of the move and the ride over the muddy roads to London. I do depend on you greatly, you know, but I need to be alone."
"Yes, lady." Nancy nodded as though she truly understood. "I be in the common hall with my sister Megan if you should need me. I dessay you could catch a link boy to fetch me." She opened the door to the dark hall, and a noticeable draught swept past her. If there be any link boys in such distant reaches of this cold palace, Mary heard her murmur as she closed the door. She warmed her hands for a moment near the charcoal embers, then brushed her hair, listening to the crackle of the brush through her long gold tresses. She could feel the chill now. It was creeping into her. Maybe when Anne left to return to Hever, those rooms would be available. She laughed aloud at the foolish thought. "Those rooms are in the Queen's wing, silly," she said, and her own voice in the now silent room startled her. At least when they progressed to Whitehall or Richmond or wherever, Will as Esquire would be certain to get her a room with at least a fireplace. "This room is as cold and sullen as the look his Grace gave me tonight with his fake 'welcome back, dear Mary' speech," she accused the cold chamber. When she slid her feet into the icy sheets, she wished desperately for a warming pan to dump the charcoal embers into and run between the smooth linens. She lay there, curled up stiffly for a moment, and got up to don her robe again. It was then she heard the quick knock on her door. Her heart leapt at the sharp sound in the silence of her thoughts. "Who is there?" "It is Staff, Mary. I would talk with you." She pulled the robe tight around her hips, but her feet would not move. "Mary?" He pushed the door slowly open, and his shoulder and head appeared far higher up the door than where she stared. She had forgotten to shoot the door bolt. She had forgotten he was so tall. He did not wait for words from her, but took a huge step in and closed the door quietly behind him. "I had to see you, Mary. I'm sorry I startled you." "At least you still remember my name," she heard herself say shakily. A swift grin lit his features. "I remember a good deal more, Mary Boleyn." She turned away so he would not see the fear on her face, the longing, the bitter anger. "My name, as you well know, William Stafford, is not Boleyn, nor has it been for a long time. I believe my husband, Lord Carey, is a dear friend of yours." She looked down at the tiny mirror she had left on the drop-leaf table. "I did it all for you, Mary. For us. Holding his position like that." "How considerate and noble." Her voice caught, as though she were on the edge of tears. She spun to face him, and was terrified to see he had come much closer. "How considerate, just like all the visits you paid us at Plashy the last 5 months we were there." She stared at the tiny, throbbing pulse at the base of his bronze throat, How was he always so brown in the winter months? He had changed clothes, too, and how did he ever find this forsaken room? When I saw Will's bitter suspicions for our feelings, he went on, I knew it was foolish to cause you pain when I was there, and much worse pain after I left. I knew he would take it out on you, and it was the only way I could protect you, even a little bit. I missed you, too. I did not say I missed you. You did not have to, sweetheart. He took another step forward, and, like a coward, she pressed back against the rough plaster wall next to the window. I was so happy when I knew His Grace would allow you to come back. And when I saw you with Will tonight, I thought, what for? For the delicious torture of seeing you daily and not being able to touch you, to make love to you. Please, Staff, you have to go. I will. Later. Then I thought, I have to forget you and marry as the king wants. The king wants you to? Whom? One of the Dorset lasses he wants to come to court. I've only seen her once, but then I realised I cannot forget you, because I have desired you ever since I set eyes on you in the dusty old Bastille in Paris, and knew that the blonde beauty with the smothered fire in her eyes was for me. And I have loved you almost as long as that, Mary. He leaned close to her, not touching her tense body, but placing his hands carefully on the wall on either side of her tousled head. She closed her eyes, treasuring his words, his soothing voice she had thought she would never hear again, and had desired so desperately in the long hours away. She felt tears squeeze through her lashes. He was so close she could smell sweet wine on his breath. I kept Will's position for him, Mary, and I stayed away from his wife, whom I love, and he does not, damned fool that he is. And now he owes me. He owes me that I can be near you, and I will be. I will be. He nuzzled her hair and bent to kiss her throat. A little stifled cry escaped her as he leaned gently against her. He raised his head and stared down into her wide eyes. His lips descended upon hers. He was so warm and strong. All the loneliness and pain flowed out of her as she returned his caressing, probing kiss. His kisses deepened, and she felt his breath hot against her cheek. She forgot she was pressed to a cold wall in the slums of vast Greenwich, and that her husband did not love her, and she had fallen far from the good graces of her king. Here was all that mattered. She lifted her arms to his broad shoulders and pressed him close in return, arching up against him. Her robe fell open, but she no longer needed its furry warmth. He moved a half step away, parted it slowly, and put his hands to her waist, covered only by the thin chemise. The span of his hands nearly encircled her. His thumbs moved slowly over the tiny swell of her belly. He lifted her, his arms like metal bands around her. The heavy robe dangled straight down from her shoulders to the floor. He laid her in its warm folds on the bed, strode to the door, and shot the bolt. His boots thudded on the floor beside the bed, and he yanked his doublet and shirt over his head as though they were one garment. "Staff, we cannot. Will might—" He silenced her with a hot kiss, and his hands went to her waist again. "Hush, love. Will is thinking of the king and the Carey name. None of that has anything to do with us." Her limbs felt like water, and a hot pulse raced low in her stomach. She wanted this so much. She wanted him and had for years. She went limp as his hands crept up to her pointed breasts and his knee rode intimately across her legs. I told you once that I was not a very patient man, Mary. We have waited quite long enough. But if you choose not to submit, I shall take it on myself, and you may blame me in the morning. I want you, sweetheart, to make up for a lot of lonely hours and countless advice and worry that your kings and father would totally ruin your life, and for a lot of your own tart words, and for the wasted years. Tonight, we are going to begin catching up, and it will take a long, long time for us to be even. His voice mesmerized her, and the flickering flames dancing in his dark eyes entranced her. As she held to him, his hands went everywhere. This was far different from Henry Tudor's rough caresses, or Will's swift, cold possessiveness. This was madness. How often, how many years in Henry's vast bed, or in Will's narrow one, had she dreamed that Staff would seize her and love her, and now it was real. He stripped off his breeches while she smiled deep inside for the pure joy of having him look on her that way. His body hovered over her like a warm, protective roof against the cold world. She reached up and encircled his neck with her arms. "Your face is always beautiful, my love," he whispered, "and that is why men desire you. But it is honest, too. Honest and so clearly lovely within. That is why this man has loved you and desired you all this time. Until the late winter dawn, I am going to make love to you, and I will watch your face and know you love me too. You are mine, Mary Boleyn, from this time on, no matter what befalls." Some time later, minutes or hours or eons, collapsed against her, he raised his dishevelled head and looked down into her eyes, only inches away. He smiled. I would almost have to say that those few minutes were worth 7 years of hell, sweetheart. He reached down and pulled her discarded fur robe over their perspiring bodies. They lay with her head tucked under his chin as he stroked her hair gently. Her free hand rested in the curly hair of his chest. She sighed. I have never felt so safe and content. But I am old enough to know that the real world is outside there, outside that door. Yes, my Mary, there are many doors in His Grace's palaces, and some day we may have a door of our own. His voice broke, and he hesitated. Someday. She felt incredibly happy. Even if the king, her wide-eyed sister, and screaming father beat down the door, she would not care, nor budge, one whit